L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Suffer it goes, but we know the new will we follow. Take us us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free. What you know is more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. Who is the real means line up? In this game, first play through the chains. Some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We got the endless night.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. when the room goes silent. The will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象。 是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸。 小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下。 是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。啊，来了，来了。 请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。 在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合，命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的，只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is.
This is me, Nana, and Gobindi. With IDTV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the ring. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase them all in this game, yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on, first follow me. We're coming for victory. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Ooh, I love this feeling
limo. Leo Becky's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin Ayuso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you and you got me. Teamwork is the key. Identity V.
This town, look to the players. Come on, first for me. We're coming from to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now.
as CK versus Rename, fighting for more points, fighting for their spot in the tournament, and it's going to be extremely exciting. I mean, we have seen on Friday as well as on Saturday absolutely fantastic matches, and I do not expect any less. Today is going to be fantastic. The heat is going to come into these matches, and these teams will show us how to play the game.
Yeah, what a way to bookend the weekend, right? We started off with Identity 5 action. We had Identity 5 action yesterday, and now we're going to end it in style with more Identity 5 action. And the stakes are really high because some of these teams, it's their last chance to gain points to qualify for the playoffs. We're going to get to that in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. But as we mentioned, this is the group stage. All the teams are vying for a chance to make it to the playoffs, so they want as much points as possible. A lot of V for victories as possible. Use that hashtag to support your favorite teams for them to qualify for the playoffs, because aside from the amazing prize pool, there will be a chance for them to qualify for KOA 5 glory, Grizz.
That is something that everyone wants to go for. I mean, that is a huge goal. Not only, winning this tournament, but also, you said it, into the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament, you get the chance to be there. So this is definitely some incentive that these players are getting here. I am very, very excited to see these matches, by the way, because we have already seen all the players before, right? Obviously in the preliminary round, but also in the group stage. And today's matches are just something to look forward to, because I have said this on Friday that these matches are usually always highlight matches. We have seen a lot of ties, and all of a sudden late in the rounds we saw a little bit of a switch up. We also saw it the other way around, right, where you had in the first round the heat immediately coming to the field, but then at the same time it turned around later in the round 2 and round 3, because these teams are not giving each other anything. And again, NR, we have seen NR, they were performing extremely well. They were going against CK, for example, in the preliminary day 2, which was a 4-round game, actually, where they had to go the extra length, the extra mile, and they were able to win that. So again, these teams, they know exactly what to do. Even if it's going into a tie after 3 rounds, they will bring everything to the table that they have to make it work. And the same thing with CZ that we saw, that I mentioned, where the first rounds may not be the best rounds, but they are still able to turn everything around. And all these teams are showing us amazing matches. It's not, I would say it's not always the same heat that we get to spectate, but it's always extremely heated.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the heat is definitely on. And also, guys, want to promote the Discord, the Identity 5 Discord. Just scan the QR code or head on over to discord.gg/identity5 just for you guys to stay part of the conversation. So as you set the stage, you know what? Yeah, the heat kind of varies. And I think the one thing that we can say for certain is we can't really predict anything because of how crazy these matches go. Again, it's hard to determine, especially the matchups we have now. And we're going to talk about that in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, with how we're going to break it down, because all these teams are neck and neck when it comes to competition with the footage that we've been watching. And I'm so excited to actually get into it, especially when it comes to the differences that we'll be seeing, because we did see NR in the wild card stage. We did see Rename already, but they will be facing other teams as well, and we're going to see that constant evolution. But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out this video to get acquainted with the rules of Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia.
Welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournament for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th. The wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th. The group stage from August 20th to August 29th, and the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. the 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best-of-3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will merge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best-of-3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best-of-5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the band pick. This year, we have adjusted the band pick rules. For the best of 3 round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best of 5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same band pick pattern as the best of 3. For round 4 and 5, the hunter club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The survivor clubs then bans 3 hunters. After the survivor club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there!
Thank you so much, Rin, for that amazing voiceover. Just to explain the rules, I mean, I think all my questions were answered with how complex, but I mean, it's so simple now with how we're at the group stage. And again, you know what, the main goal is to get to that playoffs. And you know what, the road to get there is today and the next weekend. So I hope you guys did mark your calendars. So Grizzly, our first match for today, we got NR versus CZ. How you feeling about this match?
Ooh, very, very excited. I was just waiting for you to ask me this question because, you know, NR, we have seen NR before, and I want to mention something that we have seen with NR, and I want to ask you about your opinion on this, because NR in the preliminary round against, it was CK, which we will see later in today's matches as well. They were playing on the hunter side as gamekeeper. We have mentioned this game, I think, on Friday, where the gamekeeper was dropping down that trap, right, to have the balloon survivor protected against the forward. Then the balloon survivor dropped into the trap. He hit the forward. He went back to the trap, hit the survivor that was in the trap, and got a double hit with the trap as help right there, which was extremely exciting to spectate. I absolutely loved this game, and in general, extremely exciting to see a gamekeeper, which we haven't seen in the entire tournament, other than that, in the second round from NR. Exactly. And I am throwing this question to you. What do you think? Will we see another gamekeeper or maybe a different hunter that we haven't seen that often in, you know, the first few rounds again?
With Oxygen, shoutouts to Oxygen of NR, I think the gamekeeper might come in, but maybe late. I have a feeling NR had a little bit of adjusting to do because, again, they went all 5. They went the extra time with ZK, and when they hit the wild card stage, they start to form into their own. So I think that they come in to this match a little more re-energized with their strategy, and I think it shows that they're able to do these crazy, these non-meta picks, if you would. So maybe the Gamekeeper would come, but maybe in the later rounds, because again, it's safe to have that, and it still has that constant threat of what if they ban the Gamekeeper? Well, we still got the metas to go with, and I think that's courtesy of like the strategies by. And I'm going to give a shout out to some of the people from NR, so I hope you guys are listening. Marks, I see you. I know you asked for a shout out last time. And Aurora, I see you as well. Yeah, they're very diligent, so I'm sure that they'll be able to put in the hard work. But CZ, my guy, CZ, what an incredible performance they had last week when we witnessed their gameplay. They were so neck and neck with their match against Mad Penguins, and we thought it was gonna go extra time, but it was just really down to the wire, and what a clutch escape that was by Mad Penguins. But we're talking about CZ, and we're talking about improving teams. CZ is definitely one of them.
Yes, that is for sure. That was so extremely clutch. That was the match. I just want to say this again. CC versus Mad Penguins. That last match, in which I already said before it even started that this is going to be a highlight match, was just absolutely outstanding. And again, they were having a little bit of trouble to go against Mad Penguins early in this match between these two in round number 1. But you just saw how strong they were. They were not, getting pushed down, and they didn't feel any probably they felt pressure, but they didn't feel bad about losing that first round. They were just thinking, all right, we lost that first round, but that is fine. It is the best out of 3. We're going to go all out in round number 2 and round number 3. And this is exactly what they did. And they really showed how strong and how dangerous they can be. But the same, you can say the same thing about NR. NR, extremely dangerous team as well when it comes Oxygen on the Hunter side, who was showing his skill as well as the Survivor side in general. Fantastic coordination. So I'm curious to see these two teams today. And honestly, we talk about this a lot off stream, and I can only repeat this, like, we can't even make predictions because it's so difficult. These teams are so head to head. And you think, you just think about these previous matches that we have spectated, and you're just like, yeah, NR was extremely strong. But then you look at CZ and you think like, but they were so good too. They turned it around and they can do it again. It's I don't want to make a prediction right here. I'm just curious to see the first matches, and I hope to see, as always, around 3, so we get more bans, we get to see more variety when it comes to the Hunter side as well as the Survivor side. And honestly, that's why I asked you about the Gamekeeper. I honestly would love to see the Gamekeeper. I'm really hoping to see another Gamekeeper today.
Yeah, and also just to set the stage for the match we're about to witness, again, use hashtag #V4Victory to support your favorite teams. This is NR's first match in the group stage. CZ has already faced off against MP, and MP took the win there. So pressure is actually on CZ because this is their last match of the group stage, and they really need to put more points on. They need to gain a victory, if not alleviate the number of rounds, because we will... if we get to that point where we have to compare, like if they are in a tie or if they don't have any points, we'll check the round victories and compute that. But again, group stage is very important. Again, you only get like 2 matches because it's a 3 teams, round robin style, best of 3s, as the powerful Rin mentioned in the voiceover. So a lot of pressure on CZ, but we talk about Oxygen. Let's talk about Seichu. Seichu was a beast in the preliminary stage. He's consistent 5 points with his hunting prowess. And you know what? You can even make the case that, like, against the Mad Penguins, one of the veteran teams out there, he did perform pretty well and still hung in there. And I think the lowest he's ever, the most he's ever dropped was just a tie. So that just says a lot about this hunter and the hunting ability he has to offer CZ.
Yes, as you mentioned, extremely strong hunter. We have seen him before, and extremely good with the meta characters too. I mean, that is definitely what you want to focus on, right? You want to get the best hunters that are in the game, and you want to focus on practicing and learning them and bring them to the field to secure as many points as possible. So this is exactly what I am looking forward to see, right? We're gonna see. I'm just throwing out my assumption right here when it comes to the hunters. We're going to see some breaking wheels. We are going to see some sculptors, potentially some dream witch. Actually, this is very interesting because, in my opinion, we might rather see a breaking wheel and the sculptor than a dream witch. but in general, these characters, just to master them in such a good way to provide, as you already said, almost all of the time 5-point games for their side is an extremely strong trait that they have for them. But it's going to be a back and forth. Do you think we're gonna see a round number 4 today? Like, I have a feeling we will. Honestly, I have a feeling we will.
It's not.
I'm throwing my bets in right here.
Yeah, you're putting your bets in. Just to present another side, I know we're at least going to see a round 3. That's for sure. Round 4, I'm not quite sure, because when push comes to shove, I think one of the teams is going to edge the other one out. But again, with NR's track record, you know what, they seem to also have the same momentum and the same steam and same energy coming into the second and third and fourth round if it goes that way. So CZ has to know this and has to come into this knowing that, okay, this could actually be not a sprint but a marathon. We got to keep some set left in the reserves, shake it off. That's what they showed off with the Mad Penguins. Didn't have a great start. They bounced back in the second round, and I'm sure that they're able to adjust today to try and keep up with the frantic pace that NR could actually put on the table. Because again, let's talk now about the survivors of NR. They're not shying away from different picks when it comes to the later rounds. They had Embalmers. I think they even brought out, I believe, a Wilding at one point. I'm not quite sure, but they definitely have a variety of survivors in their up their arsenal.
That is for sure. Definitely an arsenal. And I mean, we have seen it before. You mentioned it. Embalmer has been utilized, but Prisoner is coming in frequently. We also saw the Perfumer a little bit more frequently lately, which we didn't really see at the very beginning of this tournament. And in general, we saw a Gardener. That is something to keep in mind. And we also saw the Wildling. Wildling can be definitely a character pick that we might expect in the later rounds in this tournament. Probably not in the early rounds when you can actually pick, you know, the main decoders or the main protectors and rescuers like the Seer, Mercenary, obviously Mechanic if possible. So I'm curious to see what these teams will bring to the table. And I have another... I want to make... I said this. We're going to see around number 4. I'm making my bets right here. And if I am wrong, I'm going to gift you a skin. Whatever skin you want. If I am wrong today, I am very confident. This is going to be my bet. I'm going to gift you any skin that I can gift you from the store in Identity 5 if we are not seeing a round 4. That's how confident I am.
All right, you have that recorded in chat. You're the witness here, but I will tell you this: a confident Grizzly is a scary Grizzly in my book. If he's this confident, I'm actually kind of scared with my prediction of just seeing around number 3. And who knows? It's not too far from reality since NR is known to really take it to that limit. And I'm sure that CZ will not go down without a fight. They will try to gain as much points as possible. And you mentioned it at the start of this match. You know, I don't think we'll see too crazy of a picks when it comes to meta, right? I think it's pretty standard. We can actually count with our hands how many, what's going to be picked, what's going to be banned. But yeah, when the later rounds, that's when it gets really interesting. I think in the early rounds, it really depends on who can capitalize on the meta more. Because how many weekends have we been watching? We already know the tried and tested formula. No one's gonna go with round start Gamekeeper, round start Geisha. Not here. Like maybe in the previous. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Again, I don't know. I'm just digging myself out of this hole. But I have a feeling the meta is strong. The meta is there for a reason, and I think it's gonna be a battle of who can pilot the meta, who has the better strategies, especially in the map. Is there any map you're looking forward to seeing coming into this match?
Deus Memory, absolutely fantastic map. We have seen it being banned over and
personality.
over again. I have no idea. It has personality. That is exactly how you describe it. It has personality.
There we go.
No, but honestly, I really enjoy the Ever Sleeping Town map. I said this in previous tournaments where I was basically putting together my top 3 list of maps that I like to see, which is obviously the Arms Factory. It's just a very well balanced map. I really enjoy watching the Arms Factory, as well as Sacred Heart and Red Church. But there was always a place in my heart for the Ever Sleeping Town, just because it's aesthetics. It looks so beautiful, and to see that the Ever Sleeping Town is literally the most picked map in this tournament is making me very happy, because again, it's visually very pleasing. It has a lot of areas that are very interesting to kite around as survivor.
There's an entomologist here. Sorry, there's a bee in the room.
So the Ever Sleeping Town map has a lot of very nice areas for survivors to kite around, and for hunters to, you know, get the chance to get to these survivors. And here we can see today's matches again. Noah versus CZ will be our first match again. I am thinking that this match might actually go into round 4, just because we saw the previous performance of these two teams.
True. And then following that up, ZK versus Rename. So guys, just clear your schedule for tonight if you want to see some Identity 5 action, and strap in, because we will be going to the player matchup. So we got Oxygen versus Seichu. Both hunters pick the break. They can pilot that breaking wheel, but Oxygen, you know what, having that gamekeeper up his sleeve. Bloody Queen. Seichu, you know, have that sculptor. Also has different meta hunters. But Grizzly, let's talk about Baby Top and Earth.
Baby Top right here with the Mercenary coming in and with an extremely good average rescue. But then on Earth's side right here with the Dancer, also 0.9 when it comes to rescuing. And in general, all these survivors provide very, very good stats. Just look at Chocho and Nerokun right here.
Yeah, Nerokun, a priestess, also had a lot of stuns involved. So he, I believe, Nerokun also has like a harasser up his sleeve. But Chocho, you know, again with the mechanic being the most banned character in this tournament, this is definitely something that they have to worry about. And Chocho, I'm sure NR has a lot of decoders to look for. You got the Prisoner, you got the Explorer, but Chocopai being the stunner of the group for NR, and the Flash having like a Gravekeeper, having a Rescuer, having a Harasser in their mix is also pretty good in terms of your team lineup in case your main gets banned.
That is for sure. And here we can see Myeon with the Entomologist that I absolutely enjoy to spectate in this tournament, as well as Night Owl with the Priestess. And we can see overall stats, again, very, very good average decoding progress, as well as rescues. Win rate is up to 50 or 44%, which is extremely good on the survivor side. And I am very, very curious to see that Entomologist in today's matches. We have seen the Entomologist previously in this tournament, and honestly, whenever we saw the Entomologist, it was always fun to spectate, and it was always something that I really enjoyed when these bees are coming in. And when you see how, first of all, the survivors utilize the bees, but second of all, the hunter knows how to go against the bees by, for example, using Blink just to get a little bit ahead of the bees and hit the survivor. Now we are coming to our first match. Noir versus CZ, the ban on the survivor side. For the Team Noir will be Mechanic, bring down the decoding speed, and as we already said, it most picked map is the Ever Sleeping Town, and this is exactly where we are going to start today's tournament day.
And great stuff on Baby Top securing the Mercenary right away. Chocopai has the forward to secure that. We always see this tandem at the start, right? But you can also say that Chocopai can go for that Seer, secure the Priestess, and that would. This is definitely the Yomi, the Yomi game, or like the deep mental it's that chess that they're playing right now, because it'd be very telling if they do block. If he does not secure that Seer, Seichu can get that. And you know what we've seen synonymous, aside from Breaking Wheel being the first pick, if they do ban that Seer, a Dream Witch can come into the mix, and having a Dream Witch with no Seer to just give call outs to where what the hunter is and where he spawned at is definitely going to play in favor of the hunter. And it seems like Chocopai locking in with the forward
and Mercenary, a very, very frequently picked combination when it comes to the first survivor picks. And we are just jumping out of this real quick. There are a few little things that have to be ironed out, but I have one very important question for you right here.
Let's hear.
Very important, and I need to hear your answer on this. Tram hits. Do you expect any tram hits to happen today?
Never say never, because I mean anyone could get tram hit, right? Survivor or hunter. The tram is the ultimate equalizer in Ever Sleeping Town, and I would say that was probably, I mean, it's like getting hit by the coaster in Moonlit, right? You think like, there's no way I'm gonna get it. I think they even slowed down the tram, or like they made sure to have a prompt like, be careful, there's a tram coming. Ding, ding, ding.
Be
like,
careful,
like,
10 more seconds.
I think in chat, we're gonna look at this. I'm not the only one that get hits in tram, right? You guys in the chat get hit by the tram sometimes too. Or I just might be not looking all of it. I need to fix my camera to the tram instead of the hunter.
Look left and right before you're crossing the street. That's how it goes. That's how we all learned it. Why are we not doing it in the game, right?
Exactly.
But,
and also to bring it up, I think we're the ones that casted this in Call of the Abyss 4. Shout outs to Xrox Afu. Being human also, he got hit by the tram. Like it happens to the best of us. And this is Xrox. This is like one of the top China teams, and they also get hit by the tram. I'm telling you, I think the tram is there for a reason. It's the ultimate equalizer.
Yes, I agree, and that is exactly why I asked. Like it might happen. It definitely might happen. As you said, it happens to the best of us, and it's always a situation where you just spectate what is going on, and you realize that whenever a hunter or survivor is getting hit by a tram, it is going to be a game-changing moment, because those are, I think, around 5 seconds that you are stunned, and as a survivor and exactly, as a survivor and like you're getting chased by the hunter, you're taking that stun, you can, expect to get hit for sure, because 5 seconds, that's gonna give enough time to catch up for the hunter. And on the other side, if the hunter, if you're able to lure the hunter in front of the tram, it's giving you so much time to get away. So these hits, they're sometimes just so unexpected, because you just think, okay, it's not gonna happen, but they're gonna change a lot in the game's tempo.
Yeah, and speaking of tempo, Seichu going to the graveyard here, trying to just secure that tempo. Mercenary is here, so as well as the Chocho, which is, I believe, the Seer. Okay, so this is actually a pretty good early chase, because again, you bait out the owl. The Seer has the kite as long, and already baits out the owl early on. Tries to just harass with these statue hits. Just gets one hit. Brings him a little closer, gets a regular hit in. He's kind of fed, but this... Oh my god, look at that Chocopi with the stun!
Very nice! And did you see how the statue was pushing the Ford away, cancelling out his stun animation, giving him immediate, like an immediate boost where he can get away. And fantastic job from the Seer avoiding these statues with the owl, because Seichu could easily cancel out the owl with the statue, but not if the Ford or not the Seer is avoiding these hits.
Yeah, that was actually a really good portal placement by the Priestess here. Chocopi trying to go back into it to try to lure him in and out. So Seichu now realizing, all right, this is going to be a headache to chase. Let's switch it up. Chocho is still in the area. The first target, the Seer, does not have an owl to utilize anymore, and Seichu seems to be locked and loaded to try and down this Seer.
Fantastic shot from Seichu, really concentrating on the Seer, because obviously we saw Ford was trying, nice hit. Ford was trying to get the attention to, let the Seer live a little bit longer, because Seer is one of the best targets right here as soon as the owl is gone. Oh!
Yeah,
was
tried to go for a blink.
Avoid that blink.
Yeah, I tried to go for it, but again, you know what? This Seer has to be very careful, because Seichu, almost at full presence here, decides to drop down. Again, his statue placements have been doing really well, but you gotta commend Chocho for avoiding it. Now he's gotta avoid this chisel statues. He's doing an excellent job. Seichu gonna vault this window and try to down this Seer, since he's invested so much time, but the Cypher Progress Grizzly is moving along pretty well on the side of NR.
Cypher Progress is moving along pretty well, that is for sure. And we can see just the coordination of this team. Again, Ford was trying to get the attention. Seer is back with the kite right now, and he was starting off in this area, basically transitioning across the entire map and coming back. Now the statues are in place. Statues bring down the Seer. The first survivor is down. But again, Cypher Machine Progress is split up extremely well. They already started a total of 6 different ciphers. They popped the first, they are going to pop the second right here.
Chocopi
fantastic
in the area.
Team coordination.
But Baby Top seems to be the next rescue, but Chocopie is definitely going to aid in terms of stunning. Baby Top has to time his elbow pads well, zip past him, and now we see Baby Top has to time this rescue right because the statues are piling on. Oh, gets to regularly hit. Chocopie trying to assist here, but you know, the mercenary will be falling down. Forward was the one to get the rescue. Seer, last effort popped.
That is extremely good for Seishu. Was able to hit these statues on the mercenary, was able to land another hit on the Seer. Seer will be on the chair very soon because obviously Seishu is going to concentrate on that Seer. Right there we have the chair, right there we have the tram, but there is no need to worry about that tram. Mercenary also down, which means that they have to heal up the mercenary right now with the priestess. Priestess is helping up the mercenary. Forward already took a little bit of damage, and this is giving the chance for the mercenary to come in for the rescue, or the priestess, or both.
Yeah, both actually. And look at that, the forward already popped the cipher at graveyard. Now trying to rotate to a better location. It seems like Night Owl is fully committed to rescuing the Seer. Oh, it seems like they're doing a switch, and the mercenary able to rescue. Now the Seer eats the last hit there. But let's see how two ciphers remain. Again, this has to be timed properly, but it seems like the progress isn't too far along with the fourth cipher, but 60% on the other one.
Forward was getting scared away by the statues. Great job from Seishu, really putting pressure on the cipher machines as well. Also good job on concentrating on the Seer, because this will be the first survivor out of the game, but they will be able to not only heal up but also do a significant amount of decoding on that last cipher machine before transitioning out, trying to, you know, get a little bit of distance, not taking these statue hits, but it is already at 80%. Fantastic teamwork. We can see what is the forward transitioning into try to get to a different cipher machine.
Yep. Again, with Seichu's usage of that chisel, no ciphers are safe, especially with how he's able to land these statue hits. Now, Night Owl has gotten the attention of Seichu, 79%, but they are opening up another cipher. Baby Top also in the area. Night Owl nowhere to put these holy keys. Might have to eat a melee hit just for him to be able to transition along. But these statue hits, one more and he will be falling down.
Very nice avoidance of the statues though, because Knight knew that if he would take a hit with the statue, he would immediately go down, was able to avoid these statues in such a good manner, and now is still able to run around up and running, trying to get to the next cipher machine or survivor that might heal up. Oh, fantastic job again with the statues. They are going to heal up if they get the chance to, and the cipher progress, as you already said, they started a second cipher machine right here, and they have two cipher machines that are very, very well decoded. They are again working on.
Yeah,
how we just paused. How we just
I was
paused.
like, oh, okay,
everything paused.
The action was really intense. As I was about to say, Chocopie had a pretty tall task ahead of him because he needed to kite as long as possible, because I believe the cipher they newly opened up was only at 50%. He was touching the cipher that was at 80 already. So great awareness for them to open up another cipher just to split the attention. But this is the sculptor we're talking about. You saw when he was able to see that forward. All right, let me throw that chisel just to make sure that's where the cipher's at. So again, the constant mind games being played back and forth. So it's still 3 survivors up and running in this map. So I'm excited to see what the end game would bring us.
Yes, I am excited too, and it's going to be very, very intense, that is for sure. The survivors are definitely aiming for at least a tie to get 2 survivors out of there. Definitely are trying to get 3 survivors, but that could be a little bit tricky with Seichu on the hunt. And on the other side, Seishu definitely wants to get a total of 3 survivors eliminated, at least 2 survivors to tie this first match in round number 1. But so far from what we have seen, I think it's just, as I mentioned, very, very well balanced between Hunter and Survivor side. The Hunter utilizing these statues in such a good way, but then we also saw, for example, the Priestess Night Owl right there coming in and being in the open. There was literally no way to go, but still being able to not only dodge the statues that are coming from different directions, but also the combined statue that is going straight up for the Priestess and avoiding that hit and avoiding to go down right away, buying more time, because then Seichu had to, as you said, split the attention, had to go to a different area to prevent Cypher machines from popping. So this is just an ongoing back and forth right here, and it is continuing right now with Seichu on the hunt for the forward. But you said it, Cypher machine that was almost at 90% is now primed. The Cypher pop might happen, right? It is popping.
They just go for it. Okay, so now the end game is finally happening. Chocopie is still on the radar of this Sculptor. And now we see that the Sculptor, again, just very focused on trying to down this this forward. And the forward will be falling down. Night Owl already on the case here. The Chisel will be a factor. Night Owl respecting that, has to get out of that, priming that exit gate from opening. And also no detention. So this is actually going to be quite tough for the Seichu to down a mercenary if he chooses to save, and Priestess already opening up that exit gate.
Yes, very good job. Oh, this could give the opening for the mercenary if he's going back to rescue, but can we see that? Yes, we can see that happening. Mercenary is coming in right here. Seichu is trying to utilize the portal for his advantage to get back faster, but there we have the rescue. Will this be a 3 survivor escape? The gate should be opened, right?
It is open, Grizzly.
Look
at this, the forward. He's getting ready. He's primed. It looks like it's going to be a 3-man escape for Noir. Excellent stuff. And like you called it, the division of attention that they brought to the table going up against a meta hunter like Sculptor just proves that they really understood the matchup, and they really, okay, this is what's going to happen. We got to support right away. We can't feed her at the start. We can't get full presence. We need that Seer to have a great kite. We need to support him as much as possible. And for them to push till the late game, till the end game, just the coordination on NR. Great stuff.
That is for sure. That was a great coordination. It was definitely a risk to utilize teleport right there and leave the rocket chair open. But it was a risk that Seichu was taking to get more survivors out of there. Obviously, both teams want to get as many points as possible, and sometimes a risk like this needs to be taken. And sometimes, you know, high risk, high reward. But if it's not working out, it's not working out. Right here, we saw 3 points for NR, 1 point for CZ. But this can still turn around. It can completely turn around. It was very, very neck to neck. The Cypher Pop was pretty well utilized right there, but you also have to mention how fast Seichu was able to get the forward down again after the Cypher Pop happened, which was a fantastic job. Wow. Pressure back and forth on both sides.
Yeah, let's also talk about some moments of Seichu, because again, I like the focus on just going for the Seer right away, because it invested so much time. Even though the forward was able to get that stun, chased them for a bit, got in a hit, got in a statue hit, I believe, and still kept going for that Seer, because you know what, this forward is gonna give me a headache. I know this Seer doesn't have an owl anymore because I baited it out of him. Let me get more presence from him. Let me get more pressure out of him. Let me just focus on this Seer. It's just an excellent, I would say, excellent allocation of objectives for the side of the Hunter. But NR, though, great stuff with how they were able to push for those objectives and push for the ciphers for that end game, and ultimately get the 3-man escape. So here we see the match data coming from the survivors here. Again, Chow had the task of having first kite, had triple digits with containment time, barely touched the cipher, but you got to give it up to the teammates, though. They were able to buy, Chow was able to buy enough time for his teammates to just prime those ciphers for them to push for the end game. What stands out for you in CZ's stats?
In CC's stats, obviously the hits, 20 hits right there, very, very good job, was able to knock down 6 times the survivors. It was, honestly, these statue placements we saw from CC were on point. There wasn't a lot that CC could have changed, because the survivors were obviously really, really good at dodging these statues, but the placement was just on point. We saw some extremely good hits right there, and again, for me, this I almost wrote down alright tie for both sides, because 2 points for both sides, because it was just so head to head. Both of these teams were not giving each other anything, and it was a clear tie for me. But you know, taking the risk right there, trying to get these 3 survivors out of the game, was allowing the survivors to actually get 3 survivors out of the gate. So again, I think we will see very, very different matches in the future between these two teams, where you just have a very, very head-to-head game and small decisions. We have mentioned this before. Small decisions may, you know, make or break the match, and it's the high risk, the high reward that you can get, but at the same time, it's not always paying off.
Yeah, it was. You painted it right. He wanted Seichu wanted to get more survivors in the rocket chair, so he went for that teleport right away. And I think NR had the proper response for it. They were able to prime the exit gates. They already saw that the priestess was priming that exit gate, so he decided, all right, priestess seems like the most optimum target since the mercenary has that delayed damage effect. So I can go there, I can try to do it, but again, they were ready for that. The mercenary was already probably, once he heard that chisel and it wasn't around him, all right, he's probably going to go that way. Let me try going for the rescue. So there's risk and rewards for both of the teams, and it paid off for Team Noir, starting things off with that 3-1 against CZ's Hunter. But then again, let's see. CZ's survivors, though, they're very well coordinated and very talented and very persistent, I would say, really fighting till the very end. So Oxygen has a big task ahead of him, trying to still keep that momentum that his survivor team brought him. Oh, sorry.
That is for sure.
Yeah. I switched it up. Oxygen wants to be able to, hold on to the lead.
Yes, exactly. Keep up the tempo right there. And I just, you just have to think about this entire match and the entire late game setup. You had the mercenary on one gate, you had the priestess on the other gate, you had the Fool on the rocket chair in the middle of the map, which is the perfect placement for a late game hunter, because you want to place the survivors away from the exit gates, which makes a lot of sense because as a rescue is happening and they're immediately through the gate. But then it's just such a difficult situation. What are you gonna do? You have the fort on the chair, and the priestess is on one side, the mercenaries on the other side. Priestess coming in with her portals can, close the gap between the exit gate and the rocket chair immense and extremely fast, which makes for a great and fast rescue from the survivor team. On the other side, you have the mercenary on the other gate that may not be as fast when it comes to, going to the chair and also going back to the chair, to the gate. But then he can tank a hit. And
yes,
I think he could even had tanked 2 hits, right? So that is definitely something you have to keep in mind. And Seichu was, in my opinion, doing the best, because teleported to the mercenary, you couldn't really bring down the mercenary that fast. So what you want to do is if you are going for either of the gates and you're trying to get another survivor, you definitely wanted to go for the priestess, what Seichu was doing right there, because again, priestess could be downed. Priestess will go to the rocket chair faster with these portals, just through the buildings. It's giving such a huge advantage. So selecting the priestess was definitely the right pick. But again, it was giving the opening to the mercenary, and we saw what happened. Mercenary was able to rescue, was securing the 3 points for their team. NR is therefore in the lead currently in round number 1, but we haven't seen the second round yet. Still, everything is for the take for both sides. As you said it, Oxygen wants to keep up the tempo, but CC will not make it easy.
Yeah, and I like how you broke down the risk and reward choices. And yeah, with props to Seichu for being put in a tough spot there and really had to make a split second decision. And I think as you broke it down, the priestess had way more reward than the mercenary, if you broke it down in that sense, because priestess, again, can be down easier. Mercenary is going to tank a lot of hits and take a lot more time to chase. He had to go back if he was not successful. So again, it just comes down to the minute details, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of these teams are put on so much pressure, but you know what? We want to find the best of the best here in Southeast Asia, and this is how we do it. So once again, give your love and support to both these teams, because CZ, this is their last game for the group stage. So they want to secure as much points as possible for them to head to the playoffs, because only 2 teams per group will be able to move on. So speaking of moving on, let's talk about Oxygen coming into this match. What do you think he'll be using now?
Okay, let me check my notes right here. Extremely good when it comes to the breaking wheel as well as sculptor. So that is definitely something to look forward to. We might expect, you know, on this big map, we might expect a breaking wheel, but we could also expect a sculptor. Honestly, these two picks are my prediction right here. At the same time, you know, he was utilizing Gamekeeper, but talking about the hunters, I have a different thought right here. We said, you know, Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, which are currently just obvious picks because they are in the meta. But you also have to mention that these two hunters are fairly new to the game. Breaking Wheel was released not that far ago and not that long ago. And the same with the Sculptor, also fairly recent hunter when it comes to hunters that we see in the meta right here. So we talked about her, Nayat. We talked about her, that she is actually allowed in this tournament. And I am still curious, since she's also fairly new and, you know, we haven't seen her yet. And I still think we might not actually see her. But, you know, if we saw a Gamekeeper, why wouldn't we see a Nayat, right?
That's very true. Anything can happen, especially with the picks. And I think one of the incentives of picking her is the unfamiliarity, right? Of the matchup. But you could say the same, it's a double-edged sword, because the person piling Nayat also could be unfamiliar with the strategies to counter Nayat. So we shall see, ladies and gentlemen, as we head back into the picks and ban phase. Oxygen banning the mech right away. It is going to be CZ's survivors that will be being showcased now, certainly locking in that mercenary. Mercenary has been a top pick, always securing the mercenary at the start.
Yes, and I honestly expect the very same that we saw before. We saw, you know, the mechanic being banned. We're gonna see the mercenary. We're gonna see the forward. This is literally one of the, I would even say, the most utilized. Exactly, ban and pick in the first few moments. Oh, we're gonna see more decoding being prevented by banning the prisoner right here. But this is also giving an opening to, for example, the seer that will definitely come and play, in my opinion.
Priestess too.
There we have the seer and the priestess. You're very right.
Maybe, but looking at this, no Gravekeeper. They're gonna go for a tough guy lineup. So you know what? They're really leaning into the kiting capabilities of all these guys, because they can kite for days. Now Oxygen seems with his bans wants to take his time, and Breaking Wheel, he could definitely keep the survivors here long enough for him to gain max presence and keep the survivors away from all the ciphers and just try and spike them and down them. So big task ahead of CZ because they are down in points. Again, we've talked about Oxygen's Breaking Wheel. That's 4K, 5 points in the wild card and in the prelim finals. So let's see how CZ will be able to handle the Breaking Wheel of Oxygen.
That is a very good question, and now seeing, you know, how the decoding was being brought down, and you just have to imagine that Breaking Wheel, we have seen it over and over again, just transitioning from hunting down a survivor to, you know, bringing down that survivor, bringing that survivor on the chair, not staying there, just immediately transitioning to other cipher machines, which is already slowing down the decoding, right? Interrupting decoding over and over again with the wheel form of the Breaking Wheel is slowing down the entire match for the survivors. Now having the mechanic as well as the prisoner ban, basically not allowing any extremely strong decoder on the field, is very, very interesting to see. And I think that is definitely something that is going to play out in Oxygen's favor, that, you know, he's prolonging this match by banning all these survivors that can decode extremely fast. Mechanic, prisoner out of the game right away. But again, we saw what other survivors are available now. We have the Seer's Owl, we have the Gravekeeper, so this can still go either way, and I'm very curious to see what is happening. Immediately found the Seer right here, which is definitely a good find, and we can see the rest of the survivors are already decoding.
Yeah, and the Seer doing a great job just staying in these window areas. Now gets the stun. Excellent start so far for the Seer. Again, this is actually a pretty good start, but man, found the mercenary, tried to go for that hit. Now we see that Oxygen, going back to the wheel form, continues his pursuit against the Seer here. Bumps into the forward, doesn't want to deal with that. Earth still buying enough time here because, oh, got 3 spikes already. Not able to get that presence of that skill just yet. But we see that the forward going for the stun already.
Very, very nice. And you could also see how the Seer was tricking the Hunter right here and believing that he jumped down the railing, but he didn't. He was actually able to get away, get out of sight of Oxygen right here. And you said it, 3 spikes are already inside the Seer, so he would have a difficult time. Now Oxygen transitioning back to the survivor that he wants to go for, which is the Seer.
I think he lost sight of the Seer, so now he's going for Narukun. The Seer disappeared line of sight, and now he's in the graveyard, so he can actually start removing the spikes away. Still didn't get his presence filled up just yet. Narukun going to the corner house now.
That tram, very, very,
yeah, I held my breath.
Precise.
I was like,
very precise dash right here. We can see Oxygen just turning into the wheel form again. Ford is already having 1 spike, is trying to avoid that second spike, was taking it though. Now Oxygen might eat that pellet right here. Fantastic job from the survivors, stunning Oxygen over and over again and being able to prolong that kite, but this might be it for the Ford. Fantastic throw of the trap, immediately trapping the Ford and bring him down with the 1 hit since he already had the 2 spikes from earlier. But what we saw from CZ's survivor side right here, being able to protect the Seer, being able to break the line of sight and to just get him out of there, even if he was the best target for Oxygen, was just a fantastic play, and it was rewarded by a lot of Cypher progress.
And to note also, he does have an owl, so that will help the rebound kite of this forward. Gravekeeper now, since he has wanted order, will be buying time here. Running in circles, this is how you're supposed to kite it. I'm getting dizzy just watching it, but he's doing a great job. Now the mercenary able to rescue that forward and get... okay, I'm getting motion sickness here, Grizz. But now we see that the Gravekeeper utilizing the shovel. Excellent juke there. Still buying time for his team.
Wow, that was extremely powerful from the Gravekeeper, and he is buying so much time. He was... yeah, you were getting dizzy. I was literally just waiting for something to happen, but all that happened was just, you know, ring around the rosy right here. Fantastic job with the blink. Brings down the Gravekeeper that was putting up such a good fight, but again, this was buying a lot of time. Ford is rescued, Ford is healed, Cypher machines are getting primed.
Grizzly,
so great job.
This is the thing, right? He denied all the decoders, so he does have, you know, a little bit of leeway. But I mean, look at these 3 ciphers. There's already some objectives being pushed in them. But this is the pros of using a breaking wheel. He can camp and also move around and try to harass. And the Flash is trying to get this rescue happening. There is no tide turner, but again, we're running in circles and circles and circles. The Flash going for the save already. No tide turner. Ginby does have a shovel to utilize. One more chip shot and Ginby will be falling down.
Gravekeeper doing a fantastic job though, dashing away as fast as he could from that chair to avoid the spike getting him, and therefore he's not going down with the skill. He can still take another hit. Look at the Cypher machine progress, extremely good. Mercenary is getting away, knows that he will immediately go down if he's taking that hit, but with that trap, you can't really avoid the swing from Oxygen. We now have the Mercenary down. He needs a long time to get up, and therefore Oxygen is just concentrating again on pressuring the Cypher machines.
And look at this, back to the first target. Earth once again has to buy time, but no, this breaking wheel has full presence already, eats that hit, but the Seer still has some mobility in him. One more chip shot, will be falling down, and these trap placements have been paying off for Oxygen so far. The Flash is still down, and it seems like Oxygen, again, multitasking here, changing priorities here and there to catch the survivors off guard, just so they have their attention spread out. Should we decode? Should we go for heals? Gravekeeper is already healed up. He seems to be the one going for the rescue now, but we see him being chased out. Narukun dropping that pallet down. It seems like a 2v1 right now, but it seems like they will try to push for the rescue for that mercenary.
CZ is so good right here in this match. I have to give it to the survivors. Fantastic job. The way they are priming these cipher machines and the way that they are splitting up the attention of the hunter. Fantastic job. Seer is now on the chair for the first time, by the way. And I also want to highlight Seer's moves previously. We saw that the Seer was utilizing the owl just to avoid a little bit of damage, because that one spike that he would have taken would have brought him down. But he knew, okay, if I utilize my owl, if I take that hit, I am still able to run around and I'm still able to buy more time. The survivors are going down, Seer is down, but Forward is there. Forward
yeah,
would
he's got to be very
stun,
careful. He
but
does have half of, less than half of a football left. Earth being, just trying to move away just so that Nerikun will have a shot of trying to stun. Oh, he gets the stun. Watch out, Earth is still the main priority here for Oxygen. And now he gets the pop.
Fantastic job, wow. Forward just being there, putting pressure on Oxygen and buying enough time for the rest of the team to decode these cipher machines. What a match. Gravekeeper is now a little bit in a difficult situation. Might go down if he's taking that hit, and this is exactly happening. Are they able to get 3 survivors through the gate too? Or will Oxygen prevent this and get the tie?
Yeah, Oxygen not content with just the down Gravekeepers, changing his attention to try and maneuver. This is the pros of the breaking wheel, ladies and gentlemen. Mobility. He can move around the map in a split second. Earth is he's trying to hide, but man, Oxygen was able to catch wind of that, and now they are rotating to different parts of this map. The Flash seems to be on the way to try to pick up Gin BX. And all these survivors, Grizzly, have seen one round on that rocket chair. So it's going to be quite tough who Oxygen will try to prioritize, and it seems like it's going to be Earth.
But look at this, the owl again preventing the hit of the spike, because with that hit he would go down immediately. He is now going down immediately. Was it enough time for the survivors to get 3 survivors to the gate? We will have to see and find out. You can clearly tell CZ was practicing against breaking wheel a lot, was practicing on how to counter that breaking wheel, and they are doing a fantastic job. Seer can still get up, that is the thing. Seer can still heal himself, and Mercenary being a good find, but at the same time you want to prevent more survivors from getting out of this game, and he might actually concentrate on the Seer at this point.
And look at this, the Forward already healing up the Gravekeeper. They want as much survivors out of the gate. Out of the gate as possible, and they're all here. The Flash, and now the Seer coming back up. Oxygen knows, all right, time to go back to the Seer. But here's the thing: the Mercenary can actually try to escort his way. Actually, all of them can try to escort the Seer out of here. So it's a real tug of war situation. And Oxygen is right in the middle of the 3 survivors with the 1 Seer. Nerikun eats a spike. Earth trying to just go back and forth here to try and bait him into leaving the exit open, and it's getting so intense, Grizzly.
This is going to be a back and forth. We can see all the survivors healed up at the gate. They are trying to help the Seer to reach that gate as well. They are preparing for whatever they have to do. They are not leaving, and they don't have to leave, because what they can do is they can take the hits, they can take the spikes, they can heal up. It's all okay. As long as they're not going down, it's going to be fine. Now we can see Oxygen trying to scare them out of the game by giving them spikes. Every single survivor was actually getting a spike right here. And
that's the thing, they can remove those spikes, right? And now it's Oxygen going back and forth. You see, when he tries to push for the Seer, they try to go out the exit gate and try to escort him out. See, they're outside the exit gate now, but the Seer staying beside this window. He doesn't want to eat more hits. And now Oxygen again chasing them back. It's a real tight situation for Oxygen, but it seems like Nerikun out of the exit gate here. So let's see if he can provide a little bit of support. Again, points are on the line. CZ definitely does not want to go out with just 3 points. They're not contented, and it seems like the Mercenary is already there. Earth will have a little bit of support. Nerikun already there. The Flash, can he try to escort the Seer out of the game?
Ooh, this might be extremely good. This might be, this could be a hit though. Is he going down? Yes, he is.
Spike. And now the Flash, caught in a predicament here, does have 1 elbow pad to use, and he goes for it. Now again, the attention is still divided. The Seer already used up the self-heal, and it seems like Oxygen will be sharing. Not quite. He still wants to go back for more, Grizzly.
Mercenary doing a fantastic job. Mercenary was trying to get into the area of the Seer, because now if Oxygen would just go back and forth, Mercenary would have been able to actually heal the Seer, therefore putting pressure on Oxygen to actually go for the Seer, to actually try to get the Seer, and was able to do so. Fantastic job. It really is a very, very beautiful back and forth that we are spectating right here, and at this point Earth is trying to get to the gate, and we can see Oxygen is just trying to get him away. Is now putting him on the chair in the basement, but that could mean he can struggle free. Will he be able to struggle free? Yes, he will be able to struggle free.
He goes for it, but again, Earth, he doesn't have an owl built up yet. Actually, wait, he's almost about to have an owl, so this could actually be very huge, but no, the blink was ready. Oh my god, a constant back and forth, and he goes back to wheel form. They're still not going quite out. This is one of the longest matches we witnessed. The crows are already being put in place. The 4 will eat that hit. Mercenary is still in the area here. Now again, not chasing them out.
Still not leaving. Oh, that might be an over.
Oh my god. This is huge. Oxygen, this is the opening he's looking for. He's definitely going to share this forward, but the Mercenary is at second story. Seer does not have any self-heals to utilize anymore.
Okay, this is good for the Ford though, because Ford, first of all, I think can get up on his own, and second of all, he might be able to struggle free if he is getting picked up again. Seer right there hiding in the corner, but it getting the attention of the Hunter now kind of needs to get away out of the situation, because already took one hit. If he's taking another one, he's risking to go down, therefore transitioning to the gate.
Okay, now this is really tough situation for the Flash. He cannot get hit here. He has 3 spikes on him. The Mercenary can't have that much hits. Oh my god, the trap placement. Excellent stuff from Oxygen. The forward is now up.
Wait, the forward got hit by the
Grizzly.
tram!
Oh my god,
got hit by the tram!
Oh wow,
This is, as I said, the tram can be the game-changing factor right here.
Oh god. Oxygen, ladies and gentlemen, turning a 1-person down into, I think, a 3-man down, a 3K. Grizzly.
The 4
Gravekeeper is out. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I'm very speechless with the outcome of this match. It was a clear 3 survivor escape. We had 3 survivors in the gate, in the open gate for the longest time. And as you said, these teams, they want to go for the points, right? They want the points. But
and here's the thing. Yeah, the Seer could have bled out. And here we have it. Oxygen is doing some cleanup, solidifying 6 points, 6-1 against CZ. And what an incredible performance. This is just an example of a never say die attitude, ladies and gentlemen. The early to mid game definitely did not go his way. Heck, even the late game didn't go his way, but man, how he turned things around. And that is the breaking wheel for you, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes, Grizzly.
I cannot believe what? This is impossible, honestly. This was crazy good, and we saw exactly what we have seen in the match before. You want to go high risk for high reward. The survivors were trying to get all survivors out of there, because you know you have 2 options: get 3 survivors out of there and you get 3 points, the opponent gets 1 point, or get 4 survivors out of there, opponent gets 0 points, you get 5 points. This is what they saw. They wanted to win round number 1, and in order to do so, they had to get the 5 points, the 4 survivors through the gate. But again, high risk, high reward means also a high risk, and you know, that was definitely a gamble that they went for. And in favor of Oxygen, who was able to bring down these survivors and who was able to scare the Mercenary away from the gate, was able to bring him down with the spikes. And as I said it at the very beginning,
the tram hits. The
tram hits. They can.
I feel like
Go ahead.
The tram and the breaking wheel are conspiring, right? Because when he's in that wheel form, he can't get stunned. And it was a matter of positioning. I just have to commend Oxygen's patience. He was so very patient. He didn't even and patience and composure. He was not contented with just having the seer out of the game. He was keeping that seer there, going constantly back and forth. I think the game was actually longer during the end game when they were just waiting out that what are we gonna do? What's gonna happen? Just moving back and forth. It was a great placement. I thought it was a check move when the mercenary was able to break away from the path and he was able to provide the seer. And again, he just added more spacing to it. He still had the blink ready, put the seer in the basement, even though he struggled free. He's like, no, I want to exhaust your self heals. Let's keep this going. And
Survivor hits 60.
Oh my God.
60 survivor hits. Can you believe it?
My
Destroyed
guy.
pellets 11, knockdowns 15. Look at the contained
My guy.
hunter time right here. Oh
God.
My God. These stats are... I don't even know a word for that.
I'm just saying, Oxygen chose violence this morning. He was like, all right, I want to break the record of how many hits I can do with this breaking wheel. Let's see what's going to happen. And honestly, like the end game, he was just trying to spike everyone, but they had the time to remove the spike. So not surprised to see that. But looking at the survivor stats of CZ, excellent stuff. Everyone had passed the 60-second kite, in my opinion. And it was just a constant back and forth. The last match alone is a masterpiece in Competitive Identity 5, because that's how you push the limits of the meta.
I'm just checking the chat right here. And the chat is just going crazy. Everyone is just going crazy over this match because it was an extremely crazy match. Again, high risk, high reward, but also, again, high risk means, if you can't get
all or nothing,
reward,
right? That's how these teams are playing right now. They want to get as much points as possible.
You're very right.
Again,
you're very
ladies
right.
and gentlemen, you got to give your love and support to these teams because they are leaving it all on the line for everyone. But you know what an amazing match. We have to take a very short break to compose ourselves. So more Identity 5 action when we return.
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, It's your turn.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the day?
理想世界，在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，真正的友谊，这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的吗？
Legend has it that it was once home. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your...
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through ascension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Identity 5 action. Pochspice and Grizzly giving you the commentary action. And Grizzly, we took some notes down. How do you feel about that match?
We took some notes down. How do I feel about this match? Probably how everyone is feeling about this match. Excited, very surprised to see the outcome after such a phenomenal gameplay on the CZ side. Okay, again, I want to match real quick because yes, Noir won this game, but in my opinion, CZ was definitely showing how well they prepared to see a breaking wheel, how well they were ready to face that breaking wheel. All right, I'm starting with the first few comments. Seer, first target of the breaking wheel. Seer, extremely good pick for the forward, but at the same time, you know, forward was coming in, stunning the hunter a few times, and therefore enabling the Seer to break the line of sight. Therefore, Seer out of there. Breaking Wheel had to concentrate on other survivors, therefore was going for the forward. But in general, everyone was just putting up a great fight, was avoiding spikes when Breaking Wheel was on. For example, we saw with the Seer who was utilizing the owl just to not take that spike. We also saw the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper circling around like that was absolutely crazy. We also saw, in general, the on-point rescues, survivors on-point rescues, as well as the rotating on the chairs, right? Every survivor was just on the chair once. They were really splitting the attention
Grizzly,
of the survivor.
Let's put a pin on that. Let's talk about this. I'll let you take this picks and bans away, so talk us through it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we have the sculptor right there on the survivor. Survivors band. The sculptor, fantastic ban right here on the arms factory. You definitely don't want to deal with that sculptor that we have seen before. Also on the survivor side, we see the mechanic as well as forward ban. These bans are kind of, you know, common lately in this tournament. We see that this allows Seer to come. I would assume that the Flash is coming in as Mercenary, because Mercenary is definitely meta survivors that will be picked quite often in all of these matches. I think we definitely can expect to see the Mercenary on the Flash. Leaves the question open, what will be the next ban for the Survivor, as well as what will be the next picks for the Survivor, and Oxygen. What will he bring to the table? Again, Oxygen. Want to mention it. We saw Oxygen coming in as you know, the breaking wheel that we have seen before, and we saw Oxygen coming in as Gamekeeper. So will we be able to see a Gamekeeper in this match? Who knows? Hopefully yes. I would absolutely love to see that. Excuse me. But he might also have other hunters up his sleeve that he might bring to the table. Now we can see the ban will be another decoder, just as before. It will be the prisoner, not only the mechanic. Forward ban. So from CC's side, will we see another Gravekeeper just as before? Again, Gravekeeper, I want to highlight this from the previous match, was able around the breaking wheel, avoiding that hit so well, and here he is again coming in with the Gravekeeper as first of the second picks, of the 2 second picks, and now we have a better coming in. What a team composition, what a match we can expect right here. The main decoders have been banned to slow down this match yet again. We saw this technique coming in earlier from Oxygen's breaking wheel, but will we see a breaking wheel yet again? This is the question. Will we see the breaking wheel yet again? Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. And this is also, again, we have NR versus CZ. NR is currently leading with 6 points, won the first round with 6 points, while CZ is having 2 points. CZ, in general, from what we have seen so far, was performing extremely well on the Hunter side as side. Honestly, on the Survivor side, they were just outstanding. I feel like we're gonna talk about this match for the rest of this tournament because it was just a very, very well coordinated play, and we can see the breaking into play yet again. Will Oxygen put pressure on the Survivors yet again against the breaking wheel? We saw how the Survivors of CZ were able to actually prevent the breaking wheel from getting any survivors out of the game before they were able to pop all the cipher machines. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if the survivors can replicate the match that we just saw, replicate the 5 cipher pop without one survivor being out of the game situation that we just saw before in this second half, round number 1. And it's going to be extremely interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Oxygen on that wheel once again. Honestly, I think that they already have a blueprint of how to handle things. Right now, CZ's plan is definitely to get points on the board. Or nothing, but try to play as conservatively as possible. Might take a couple of risks here and there, but it just shows at the, as you mentioned, you know, at the early game, the survivors were able to handle this breaking wheel, and with Arms Factory there's a lot of windows, and that's what we're seeing being utilized now. The Flash able to get the attention away, and now going back to him once again. This mercenary has to avoid this melee hit to stay alive.
Yes, absolutely has to avoid that hit. I mean, even if he would take the hit, he could still transition away. The Seer is out 1 millisecond too late. This is good for Oxygen because now Seer is not having the owl anymore. Mercenary will go down either way. Fantastic job is trying to hit the owl to get more presence up. Is now hitting the Mercenary to bring him down immediately. Fantastic job from Oxygen. This is a really, really good start for NR right here, for Noir, and he is putting the Mercenary on the chair.
Yeah, indeed, because how get enough presence for him to just get his next spike, more survivors chasing out the sandbags, but the Battle was able to get the rescue, and now Mercenary, the Flash, has to do an excellent rebound kite here, and having another rescue on the rocket chair is going to be pretty tough on the side of CZ. Now the Mercenary getting that stun is going to be actually a great call here, but look at that, the Batter trying to go for the swing there, but Oxygen was able to land a hit on that Batter.
Wow, and is transitioning out and concentrating on the Mercenary yet again. Mercenary, if he is taking another spike, will definitely go down as soon as he is utilizing these spikes. But Mercenary getting away and even avoiding right there. Fantastic job. Tries to buy more and more time, but it seems to be a difficult situation right here. With the blink hit, one spike brings down the Flash immediately.
That was an excellent start of a rebound kite there. Even the Batter, you know, give him some. Mercenary will be seeing a second round on that rocket. Resources aren't looking too good on the side of the survivors, but you gotta give kudos to them. They are pushing for them, even though they're very spread out. Let's see, the Mercenary does have a little extra time on that rocket chair, and now we see that the Gravekeeper is trying to position himself in a great rescue. You just need to time this well on the side of CZ. Now Oxygen again bolstering the mobility of this breaking wheel, spots out the Gravekeeper. So this looks like a tough situation for a rescue because the Mercenary is slowly but surely getting rescued.
Fantastic job, but again, taking these spikes is going down over time, and this might be the third time for the Mercenary on the chair. This time, Oxygen is not giving the survivors the chance to split up his attention. He's really focusing on the Mercenary. Even if the Mercenary is not necessarily the best find early in the game or in general to go down, especially if you know the Seer is on the field and has no owl. But at the end of the day, we saw this before. When he was giving the attention to other survivors and splitting up the attention, was a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to actually bring out any survivor. This time, different. This time he's concentrating on the Mercenary. Mercenary is the first survivor out of the game, and the Cyphers have been progressed very well though.
Yes. And look at that. Yeah, you mentioned the Cypher progress. One is close from popping. We see Nerikun with that batter trying to go for hit stuff, and now buying enough time for one Cypher to remain. It is being pushed, Grizzly. How are they going to be able to position themselves in a great spot here? Vaulting that window, keeping the breaking wheel in his regular form is very important for the side of the survivors here. He cannot afford any more spike hits, and Nerikun moonwalking his way, getting ready for another batter hit. The Cypher is already prime, Grizzly, so he will be going back to wheel form because they popped it. Now we see that the breaking wheels
from the survivors. Fantastic job from the survivors. Even with the Mercenary out of the game, we have them all up and running. Yes, they all have a spike inserted, but that have 2 spikes inserted. Gravekeeper will go, and it's going to be very, very difficult for the survivors to go in for the rescue, but we can see that the batter is already opening up this gate, is getting ready with, do you see, he's getting ready with his batter's bat and trying to buy more time for the seer, but that is not needed. They were able to open up this exit gate this time, not waiting during the late game to try and get the rescue, because obviously Survivor was across the entire map, therefore taking that tie, securing that tie. And this is exactly what we have seen over and over again, right? The match basically being tied up. Both sides not giving each other anything. It was ending up for Noir in the first round being a victory, but in general, I feel like these two teams, a tie is what I expected from literally all of the matches that we are going to see. That's why I was saying that we're going to see round number 4, because it's just neck on neck, it's head on head. So close, it's wow, absolutely love it.
Yeah, and as
我只希望那个乐园能带给我未有的灵感。
ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
This is a magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在之前有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。 根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
See, that's why I think we're gonna have a feaster in the 4th round. Oh, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're back with more Identity 5 action. And Pochspice and Grizzly here. We were just talking about our predictions for that 4th extra round, but we still have an intense match in the second half of the second round in Arms Factory. CZ still hanging in there, and now they're gonna switch things up. It's gonna be Seichu that will be hunting, and it will be NR's survivors that will try to possibly get enough points for them to deny a third match, but I don't know. I still think we're at least going to see that third match.
Yeah, the third match, I definitely think so too. I mean, what we have seen so far, again, is just CZ doing a fantastic job right here, being in this fighting, and their strategies are absolutely outstanding. The way they have performed so far is phenomenal. But, you know, I definitely think we're gonna see that round number 3 right here, maybe even the round number 4, because as I already said, they did phenomenal and they might be able to turn everything around and maybe go all the length to round number 4 and maybe decide round number 4 for themselves. But again, going against NR is nothing to take lightly right here. We have seen them performing very well. We have seen them utilizing hunters we haven't seen before. We already mentioned it, Gamekeeper. We already talked about it right now off stream. Feaster. Literally, we were just talking for 10 minutes about the Feaster and how amazing the Feaster is, and that he should be meta, that he is literally the best hunter in the entire game ever created. But we are going to see the match data right here. Again, 17 hits on the Survivor side. You go ahead.
Yeah, so you know what, not as Survivor hit heavy, because again, it didn't last as long as the Ever Sleeping Town, but at least on this they did deny points. It did end up in a tie, the Flash being the first mark of the Hunter. So again, it was a tough down, but he was still Oxygen again really focusing on one survivor this time, just focusing on that Mercenary, even though the Mercenary not really the best first chase for any Hunter, even though in the meta did gain triple digit when it comes to containment time. It didn't even allow the Mercenary to touch the Cypher, but you know what, the team did push those Cyphers, push for the end game, and it was the Seer and Batter that were able to escape the Arms Factory, leading us into the second half of the second round.
Yes, and you already mentioned it, first find was the Mercenary, and we even saw the Seer was utilizing the Owl very early in the game to protect the Seer, but the swing came just a millisecond earlier, and even with that, you know, getting a tie against us breaking wheel is a fantastic job from the survivors. That was absolutely outstanding, and we just saw CC come with such a coordinated play again, and I think it was the right choice for Oxygen to go for the Flash early in the game, because yeah, you want to find that Seer, yes, you want to find the target that is the easiest to bring down, but it is by banning the Mechanic and the Prisoner, he has that, you know, time advantages. He is pushing the game a little bit, and he is pushing the time right there, so he can take the time to actually go for the Mercenary and to really commit to one survivor, to the first survivor he finds, and it paid off. Compared to the first, he yes got 3 points. Late game it was just a little bit more difficult to actually get these 3 points, and this time he was really just, you know, going for that one survivor, getting another survivor out as soon as the gates are activated. So great job from both sides. We are now jumping into the second round, second half on CZ's side with the Hunter. I'm very he will bring to the table. Sejun, we have seen him performing extremely well before, so I'm curious to see he will show us this time.
Yeah, because Seichu also has a pollen to utilize as a sculptor as well. Very meta hunters in his lineup. And I'm excited to see which hunter that they'll ban initially because of how precious the points are for the side of CZ. So Noir, wanting to, you know, solidify their points, definitely wants to deny them that momentum, because we did say that CZ is a team that really starts out kind of cold but then warms up over time, and I don't think deal with that. So this is actually a very important round for Noir in terms of like stopping that momentum and stopping that, because giving that confidence to CZ coming into the third match, because they can become a very deadly team when you reach round number 3.
That is for sure, as momentum might shift over to CC. And yeah, talking about the bans that we might see for the Hunter, it could definitely be the two Hunters you mentioned, Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. He is very, very well known, and at the same time these are meta characters. I am actually wondering if we will see a Sculptor or a Breaking Wheel ban, because on this map, you know, on the I almost feel like a Dream Witch could be very dangerous, yes, but I want to say I feel like a Sculptor can be extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you because of how this map is actually kind of catered towards it, because again, it's a compact map. There's a lot of walls for that statues to bounce off of, and I believe, like, if we look at some of the records, Sculptor does pretty well in Arms Factory, and we've seen a lot of highlights, especially with Seichu, how I think back at the match with the Mad Penguins, you remember when he was able to put that chisel, chase away the dancer? He's very good in these compact situations, and for him to be able to bring the Noir to Sculptor would definitely be in his favor, especially since the meta characters are still available. But I'm gonna throw a wrench in that statement I just said. What if they ban the Sculptor?
What if they ban the Sculptor? We just have seen it. Breaking Wheel can perform very well on the Arms Factory as well, and you already mentioned it yourself, Dream Witch. We haven't seen a Dream Witch, I think, on what is side so far, so I'm very, very curious to see if they might actually bring in that said Dream Witch. It could definitely switch up things a little bit right here. That is actually a good question, because I am definitely expecting, I can't even tell you why, I just have a feeling I'm expecting CC to come in with that Sculptor, but what if that Sculptor is banned? Very good question. Maybe maybe you're gonna see
definitely a wrench
Witch,
in the Dream Witch could be Breaking Wheel as well, but I mean, just looking at the record of Seichu's Sculptor in Arms Factory is pretty good. So I'm pretty sure Noir and all the teams have done their homework with what they're comfy with. And if not, if the Sculptor is allowed, again, I think all these teams kind of figure out strategies. We saw how CZ dealt with Oxygen's Breaking Wheel, but that last scramble, I don't think anyone is prepared for that type of last scramble with how intense that was. But you have to admit, CZ survivors performed so well early, late, and mid-game. It was just the exit gate war where things really fell off the rails and really went in favor of the Breaking Wheel. So on the side of the survivors of NR, though, I'm just excited to see who they allow through and how they're going to be able to counter either the Pollen, the Breaking Wheel, or the Sculptor. Maybe even the Dream Witch. I don't know. I'm trying to recall in the prelims if we have seen Seichu's Dream Witch. I don't think we have. He's been always with that Sculptor and very efficient with it as well. But again, Dream Witch guy, you have to put respect on her name.
I mean, especially if we are going into round 3 where we might see, you know, Sculptor as well as the Breaking Wheel being banned. That might either force the Dream Witch or force a different Hunter. As you said, we haven't really seen the Dream Witch yet. Definitely something to look forward to, especially we are right now on the Arms Factory. Arms Factory being such a compact map, such a smaller map compared to other maps, could be a wonderful playground for the Dream Witch, so that might definitely come into play.
What I'm looking forward to with Survivors, let's just flip the script a little bit. We have been seeing a lot of entomologist bans. I'm wondering if they're going to allow the entomologist to come in, because we need to see that ento action, because the priestess, not really a viable pick, like, because again, it's quite small. You don't really need to cut corners there. You can't really have like those portals to connect like in hospital or in the structure of Ever Sleeping Town. But the entomologist, I'm pretty sure that the entomologist would be respect banded. If allowed, will be chosen, especially in a compact map like this. I mean, Triple Palette alone, you can block the hunter from, and you have to respect the bees. The bees.
The bees indeed. I would absolutely love to see that. I told you before, entomologist, definitely a survivor that I really enjoyed to spectate. We saw, so far in the second round, when it comes to the bans, we haven't really seen the entomologist being banned, but we saw that we have a lot of decoders being banned. It depends on, you know, what NR will do with the survivor side this time. So we are going to definitely look forward to see the survivor and hunter picks very, very soon. And it's, okay, you mentioned it, entomologist. I want to see that entomologist. If the entomologist is not banned, I hope that we're gonna see that entomologist. But before we're gonna jump into that second match, we're gonna jump into a short little break. Until then.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, planning for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Now this Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
you what lies behind the lies. No one knows.
端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. More Identity 5 action here between NR and CZ. Still in the Arms Factory. Pochspice and Grizz giving you the commentary action. We've talked about what is at stake. We were talking about who's going to be picked, who's going to be banned. I think the last thing we talked about was Entomologist. Grizzly, any more to add to that ban or pick coming into Arms Factory?
Yes, we have the entomologist who might come in if not being banned, but at the same time we haven't necessarily seen the entomologist yet, even with her being available to play as. But it's always like, you know, different teams have different strategies, and so far we have really seen how CZ with their Survivor team was just able to put up a fantastic fight in both matches they have played so far. And now the question is, what will Seishun to do right now? CZ's Hunter, what is he going to pick? What is he going to bring to the table right here? Because again, they definitely need to tie this match to get into round 3. And I was like hoping for them to go into round 4, so they definitely need to get at least a tie, so we can see that round 4. Very excited to see what is happening next. When we are talking about the survivor bans, it's very, very interesting to see, or not necessarily interesting, but it's really good to see how NR is approaching this as well. We talked about this. They are really banning the decoders, and they are really trying to slow down decoding speed, which we haven't necessarily seen done all of the time. Like right now, we can see Mechanic and Seer is being banned. Those are normal bans, and they are banning the Dream Witch, opening up the stage for CZ Sculptor again.
Yeah, actually that's a good ban, because with the Seer and Mech being banned right away, the Seer can't give the foresight of which Hunter is going to come from which direction unless they bring like a Mind's Eye, but I don't think they're going to be doing that. So banning the Dream Witch, it's out of respect, even though they're going to open up, as you mentioned, the meta hunters of Seichu, either the Breaking Wheel or the Sculptor, which in anyone's book, it's a tough order, even for the best teams out there. NR has a big task ahead of him, Chocopai being the stunner of the group, already hovering over the forward just to secure that, because again, the forward is such a valuable asset. In all the games, I would say the forward was always utilized either as a stunner, and then even like hiding as long as possible using that football. So this is definitely a first round secure. Probably not the mercenary, but the explorer. This is actually something I wanted to bring up. Very interesting pick. Yeah. NR very focused on the preliminary stages and also in the wildcard stages. They need to have at least one decoder. And Explorer here in Arms Factory could be a big task ahead of Seichu trying to find this one, but leaves the ban open for the Mercenary.
Yes, that is for sure. And we can definitely see that NR knew that the Mercenary was getting banned, because in the previous rounds in general in this tournament, we saw Mercenary, Forward being the first 2 survivors being picked and therefore not being allowed to be banned. But this time, picking the Explorer was definitely leaving open the Mercenary. Therefore, NR knows that they would have the Mercenary ban, and they are having a team built around this Explorer right here. We have the Priestess eventually coming in right here by Night Owl. We have seen Night Owl utilizing that Priestess as well.
Interesting.
So
okay. No, sorry, just
definitely
giving my thoughts here. I would assume like Arms Factory would open up the entomologist. Wow, okay, so they're going for entomologist. I actually thought they were subbing out the entomologist for Priestess, but this is such a diverse lineup. Priestess really picked on huge maps, but you know what? Night Owl, the Priestess, the user here knows he's the expert when it comes to Priestess. He's going to be showing us a Priestess here in a compact map. So again, this is a very diverse lineup. I think this is the first time I've ever seen this lineup.
Yeah, that is very true. You're right. And as we mentioned, Dreamwitch Band opens up the Sculptor, but obviously the Team Noir was expecting the Sculptor, was banning the Dreamwitch and therefore opening up the spot for the Sculptor and definitely expecting this, just as they expected the Mercenary Band to come in. So this is a very, very calculated play when it comes to Survivor picks, as well as, you know, banning the Dreamwitch to go against that Sculptor. Noir would have to get a 3-point game in this match to actually win against CC already, with win in round number 1, win in round number 2, but that's gonna be difficult against Seichu's Sculptor. We have seen how dangerous that Sculptor is, and I am pretty sure if anyone can push it to a tie or even to a 3-4 survival elimination, it will be Seichu.
Yeah, exactly. So NR, again, I think the theme for this matchup is really all or nothing. They definitely want to call it an early night and try to gain the victory this early on, because again, CZ is known to be late starters, and for them to deny the third match would be huge. But now we see Seichu locking in the sights of, I believe it's the 4. The 4 does have the heartbeat already, and now Seichu seems to have the earmark already. Once he spots the 4, will he be able to just commit? And it seems like Seichu changing targets here, doesn't want to chase that 4. That's going to be a big headache. Explorer is the main priority for this hunter. You need to get that Explorer out of the game early on for those pages not to be a factor for the early Cypher rush.
Very, very true. We can also see the Priestess being in the Arms Factory, which is a great area to be in for Priestess. You can see the bees now coming in, blocking the way, pushing away and buying more time for the survivors. Fantastic job. Look at that. Seichu was actually losing track of all of the survivors right now. Priestess rotating around. Seichu knowing, okay, I need to find the Explorer. I need to concentrate on that. Will he be able to hide in this area?
Speaking of Explorer, already at sandbags. Oh, this is going to be tough for Seichu to look for. Again, excellent stuff on the bees. Breaking line of sight of that Priestess, but the earmark is triggering here. So he's trying to look. It's going to be quite tough. There's a lot of grassy patches. And look at that. We see that the Explorer also is calling out where the hunter will be going. And it seems like he's leaving the sandbags area. Baby Top now is going to be the one in the shack area. The tinnitus will pop up, but again, this is going to be a tough kite if ever, because this entomologist still has a lot of bees to utilize, and Seichu's still looking for his target here, trying to see if the Explorer is in the shack area, really putting the camera at the top to find and see this tiny Explorer.
Wow, this is such a phenomenal job. As you said, Explorer pointing out where the hunter will go, and Baby Top just getting so much time to get away and to get to the next Cypher machine, forcing Seichu to cross around the entire map, and now ending up with the forward yet again, the survivor that Seichu was finding early in the game, now destroying this portal, trying to close the gap between the forward and...
Choco
He went through too?
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, again, he was able to utilize the holy key there. And also, just the constant rotations, as you were mentioning. I think the Seichu did bring insolence. He already has his first skill out, and he does have some presence, even though he wasn't able to down that much. Choco Pie, again, being in the strongest part of the map for the survivors inside the factory here, just buying enough time, utilizing the football to go away. But look at that, the statues pushed him away, pushing him away to these pallet areas, Grizzly.
Utilizing the statues for his advantage right here. Fantastic job. And also the patience of Seichu, really not swinging early and getting that hit right here. Seichu, perfect patience and bringing down the forward with the statue and the immediate hit between the pallet. And this is the first survivor on the chair. If you look at the Cypher machine progress, they are doing fantastic. Already popped 2 Cyphers, have 2 Cypher machines that are almost at halfway. Now destroying these quarters, and we can see the Explorer coming in for the rescue.
Oh my god, the timing of Seichu. The Priestess is there, but he has to be very careful. This is a fully fed Sculptor already. Seichu with the timing of downing that Explorer. This could be the momentum changer, Grizzly. Tries to go for it, wants to time another Terror Shock, eats that hit. The forward does not have a football left, but now shifting his attention to that Explorer, and incredible stuff. This is going to be a tough save.
Wow, fantastic job. But what we can see right here, right now, is that the survivors are actually taking turns on the rocket chair. They were able to get the forward before halfway. They now have the Explorer. And this is, at the end of the day, buying a little bit more time for the team. Now we can see Baby Top is coming in with the Entomologist, just being there, just saying, hey, I am in the area. You should definitely stay at the Explorer. You should definitely protect this. And therefore buying more time for the rest of the team. Can see that, oh, they were spotted out. They were about to heal.
Wow, yeah. The Seichu's just not giving them a time to breathe here. Again, they wanted to heal up. They wanted to gain a little bit of resources back to try and go for that save. They are healing up now, and it seems like the Entomologist is rotating. That wanted order is really proving to be the detriment of these survivors. Explorer close to expiring already, and it seems like Seichu is fully committed to changing targets here. Going after the Priestess. Wanted order is done, but Seichu already knows where these survivors are at. 2 Ciphers remaining, so still anyone's game. Oh, they're caught in the factory.
Fantastic job from the Priestess, really trying to get the attention of the Hunter, because forward is a very, very dangerous target, or rather very, very dangerous pick if it comes to the survivors. So therefore, Night Owl taking the attention of Seichu right here and is trying to buy more time. Took 1 hit. If she's taking another hit, it might be dangerous for her to get out of this situation. Nowhere to go. Priestess is down. The Cypher machines are being decoded. 60% for both of them. Still gives enough time for the Priestess to end up on the chair and for Seichu to figure out where the rest of the survivors are and putting them into a lot of trouble.
And this is what we were scared of, right? This is CZ's mid round 2 potential, and Seichu firing on all cylinders, going plus ultra here, and just making sure that he wants to secure a win to push for that 3rd round and possibly the entire matchup. Because again, CZ, this is their last chance for them to gain more points. You saw that Entomologist was healing up that forward. Forward did have a chip shot, and now we see that forward is trying to close out that distance. The bees proved to be a little bit of a factor there, but Chocopie now doesn't have anything but the utility of around him. Priestess already past half. Baby Top now seems to be the one to go for the rescue, but again, Seichu hitting that forward. It's going to be quite tough for the side of Noir to get this rescue.
Hitting that forward is the thing that is very, very crucial right here, because now it's forcing the forward to get out of this area, trying to push that last Cypher machine that might be protected by the Sculptor yet again, and it's forcing the Entomologist to come in for not for the rescue. Priestess is out of the game. This is already a 2 survivor elimination. This could go very, very well, but the Cypher machine got popped. We are now in the late game, and you can see forward is getting chased. Already took the first statue. Is he going to take another one and being in a dangerous situation, or is he able to buy more time? Blink!
What a blink there, but he was just right in time of that vault. Chocopie now gonna kite around this area because the Entomologist is opening up the exit gate. The question, Grizzly, is can Chocopie last long enough for him to be able to wait for that dungeon escape? Seichu is trying to down this forward, but again, nothing is happening. Entomologist about to open the gate. Chocopie still staying in this area, dodging, weaving for his life. It's open, Grizzly. Can the forward get it? Oh my god!
Fantastic job. As we said it before, if anyone can turn this around, it is CC on the Hunter side right here, getting 3 points for their team with the Sculptor, the Entomologist, the survivor that was escaping out of the gate. Fantastic job, and this means we are going to see our round number 3. We are going to see more bans when it comes to the Hunter side, and we are going to see maybe a different variation when it comes to the Hunter picks. Again, we have seen Noir coming in with a Gamekeeper, and you mentioned it. Maybe we are not going to see Gamekeeper in the first, maybe not in the second round, but we are now in round number 3. maybe, you know, Breaking Wheel being banned, maybe Sculptor being banned, leaving the Dream Witch open, but maybe coming in with that surprise Gamekeeper.
Yeah, that's definitely something we will get into, but let's highlight that amazing match by Seichu.
Yes.
Yo, he needed to get more points on the board, and he did. 3-1. And I think for me, the moment that stood out and the moment that everything turned on its head was that Terror Shock. Well-timed and well-placed. The Explorer had the right strategy. He was gonna go for that rescue while the Priestess was in the area with that wanted order, but dang. Seichu, again, so menacing. He's not just a sniper when it comes to statue hits. The timing when he was able to do that Terror Shock really put things... Whoa, I almost hit my mic. Put things into his favor. So, God, Seichu, again, you cannot look past this team. You cannot look past this Hunter. And this is what we were talking about. CZ having that round 2 warm-up. And now they're firing on all cylinders. I can't wait. How about you, Grizzly? What are the highlights of the match for you?
It just feels like a deja vu. We have seen CZ coming in against, you know, Mad Penguins and turning it around in round number 2 as well as round number 3. They were performing extremely well. And right now the points are not even that, you know, that different from each other. 9 points for NR. CZ is having 7. So everything is still on the table for both sides. And yeah, you mentioned it, that one key moment where the Explorer was going in for the rescue, was not necessarily able to get it because of the Terror Shock, the perfectly executed Terror Shock from Seichu. Priestess had to come in to rescue the Ford, but at the same time, it was a good rescue from the Priestess because now Ford is off the chair, Explorer is on the chair, they are taking their turns on the chair. They decided, hey, Explorer was utilizing the books already, like there was no book left on the Explorer, and they thought to themselves, okay, we need to sacrifice the Explorer right here to bring more decoding to the ground and to heal up at the same time so we can have a better late game. So very well coordinated teamwork on Noir's side, but again, Seichu really putting pressure as soon as he realized that, hey, they are not going for the rescue. Let's transition over. Let's put pressure on the survivors. They already are pressured a lot. And late game, bringing down that fort with the statues and just getting that 3-point game. Fantastic job. It just speaks for itself. It just CZ just speaks for themselves with their, you know, ability to switch everything around to turn the tides.
And I like what you pointed out with Noir, right? The team effort that they had a really good early game. The Explorer was able to hide, the forward bought so much time. The Priestess as well was proving to be like a really tough target to down early on. So CZ, Seichu really had a hard time to just pick one survivor. But once he was able to down that forward, it started to snowball for Seichu. Now looking at Seichu's stats here, 15 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns. You know what? It did result into no ciphers remaining, but just at least he was able to get 3 points. Now it's a 9-7. We are pushing for a 3rd round. So Grizzly, talk to me about the survivor stats.
What we can see right here is that the Entomologist was really breaking side of the Hunter. We saw this when you mentioned the Explorer just giving call-outs where the Hunter is going. We saw that the Hunter was directly going towards the Entomologist, and Entomologist was just transitioning out of this area completely, allowing her to put 255% of decoding progress to the ground while only containing the Hunter for 8 seconds, even if she was, you know, running away from the Hunter. And the same what we can see right here is with the Ford, who was just buying a lot of time, 128 seconds. We have Night Owl coming in with a very, very good kiting time as well. And in general, we can see the decoding progress very well split up between these survivors, with the Entomologist being the main decoder. I always love to see the action when it comes to the Entomologist. And early game, we saw it. The bees were just blocking that way in the Arms Factory. Not only blocking it, but also pushing away the Sculptor, giving enough time for the 2 survivors in this area to completely disappear. Sorry, my voice is leaving me.
No, it's okay. While you do that, I'll continue, because the Entomologist support as well as kiting ability is just amazing. And you saw that the well-placed positioning of the bees, like the Priestess jumped into the factory, dropped the pallet down, and you saw that the bees were there harassing the Hunter. Even though they gave up the bees at the start, that was a great kite from the Priestess because the Priestess wasn't there anymore. Seichu had to go a whole round. He went through the sandbags, ruins, shack, ended up with that forward again. So that was time bought for the survivors. And that's what the entomologist can do, ladies and gentlemen. Can harass while still keeping the entomologist safe.
That is for sure. And as you mentioned it, what a fantastic play from the survivors, right? Like Ford was found very early in the game. So Seichu was like, okay, Ford is not the survivor I want to go for early in the game. But at the end of the day, he was forced to take an entire round across the map because, first of all, yes, entomologist. Second of all, great coordination from the survivor team Explorer calling out the location, giving the entomologist a chance to transition out of this area again where Seichu was heading to. And then, as you mentioned it, forcing Seichu to go for the Ford again, because Ford was the only target that was found. So fantastic team coordination from the survivor side, fantastic early game. But then on the other side, you also saw Seichu as soon as he was locked in on that forward, bringing down that forward, and as well as continuing to put pressure on the survivor side by terror shocking the Explorer, as well as, you know, putting the Explorer on this rocket chair, sending back that Explorer and just concentrating on the rest of the team. So it goes to both sides. The way they played, the way they performed just speaks volumes for both sides. They did fantastic. At the end of the day, the second half went to CZ, and with the Hunter coming in with a 3-point game. Previously, the survivors were able to tie that in the first half of round number 2. So this round goes to CZ, and again, it's actually quite close with 9 points for NR, 7 points for CZ, and this could still mean everything for both sides. But from what we have seen before, CZ can bring in an extremely dangerous and strong round number 3. So I'm curious to see, you know, how all of this turns out.
Yeah. Especially if, as you predicted, you know what, the extra round is still up in the air. This can definitely happen. They can tie things up in terms of points, and if we look into that, you know, NR has experience in that area. Just calling it back to the prelim finals, so it's still a lot of unanswered questions, and we still have to go through the round number 3. But looking at the points, as Grizzly mentioned, it is still neck and neck, even though the first round went the way it did, where Noir got both Hunter and Survivor points. The bounce back is real. The clapback is real. So CZ is definitely is answering them back, and they're making a statement. They want to stay alive here in the group stage, and they're really taking NR to that limit. So I'm excited to see these teams duke it out in the third round, because more bans means more I would say not meta hunters and survivors. We're going to see a lot more creativity or a lot more expression when it comes to Identity 5 meta. So that's what I always live for. I want to see a lot more of these strategies play out in front of us, and how high level Identity 5 is supposed to be played here in Southeast Asia.
That is for sure, and we have mentioned how CC was coming in with the, you know, round 3 clapback with the comeback right here. But the thing is, we also have seen Noir being, you know, pushed into a round number 4 and deciding it late game, or not late game, but in general late in the tournament in round number 4, deciding it for themselves. So they also have experience when it comes to the later rounds, and they also have experience on how to just push back CC. We already saw it in round number 1 where CC was performing extremely well, but Noir was just able to get these survivors as well as, you know, fight against the Hunter. So it is still... I couldn't tell you which team would win this round 3. It is still in the air, because again, yes, CC has proven how they can turn around everything in round 2 as well as round 3, but then Noir is very well known to get into the full length of the tournament with round 3 and round 4 as well, and deciding these rounds for themselves. So it is completely up in the air. We have two teams that are head-to-head, skill level is literally on the same, and it's just making it way more interesting than, you know, just seeing one team being better, and therefore I'm very curious to see how round number 3 will end.
And I would say that we're in a position where we're just witnessing very skilled teams go up against each other, very evenly matched. Because, I mean, we started on Friday and all the matches hit the third round. You know what? Everyone's really giving it their all with how they've been playing this and showing us like that third round that we always look for. The third round Bloody Queens, the third round Ans, the third round Feasters. Ooh, we'll see. We've been talking about it, my guy. Who knows? Who knows? And third round Gamekeeper. Oxygen's Gamekeeper is still very scary and something that they have to consider or at least learn how to counter, because you got to get rid of the metas first before you unlock that Gamekeeper secret. So I'm excited to see the creativity of these survivors, how they trained for this day, and the hard work that will be put on display for everyone. Because again, #V for victory, ladies and gentlemen. We want you guys to use that hashtag to support your favorite teams, and also just try to promote the good word that is Identity 5 here in Southeast Asia with IVC 2021.
Yes. Please, everyone, share your love for all the teams. I'm checking the chat right now. So make sure to send some hearts in the chat for your teams. Support them. V for victory is the hashtag. And yeah, round number 3, V for victory. Which team will take the victory right here? That is the question that burns deep down into our soul. I'm very curious to see them go against each other.
Let's have a friendly thing going on. Map. Where do you think the map's going to be?
Map.
I know there's a feel and there's like you think, right? Because I know you feel Leo's memory. Me too, my guy. But where do you think? Like, again, there's going to be a pick and ban for the map. So where do you think it's going to be? We're already done with Ever Sleeping. We're done with Arms.
I have a question for you.
Okay, go.
Do you think I like Leo's memory? Because the entire time I'm just joking about I passionately don't like it.
I don't like Leo's memory as well, but you know, we're not going to tell it to everyone, right? We love Leo's memory.
Oh,
right?
no, Leo's memory. Oh, we are talking about Leo's memory. No, that's a great map.
That's a great map.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're
everyone
right.
in chat
sorry,
loves
I think,
that.
You know, I think I
personality,
misheard you.
Right? All about personality.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. So hopefully, you know, Leo's memory, but thinking about it, it could be, in my opinion, it could be a bigger map like Moonadura Park. That's my guess.
That's a good assumption, because if we consider the bans of the hunters and also the survivors, you could ban out the priestess there. So if you catch them off guard with a big map like that, that's going to prove to be a really good choice, whether hunter or survivor. So you're gonna go with Leo's. I see Leo's memory. See, it's in my head. It's such a good map. It's always in my head. So you're gonna go with Moonlit River Park.
Yes, I'm going with Moonlit River Park. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Honestly, that's a good point. I was actually gonna say Hospital. That's what I like about the map. I love the map, and it's been chosen for a while, but trend-wise, I kind of agree with you, and I'm kind of lean. I'm kind of my pick is kind of weak. It's more of the fanboy in me to see Hospital. But again, I'm just considering the thought like, okay, pick Hospital, take out Priestess. And the Hospital is still pretty scary, but you can bring Peepers. And
that is for sure.
Considering the rest of the rest of the hunters, we've seen Bon in Hospital, we've seen Dream Witch in Hospital, we've seen who else? We haven't seen Breaking Wheel in Hospital though, because he's been.
That's
banned.
right.
Could be. Oh, it's Hospital.
Oh, and you know what? You know what this reminds me of? Noir is picking the map. Noir is picking the Hospital, and again, Noir was utilizing the Gamekeeper. Noir was utilizing the Gamekeeper on the Sacred Heart map. So maybe this is the pick of Noir right here, which will allow them to utilize that Gamekeeper that we all want to see, because it was an extremely strong Gamekeeper, and I'm always curious to see
Grizz,
these hunters.
darn, it's not Leo's memory. Darn.
I've waited for this the
chat.
entire day.
No.
Sorry to disappoint you, chat. It's sadly not Leo's memory.
Don't worry, we'll
it.
see you guys at Leo's memory, but it's gonna be in Sacred Heart Hospital. I'm excited now. You got me excited for a Gamekeeper. And
I myself am excited.
A Feaster could go pretty well here.
A Feaster goes pretty well everywhere.
Anywhere.
You're right. Just seems like not everyone is understanding this as well as we do.
I know. We got to break it down into ones and zeros for everyone, man. Feaster can be anywhere, anytime, any place. He'll meet you anywhere. He'll throw tentacles. Like, let's go.
He will. That is for sure. But again, back to Sacred Heart Hospital. My guess for the Moonriver Park was actually based on that we could see different hunters. Again, we could see the Dream Witch, especially with the bands of Breaking Wheel and Sculptor. We could see the Dream Witch, which would perform pretty well. We could also have expected a Bloody Queen, for example, or Wu Cheng we have seen in the tournament before.
Yes, Wu Cheng.
For these bigger maps where you just have to get around from one side to another one really fast, or else you will just give the survivors too much time to decode. So that was the reason why I was thinking about, considering the bans that might happen, a bigger map might actually be very interesting when it comes to forcing the opponent's team to choose a different hunter. But at the same time, Sacred Heart Hospital, Dream Witch works perfectly fine on this map.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I really like the logic. Noir used this map for that Gamekeeper, and I'm pretty sure there are other hunters, like you mentioned, Dream Witch. We got Bon. There's so many good hunters on this map, and really no surprise if Noir is the one picking the map. CZ banning the Red Church, though, so Noir going with that. Again, if we look at Oxygen and the hunters, if he's not allowed to use Breaking Wheel, he doesn't want it to be too big of a map. So it's like, all right, let's keep it closed and compact. So you hit the nail right on the head, I believe, with how you analyze that pick. And I'm so excited now to head into this match because this is make or break. I mean, we might still, but I know you think we will, but I'm just going to say round 4 is still up in the air. I would say it's still make or break for both these teams. Okay, you thinking? What are you thinking, Grizzly? What's going through your head?
I'm just trying to think about, it's 9-7, right? So a 2-point difference. Is it even possible that we are jumping into 4th
9-7, yes. If someone 3-1s, if CZ 3-1s, it's a 10-10.
And then ties.
Yeah, the dream is still alive, Grizzly.
The dream of round number 4 is still up and running. Oh, okay. I was just thinking about it. I was like, oh wait a minute. Hopefully, I have this bet to win.
Hey man, it's all good. It's all good. It was a friendly thing. Let's find out again. The priority here is watching amazing matches between CZ as well as Noir, and I'm excited to see that. But if it goes to round number 3, if it goes to round number 4, I think we're all winners in that book. You specifically, because you called it out. I mean, you're like a Mystic Mac right now. You called out the tram. Now you called out round number 4. It could happen. I'm a confident Grizzly, ladies and gentlemen. Do not underestimate a confident Grizzly.
Man, that tram that I called out, honestly, I was just saying it because I always think, again, tram hits are usually a game breaker. Depends on which side is taking that hit. It definitely helps the survivors. It definitely helps the hunters. And it's always interesting to see because you don't necessarily expect it. It's just like you're so used to look to the right, look to the left. It's easy. You will never get hit by the tram. Everyone is saying that like, hey, I will never get hit by the tram. But then all of a sudden you're playing a match. All of a sudden the tram is right next to you. You're getting hit and it's just a surprise moment. And again, it's I'm always interested in seeing these moments, as you already said, like these detailed moments which everything depends on and which can change everything as well. And that's why I was like, tram could be very interesting to see today. So if we are seeing a 4th round in this match right here, then I should probably become some kind of seer.
Yeah, ooh, there we go. Just giving foresight to everyone. What's the hunter, Grizzly? What's the hunter? There we go. He's got the owl going on.
I already have the owl.
Gentlemen. Boom. Next time on commentary, I feel like you're going to commentate blindfolded. You're going to MC blindfolded.
Yeah, blindfolded with the owl on my shoulder and just be like, I see how many points and how many rounds and everything.
I'm pretty sure the community in the chat are gonna be like, okay, tiger skin Grizzly. That's gonna be something.
So
what do we got?
So I'm telling you the winner of the tournament. Let me see. Oh, that's so okay. I'm not gonna tell you though.
No, you can't. No, you're gonna spoil it. It's cool. I know you know, and the powers from beyond have definitely spoken to you, Grizzly. But we'll wait. We got to see this journey till the end. And as you mentioned, you're pretty on point with predictions. I mean, I would have, again, the tram hit. You know what? All right, yeah, I agreed with you. I honestly, if you ask me, hand on my heart, I wasn't expecting a tram hit, but that was pretty game changing. But we digress. We are heading to the picks and bans here at Hospital. Oh god, it's Oxygen that's hunting first.
Yes, it is. Forward, Mercenary being banned, and Priestess. So that is going to be very, very interesting. We have seen the teams usually utilizing the Mercenary and Forward because, you know, Mechanic is usually being banned, and they are banning the Gamekeeper. They are having the respect right here on Oxygen's Gamekeeper. They know, as well as we know, that the Gamekeeper of Oxygen can be extremely dangerous, and they know they have to ban that, which honestly I would have loved to see it, but it makes a lot of sense for them to ban that.
You know what,
Gamekeeper.
Grizzly? You know what? I think they're listening to you. Be like, yo, Botch and Grizzly were saying this Gamekeeper is dangerous, and also they did the homework. They're like, yo, we gotta ban this, and the respect ban is showing, but Oxygen, quite interesting, changing things up, did not go for any decoders, leaving open the Mechanic. But Grizzly, I have this scary feeling that we might see a Dream Witch or Sculptor.
We might.
Okay.
That is going to be very interesting. This is giving up another spot for maybe a decoder, and as you said, like really switching it up. When we look back at the first rounds, they were immediately banning the Mechanic. They were banning the Mechanic and the Prisoner just to really slow down the decoding speed. And this time, it's just completely switched up. They are leaving all decoders on the ground. We have the Priestess, who is definitely a great ban on the Sacred Heart Hospital. You don't want to deal with a Priestess. She can be so dangerous. Same thing with the Forward and the Mercenary. But again, they are leaving open the Seer, the Mechanic, potentially the Prisoner. But we also have the Gravekeeper being utilized right here by CC.
Yeah, good substitute for the Mercenaries, that Gravekeeper. They still need a Rescuer in this lineup. Now, Earth, I don't know, like maybe a Prospector? No, Entomologist, of course. Okay, another rescue and support, even stunners. I mean, in IVL, we've seen like 3/6 Entomologists as well. So maybe they want to just focus their attention on this Mechanic, but the Sculptor is coming out to play. No hesitation. Oxygen still sticking with the meta here. This is going to be quite tough. This is a very diverse lineup, but it could still go any way.
I mean, we have seen Oxygen coming in again with that breaking wheel, as well as with the Sculptor and the Gamekeeper. So it was pretty expected to see that Sculptor, because, you know, breaking wheel, Gamekeeper being banned, leaving open the option for a Sculptor, which is just a fantastic pick for the Sacred Heart Hospital as well. And this time, again, allowing the Mechanic on the ground. Very, very interesting to see how this match will play out. Currently, we have, when it comes to the points, NR in the lead with 9 points, CC with 7 points, but this still means if our math was wrong, we are not going to see a third round at all, because if one team wins round number 3, they are winning.
Well, if we do 3-1 and 2-2, oh yeah, one team will be winning. Oh my god,
yes.
The dream is not alive.
Yes. Man, my prediction
we'll talk about that later. We'll talk
maybe,
about
we still have another match coming up, so maybe in the future. But for now, this is actually the deciding round. They definitely want to get a victory right here. Currently, Noir on the hunting side with the Sculptor, immediately finding out that the Mechanic, which is the best find right away. We can see she didn't even utilize the doll yet.
Oh my god, but the bees harassing, trying to break the line of sight, but Mion again, just being in the near vicinity here, will have to transition away. Oxygen, not fed just yet, will try to seek a refuge here in the hospital. Oh my god, the Sculptors, the statues just blocking the entrance path. The Mechanic, one more hit, is injured, will be falling down.
This is going to be very, very Very scary. Took that hit, but is taking the owl right here to get more distance between Oxygen, Sculptor, and herself. The mechanic, this could be really good or really dangerous depending on what Oxygen is doing, and it seems like Oxygen really going for that mechanic, already sees the scratch marks, already sees the target that you want to get so badly. And will the statues hit, or will Oxygen just try to close the gap? Yes, is closing that gap, bring down the mechanic again. Mechanic wasn't able to put down that doll, so therefore it's gonna be a little bit less of decoding on the ground than if the doll was in there. This is extremely good for Noir so far, but at the same time you can see Gravekeeper is getting ready for the rescue. At the same time, Cypher Machines
the doll is
being
out,
decoded.
Grizzly, and now the doll is decoding. He is able to use it, but the blink also, I would notice, I noticed that Oxygen did not use up his blink, so that's actually pretty good on the side of NR, but now the question is, will they go? They need to go for this rescue if they want to get more points on the board. But I mean, the mechanic already is pushing some objectives here as we speak. And now we see that the Entomologist and Tiger Seer just utilizing, just decoding at the same time, getting chased out, but they already did their job. 3 ciphers remaining. It seems like the Gravekeeper just up there to give Tinnitus, keeping Oxygen at bay. Not sure if they're going to be able to rescue because it's already past half.
You are very right. I am still so... I'm surprised to see the doll. I didn't catch that she was putting down the doll.
Yeah, it looked like a full doll,
Fantastic job.
exactly.
Exactly, yeah, you're right. And there we go. We have, as you already called it out, Mechanic will probably not being rescued. Really concentrating on decoding right here. And if we look at the decoding speed on the ground, we can see that there are 2 Cypher Machines, another one almost primed, and 2 more already started. Seer took a good hit right there, and this could bring down the Seer statue, brought down the Seer. Fantastic job from Noir right here, going for that rocket chair. That is putting pressure on the survivors right here. Great choice. Can also bring down the doll over there to get rid of Tinnitus if he decides
Placement
to go
of
for
that Seer is
Gravekeeper.
very important because now he's able to guard 2 ciphers, one in Birdcage, one at the entrance, and now Gravekeeper forced to try and rescue. Accelerated decoding is already going to be a thing, and now we see that just the chisel. This is just what the Sculptor brings to the table. Can harass and can also guard. Gets the hit. Nice save. Tide Turner now is going to try to carry Narukun while Narukun tries to build up an owl, but the last effort will already be popped. But Oxygen still focusing on the Seer. Very important for Oxygen to just gain the momentum here by cheering the Seer once again. 2 ciphers still remain for the team of CZ.
Very good job from the Seer, just distancing himself from the 2 Cypher Machines that are being decoded. You said it. She can protect both Cypher Machines that are being worked on with that rocket chair, now bringing the Seer on the rocket chair a little bit further away, forcing the Flash to get ready for the rescue. And we can see the Cypher progress. Look at that. Cypher Machines are primed. The Flash is coming in. They want to get these points. They know they want to get the points. He's down. He's going to pop the Cypher and rescue. So now it is the late game. Cypher Machines have been popped. Exit gates are activated. And we can see that he's going for the Gravekeeper.
This is going to be a tight spot for a Gravekeeper. He's going to eat that hit. Narukun trying to go away, and it seems like Oxygen wants more survivors. He's still able to do that. Entomologist going to the back exit to try and open that up. And Narukun already telling everyone that the dungeon is here. So it's going to be quite tough. Gravekeeper is healing up and using up that self-heal. Oxygen closing out that distance and going to get that hit. Now, this is going to be quite tough. Gravekeeper utilizing that self-heal. This is going to be very important to see what the next move is going to be.
This is very interesting. Gravekeeper is up and running. Can see that the Entomologist is coming in with the bees.
Trying to give Gravekeeper enough time to go try to move towards that exit. And now we see, but the Flash is going to get caught here in the middle of his transition. We see that the Entomologist is already at the open gate. He's going to go to the 2nd floor.
Noir knows that if he is going up to the second floor, he could jump down towards the dungeon, and also knows that he could go to the exit gate, but obviously doesn't know what is going to happen. Still has tinnitus, is still trying to figure out the location, and is actually finding out the location of the flash. This is going to be very intense. Will he be able to make it to the gate, or will this be a 3-point game for Oxygen? He took the statue. A fantastic job from Noir's Oxygen right here with the statue. Late game, bringing that third survivor out of the game, making this a 3-point game for Noir.
Wow, Noir, ladies and gentlemen. Oxygen. We were worried about the gamekeeper, but the sculptor plays on Oxygen. Excellent stuff. Downing, focusing on that mechanic. Early chase was pretty. It was a good find, and the pressure was already on the side of the survivors. But luckily enough, like, they alleviated a little bit of the Cypher rushing because he was able to drop that doll. And I think they had to really count their losses. All right, we got to go for objectives right now. It's going to be so dangerous to go for that rescue. So they also had pretty good coordination with that, and also the bees. The bees were pretty good, especially in late game. That really bought some time for the Gravekeeper. But then again, this is the sculptor we're talking about. Has excellent chase, and looking at the scores now, it is 3-1. So again, we'll count the scores later on, but let's see how this one pans out. Yeah, there's
exactly.
I'm trying to do the math. go for it.
So to give you the quick math right here, is that C needs to get a 5-point game. They need to get a 5-point game.
All or nothing.
If they tie, they will have round number 2 won, but then point-wise, since round number 1 was going to an R. And when I say if they tie, I mean if they get 3 points, because then they tie round number 3. It would go to Noir because they have more points. And, if they obviously tie, they will lose round number 3. So they want to get that 4 survivor elimination. This is definitely putting a lot of pressure on CC, because Noir knows we only need 1 survivor out of the gate. So this is definitely going to be a very intense match, just as I said it yesterday, where you have these all deciding matches, all or nothing. You have to go all out to get the 4 survivor elimination on CZ's side right now, and this is going to put pressure on the team. But also, it's going to make this very interesting, because they know what is at stake, they know what they are going for, and they know that they have to pull off an absolutely fantastic fight. On the other side, Noir knows the same. They know 1 survivor out of there. So they might adapt their playstyle to, it doesn't really matter if we get 3 survivors out of there. It's not the most important. So maybe they're gonna leave survivors behind for their advantage to decode more, just to secure this 1 survivor escape, because that is all they need. It's still, everything is on the table. Both teams can take it. I'm just curious to see which team will take it.
Yeah, especially with how the win objectives for both Survivor and Hunter are very clear. Again, if we look at the survivors of Noir, looking at the survivors of Noir, they're very adept to different play styles. They're very well rounded, I would say. So when it comes to just getting 1 out of the gate, that actually opens up Embalmer. That opens up a lot, just to be like every man for himself strategy. We just need 1 person out. We won't go for rescues. Everyone just decode and just try to survive. But this is Seichu, if he can divide and conquer. But before we get into that, let's check out the match data. Excellent stuff on the side of Noir's Hunter, Oxygen. He was the sculptor here. 16 survivor hits, 4 pallets destroyed, and 7 knockdowns. No Cypher remainings because the Earth was able to escape that exit gate and also be the most in pushing the Cyphers. But we got to give props to Mion here. Was able to almost get 100%, almost popped the Cypher even though he was first kite, and also stayed in the rocket chair for the longest time, more than a minute there. But you got to give it up also to Nerakun and the Flash. They tried their best to be able to kite as long as possible. The Flash did get caught towards the late game, and what a match we just witnessed between the two.
That is for sure. Great job on both sides. As you already mentioned, Mion, putting that doll to the gate, allowing both the team to actually have 1 Cypher machine that was at around 75%. And we saw it late game. These 2 Cypher machines in the same area were absolutely working together very well. They were able to pop it. They were having 3 survivors up and running. The only thing that was forced on the team is with these 2 Cypher machines on that gate, while the Hunter is there popping that Cypher machine, they had to first of all get across the entire map to open up the next gate, and that is also taking time. So even if they get across the entire map, they still need to open up that gate while 1 survivor was already chased, and this was opening up the chance for Noir to actually get the Gravekeeper while he was, again, he had to transition across the entire map. So a chase of a Hunter to get this 1 survivor across the entire map is definitely a good thing for the Hunter, and we saw it. Noir was able to get down the Gravekeeper late game with the statues, securing these 3 points for their team. And I am just curious to see, you know, we have said this before, Noir, very, very well known when it comes to, you know, late game, when it comes to round number 3, when it comes to round number 4, to just stand their ground, to just be solid and be like, hey, I know we got pushed this far, we got pushed into a round 3, even into a round 4, but that's okay. We're gonna stand our ground, we're gonna take it home. On the other side, we have seen CC so many times getting also pushed already in the first rounds, where they are having a little bit of a deficit when it comes to points, but then by being pushed that hard, they're getting better in round 2, they are getting better in round number 3. So it's definitely a fight between 2 titans right here in the late game. Both teams are extremely strong. We just have to wait the second half to see who will take it.
Yeah, remember, I think we were talking in Koa 3, like diamonds are made under pressure, and right now these teams are facing all that pressure. You could feel it from wherever you are in the world if you're watching this match, and pressure is definitely on Seichu, but if he's able to get this victory for his team, wow, the celebration on CZ tonight would be immense. So again, Noir not out of the woods yet, even though it seems like 1 survivor out. We've seen, like, time and time again, even IVC last year, they just needed 1 out of the gate, but the Hunter of the winning team in OSM was able to go plus ultra and just get everyone out of the game. So again, all bets are off, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out in just a bit how Seichu will be able to manage the pressure here, and how he'll be able to get as much points as possible coming into the hospital, because points are clear. He needs all of them out of the gate. He needs all of them down and out, not out of the gate, down and out.
Yes, I was just like, oh, he needs all of them out of the gate. I mean, that's an easy target, right? You don't really have to do anything to get that, but yeah, you're right. He needs all of them out of the game, and I feel it's definitely going to be a difficult test against Noir, because if we look at the entire matches that have been played today, you can clearly see it didn't happen once that either of the teams got 5 points in either of the second or first halves of the round. So therefore, it's definitely a huge mountain to climb on, a huge mountain to get on top of. But if they can get on top of that mountain, they will proceed and win against Noir right here. So that's definitely a mountain worth climbing. Very curious to see how all of this will play out, and especially curious to see what the bans and the picks will be, because again, we are playing on Sacred Heart Hospital right now, and you know, 2 bans on the Hunter side might open up, you know, the possibility of a Hunter we haven't seen before. I might expect this time on the banned Hunter side, I might expect to see a Sculptor.
Yeah, that's true. We have been championing this since the start. We did say that Seichu is known as a meta hunter. Even, I think, back when they faced MP, they allowed the Sculptor through, and they still faced that. But again, it was so tight that Mad Penguins had to clutch that escape. So yeah, he might have to reach deep into his Hunter arsenal again when it comes to this. And I'm sure NR would not make this easy on Seichu. And I'm excited to see what Hunters he'll be bringing out to the table. Do you have any thoughts on who he might possibly bring? Aside, I mean, you already saw his Breaking Wheel and his Sculptor, but what do you think?
Exactly, that was just what I wanted to mention. We saw the Breaking Wheel, we saw the Sculptor. I think we can expect the ban of the Sculptor, therefore leaving the Breaking Wheel open. But will the Breaking Wheel be the best pick when it comes to Sacred Heart? He can definitely maneuver around the Sacred Heart Hospital, but then at the same time, if you're inside the hospital, it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. We might expect, you know, first of all, we still have the Dream Witch on the table. Dream Witch meta hunter that we could expect, which is a hunter we have seen before over and over. The question is, first of all, which will be the bans? Will they ban Breaking Wheel? Probably not. Will they ban Dream Witch? Maybe. I am not really sure. But then, you know, imagine, hey, Sculptor banned, Dream Witch banned, Breaking Wheel is open, but maybe Breaking Wheel is not the best on this map. So therefore it gives us the possibility to spectate maybe a Bloody Queen match. I could definitely see a Bloody Queen. I could definitely see a Guard 26, as you already mentioned. Yeah, I could also see with, like a...
If Guard 26, if I may add, Noir might not even go for a save. They might... Because Guard 26 relies on the camping. So if they do go for that Guard 26, it seems like a check scenario that Noir is just gonna be like, no, it's cool. Like, you can take that one survivor. We need one out.
You can keep him.
Yeah, you can keep you can keep that one survivor. It's all good. We just want one out. But
exactly.
Even though that's Guard 26 in that map is very strong, especially with peepers to find. Late game, especially as you mentioned, clear as day, Noir just wants one survivor out. They could play it very safe. So I do see the Guard 26 being thought of, but maybe the Bloody Queen might be a little stronger.
I think in general, definitely hunters that are able to switch locations fast might be a good pick, because, you know, you definitely want to do that. You don't want to waste too much time on one location. Just thinking about it, we also know how strong the Dream Witch is. So in case we haven't necessarily seen the Dream Witch from CC as far as I know so far, but you know, Dream Witch late game extremely strong. If you can provide a good early game and put the survivors under pressure already when the game starts, it could be an absolutely fantastic pick to have the Dream Witch to get these 4 survivors out of the game, to get the 5 points they need.
Grizzly, if I remember correctly, didn't Noir ban the Dream Witch in Arms Factory when it was Seichu hunting?
I think so.
So you might be right there that there will ban the Dream Witch, ban the Sculptor, leave the Breaking Wheel open, because again, not the strongest compared to how strong Dream Witch is in this map. So I don't know. I think Seichu has a lot to think about. Maybe he'll try the Breaking Wheel because he's been known for it, but in Hospital, that's going to be tough. In Ruins, with all those windows and not fully fed, he can't have those extended spikes too. That's going to be a tough chase early on. And just thinking about it also. Go for it.
No, that is for sure. You're very right. I think now that you mentioned it, Dream Witch and Sculptor ban might definitely come in. Like, just thinking about the map and just thinking about the win conditions that are currently on the field right here, they will most likely ban these 2 hunters, and that could definitely push Seichu to, you know, pick maybe a Bloody Queen, pick maybe... I am curious to see if they will pick the Breaking Wheel. I genuinely think we won't see the Breaking Wheel, but at the same time, I think we might see decoders being banned, because they want to, you know, push that game. They want to buy as much time for themselves as possible to get all survivors out of the game. And what better way is there to, you know, prevent survivors from decoding? So maybe, again, it's both sides. Maybe they are just pushing everything by getting rid of the decoders and then bring in the Breaking Wheel, who can just rotate around very fast and to, you know, interrupt decoding progress of the survivors that are decoding. There are a lot of possibilities.
There are. I like that you brought up decoders, right? So let's try to switch the script here and just talk about the potential bans of survivors coming in. Do you think, I'm sure, we might see a lot of the bans coming out of like Mechanic. Do you think they're going to add another decoder into the ban list, or they're going to go with Priestess? They're going to go with Forward, Merc? What are your thoughts on this? Because for me, I think Seichu is a very... by the matchup, by the book type of hunter, that he's just going to go with the usual suspects. The international team, we're going to see a Mech, a Merc. First ones that are going to be banned, probably Mech Priestess. Oh, but they're gonna leave mercenary. No,
That's
you
it.
go first. You go first.
That's it. Like it's very. Yeah, I think we have 3 bans on the survivor side, if I'm not mistaken. A total of 4, but at the very first beginning we have 3. So I agree. If you go for all the decoders, you're leaving certain characters open, like Priestess, who can just, buy so much time. Is it better to get rid of the prisoner, or, on this map, is it better to get rid of the Priestess? And in my opinion, I would say you're very right about this. Priestess, definitely one of the scariest survivors for the Hunter on Sacred Heart Hospital. So therefore, it makes sense to actually leave a little bit of room for decoders in there, just to get rid of these main survivors that are always in there, always annoying. Priestess, we have the mechanic probably being 2 of the first bans, and then we might also see either mercenary, or eventually maybe even forward, but I would probably mercenary more than forward.
Mercenary prioritize, yeah.
So it could definitely be, the ban when it comes to, as you said, the usual suspects. It's, again, both sides know what is going on right here, what is on the line, so therefore they might... I want to say they might try out new strategies, right, and surprise the other side by, for example, banning all the survivors. We saw with Noir in the first 2 matches they had. They were always banning the survivor side's main decoder. So maybe you're gonna see something from CZ's side as well, but trying out something new and trying to surprise might not be as efficient as to stick to the old bans that you see over and over again, because they are so useful. Clearly, you can't really predict what is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking. We're just 2 guys talking. We're just 2 friends talking right now with what we're about to witness, because only time will tell when it comes to the picks and bans. And just to add a little more context to the situation, ladies and gentlemen, this is CZ's last game here in the group stage, so it is definitely make or break for them to qualify for those playoffs, because they want to secure as much points as possible. Coming into when it comes to scoring points, because in their same group, Mad Penguins is there. They're actually in the leaderboards. They have 1 point already. So again, will it be NR or will it be CZ to gain points? Because NR still has a date with the Mad Penguins when it comes to next week. So they still have another match to look forward to. But right now, pressure is on CZ's side when it comes to getting those points, because their last chance, all or nothing, as Grizzly mentioned. I feel like that should be the hashtag of this match in particular, because of how they're leaving it all on the line, and maybe even for the entirety of this tournament, because a lot of these teams, you see, they're just leaving blood, sweat, and tears all on the line here for them to be able to claim Identity 5 championship glory. So again, it's super exciting to see how Seichu will be able to handle this type of pressure.
That is for sure, and as you said, the hashtag for this tournament is We for Victory, though. And will we see the We for Victory on CZ's side? They are going to ban. Oh, look at that! They're going to ban. That's. Are we seeing the Priestess? Yes, we are seeing the Priestess. Definitely a ban you want to get out of there. So we have Mechanic out of there, we have Priestess out of there, and on top of that, we have the Entomologist out of there, because we have seen the Entomologist putting so much pressure on the Hunter previously, and the bans, as we predicted them, are going to the Dream Witch as well as the Sculptor, which is leaving open the Breaking Wheel. But will we be able to spectate the Breaking Wheel? We will find out. Again, this leaves open the Forward as well as the Mercenary. Those will probably be the both survivors that we can expect from the first 2 picks. Okay,
excellent.
I'm honestly most excited to see what Seichu will bring to the table on the Hunter side.
Yeah, same here, because again, we might expect some pretty standard picks coming from Chocopie and Night Owl. And Chocopie, being the stunner of this group, has to lock in that forward, needs to get secure that harasser at least. So, and Mercenary. Oh, Seer. Okay, this is actually a really good pick in terms of, again, if they're going to go for that strategy of just every man for himself, the Seer can still give a little bit of context to where the Hunter will be going, and the Mercenary for sure will be banned. So, pretty international lineup I would say that the entomologist is the kicker in terms of the banning, but I mean it's definitely warranted because in hospital, if you're able to utilize the entomologist plus priestess, that is a dangerous tandem to have running around in this map. Now all eyes are on Chocho and Baby Top with who they will be using, and this is quite interesting, Grizzly. Look at that, going with the Explorer. This is actually an interesting pick because again, we said that the win conditions is that they only need one, and this is actually a pretty juicy target for Seichu to look for in terms of the first down. But again, you know, having the Seer can actually give a lot of perspective on the Explorer to hide and trying to look for a... Oh my god, are you serious? They're going double decoder. NR's crazy. They're gonna go for 2 decoders, a support, and a rescue. They
See, so that is exactly what I'm saying. That was my thought. Like, do you want to ban all these decoders to just push the late game further away? Oh, and we are seeing a guard 26 on the hunter side. Now it's getting really interesting. Again,
it is.
That was why I was saying, hey, do you want to ban all these decoders? Because you know, you don't want to let anyone escape through the gate. And with 2 decoders right here, they could push for the late game very, very fast. So it's all in Seichu's hand to prevent this from happening with the guard 26 right here. This is going to be very interesting. I'm very excited for this match. This is going to be a highlight match again.
It will be, for sure. And Seichu has to be very proactive here because NR has the choice of if someone gets downed early on, let's just not go for the save. If he's going to get one of these decoders, that's all right. We have a spare one. We also have a Seer just to provide that support kite. And also, he's going to get spotted out early with the Seer in the mix and the Explorer hiding, and also kind of giving everyone foresight to where the Hunter will be rotating. So it's a tall order for Seichu to bring to the table, but we've seen Bonbon in hospital be so effective. Shout outs to PP Jap. Seichu will bring peepers as well inside hospital, which I feel like might be a great strategy and trump card, but I'm also excited to see if he's going to account for endgame and bring out that detention.
That is going to be very, very interesting. Everything. Yeah, detention. We have seen this in previous matches a lot lately, that hunters are not bringing detention because they have, for example, the statues. And here we have the same with guard 26. You have these bombs. So is detention something you necessarily want to go for? I am not really sure. We will find out right now. Seichu on the hunting side is finding what is, I think,
forward. It's the forward again. Yeah, as you mentioned, not really the best target to be going after. Utilizing the football right away. Chocopai realizes he's got to cash that in. He doesn't want to be he wants to be able to provide a long kite, and now transitioning away. Night Owl already being informed that, all right, not chasing me. He's going to be going away and just leaving that cipher because you got 2 decoders, and look at that, already being able to connect it just to buy a little more time for that Seer to just get away and move to a better kiting spot.
That is absolutely fantastic job so far, and you know, Seichu definitely concentrating on other survivors, definitely wants to go for these decoding survivors. For example, right here, Prisoner, great find, definitely want to pursue that target. Great combination of the bombs. Oh, that stun in combination with the Seer's Owl is now giving the attention to the Seer right here. Wait, the bomb actually got rid of the Seer's Owl, so now Seichu concentrating again on the Prisoner right here, and depending on if he is able to land these bombs, it might be... Ooh,
wow,
fantastic
good
job
patience.
from Baby
Oh my
Top.
god. Yeah, the Prisoner, excellent stuff, and already utilizing the hospital to its full effect. And ladies and gentlemen, he did bring teleport, probably quenching effect as well. Drop hit will land for for Bonbon here, and the basement is already here. Oh my god, Baby Top gonna eat that bomb hit. Good down for Seichu. Job is not done yet. Will go for the basement chair here.
You're very right. That was a fantastic down, fantastic bomb combination. Couldn't really go anywhere as Prisoner right there. There was a fantastic job kiting around in this area, but at the same time, the risk right here, kiting around in this area, is to get down into the basement, and this might be extremely good for the Hunter, but maybe they are not even going for a rescue. Again, we mentioned this before. They need one survivor through the gate. So maybe they're deciding for, you know, the prisoner. We can leave him in the basement. We don't risk this. We don't risk going into the basement.
But look at
we are
this.
just focusing on
Grizzly
decoding.
Seichu, already the teleport is about to be up. You know, the forward is being there just to harass and make sure that Seichu stays here because he's going to allow the Explorer and Seer to push for those objectives. And the prisoner, again, at least he wasn't able to connect anything. Chocopai, again, just hanging out here, giving him all the attention and trying to just show that that he is present. And now we see that the prisoner is about to expire. Chocopai now has to be very careful not to eat any of these bomb hits. He eats one though.
Nice hit with the remote controlled bomb. Is now sending back the prisoner to the game, and Seichu is checking out the area, checking out the cipher machines and trying to figure out where the connection is bringing down that. Oh no, connection is not even up. Is trying to figure out where the survivors are. We can see the Explorer is searching for the page right there, or at least hiding, and is going to the Seer.
Okay, excellent find here because the Seer already used his owl, will try to transition towards hospital, but these bombs would definitely play spoiler in his entrance to the hospital. And now we see that Night Owl is going to go through these stairs. Be careful with the chain bomb hits. Oh, eats that regular hit, but the Seer is still maneuvering around this map. We do see that the Explorer has 50% of pages here. So again, Seichu, oh my god, he's gonna run into the Seer.
Oh, that was extremely good. What a call out right there to get to the Seer. And wow, what a down. Seer is down now, and Seer definitely one of the survivors you want to go for. You want to go for the Explorer if you get the chance, but at the same time, bring down the Seer like this is extremely helpful because now all Ford is coming in. Seer is on the chair, Ford is coming in.
Wow, excellent stuff. And now the Tide Turn is in effect. One Cypher remaining. You see that the Explorer is trying to prime it. It does have 63% of a page left, so he will be popping this Cypher just to make in the right time. He goes for it, and look at that, Seichu having detention. So this is going to be quite the exit gate war. Cho-Cho will be running towards the Bonbon.
As you said, the exit gate war. We are having the Explorer right here, but the thing is there are still two other cipher machines that are transitioning across the entire map. Explorer just buying enough time for the rest of the team to relocate across the map. We have teleportation in 3 seconds ready, but the exit gate is already open. The forward is on the exit gate. Seer will make his way out of there too. We probably can expect maybe teleportation to happen, but it is not enough for Seichu to get these survivors, which means this was a tie. This also means this round goes to Noir, and therefore Noir winning the fight against CZ. Congratulations. Intense matches from both sides. Absolutely intense matches from both sides, especially this last one. Again, there was a lot on stake. Both teams knew that. Fantastic job from the Survivor side, fantastic job from the Hunter side. But at the end of the day, Survivors got these two survivors that they wanted to get out through the gate, and therefore Noir taking this fight home.
Yeah, Noir, well, you got to give it up to Seichu as well and CZ. They did put up a fight. They were battling till the very end. But yeah, Noir having a little bit more to work with there. Even though the basement was a great placement of that prisoner, you saw that Noir, all right, we know our win conditions. We're going to keep this Bonbon there. But, I mean, the fact that he brought teleport and as well as detention, he was really gunning for more points. So you gotta get up to CZ, ladies and gentlemen. They fought their hardest, even though this is their last match. They did their best. So incredible performance all throughout their stay here in the group stage. And the road speaks for itself. You know what? They were really putting up a fight. They bounced back in round number 2, round number 3. What a match that we witnessed between Noir and CZ. But Noir will be moving on.
As we said it before, we have seen this many times happening before. CC just bouncing back, coming back with an absolutely fantastic round number 2, and then going into round number 3, also putting up a great fight. But on the other side, we also saw Noir previously getting pushed into round 3, even getting pushed into round 4, and deciding these matches for themselves. So therefore, we could also see that both teams are extremely good when it comes to the later rounds in the tournament situations. And this time, Noir was definitely deciding it for themselves. CC was definitely, even if they didn't win against Noir right here, I would say that the match between CC, Survivor side, against Noir's Breaking Wheel on Ever Sleeping Town was so far my favorite match in this entire tournament. For sure. Just the way that CC was practicing against Breaking Wheel, how they were able to buy so much time, how they were able to dodge the wheel form of the Breaking Wheel, and how they were able to push all the Cypher machines with 4 survivors still on the field and just putting pressure on Noir. Fantastic match. Definitely my favorite match in this entire tournament, as I already mentioned.
I would say, I would go a little further there. I would say that's match of the year because of how the ebbs and flows of that match were just so good. Like, it was Survivor-sided, Hunter-sided, back and forth they went. But man, the match comes into conclusion between Noir and CZ, and this is the last of the match data we'll be seeing. Amazing stuff from the Hunter side of CZ. Seichu, a legend in his own right. Survivor hits 14, 4 pallets destroyed, 3 knockdowns. His bonbon was very effective. Like the kiting times of all of these guys were cut short because of how the bomb placements were, and considering that they were also in hospital. Like, he was really gunning for more points, so you gotta get up to Seichu. But Grizzly, let's talk about the survivors of Noir.
Fantastic job from Survivor side of Noir. Again, we just saw them escape with 2 survivors. They knew they had to get 1 survivor out of here. Look at the decoding progress. They obviously brought 2 main decoders into this match, which was the Prisoner as well as the Explorer. Seichu doing a fantastic job concentrating on these main decoders. First on the Prisoner, then going a little bit for the Seer late game, bringing out the Explorer. But at the end of the day, we see how much damage that Explorer did with the 238% of decoding. Extremely good job. Only 19 seconds of kiting was needed to bring all that decoding to the ground for the Explorer. And it just shows again, if you have a lot of extremely good decoders in the team, you can push for that late game extremely fast. You can Cypher rush. And this was exactly what they were going for. They were not concentrating on necessarily rescuing the Prisoner that was in the basement. They were just having that one plan, you know, 1 survivor out of there. Let's keep the survivors. Let's keep the other decoders on the Cypher machine. And we got this.
And they did. Here is the match results, ladies and gentlemen. Noir takes the night. CZ, though, really it's at trying to take control, living up to their name. They took control of that second round. But again, Noir just showing us that, you know what, they're still here to play, and they really took CZ to that limit. But I just want, as Grizzly mentioned, we want to see the chat be spammed with all the love for CZ, for them to be able to play here, and also a lot of love for Noir's Oxygen, because he did get the best deduction, and this was, I believe, the highlight, right? The Ever Sleeping Town match with his Breaking Wheel. Again, didn't have the best start to end game, start to late game, but man, the end game was insane.
Look at the survival hits. I need to mention the survival hits, 93. I'm not sure if we ever saw a count that went up to 93 survivor hits. Again, this was based on the highlight match in round number 1, the second half, where we saw the Breaking Wheel of Noir just hitting these survivors a total of 60 times alone in one match. That is, again, the match we will talk about for a long, long time. Knockdowns 26, eliminations 8. So in general, a very, very high rate for this hunter. Great job from Noir's Oxygen. And wow, what a dangerous hunter to face.
Always a constant threat. You cannot sleep on him, and you cannot actually breathe easy, even though 4 survivors are up and it's exit gate war. Oxygen still got you covered, man. So congratulations to Noir, but again, big ups to CZ for giving us amazing matches. And now, Grizzly, we're gonna move on to our next match, which is ZK versus Rename. We're gonna take a short break. We'll see you guys afterwards.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets This is me, Nana, and Gabindi. With Identity TV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the wind. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, a lesson learned to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Let's see the players.
And welcome back here to the IVC. And next up, we're gonna see an absolutely fantastic team up right here. We're gonna see CK versus Rename. I'm very, very excited to see these matches against these two top teams here today with Poch, nice to have you on my side. I am Grizzly. We're gonna jump into this second fight. We just saw Noir going against CZ, and honestly, these matches were already extremely intense, extremely enjoyable to spectate as well. And we have Noir getting the win out of this fight. Next up again, CK versus Rename. I'm very excited. Again, it is extremely difficult to make any predictions because those are just two titans clashing against each other, and it will definitely be a head-to-head fight. I still have my prediction for a 4th round match, so maybe we're gonna see 4 rounds in this match right here. I'm not really sure, but you know, everything can happen.
Grizzly going all or nothing with that prediction. Now I'm scared too, because confidence, man. Like, I was actually like really scared that we're gonna see a 4th, because I did predict that 3rd, but then again, we still have the 2nd match. So again, it could go any which way. And ZK was also part of that, I would say in the prelims, one of the matches that did go the extra rounds with Noir. So they are known to be that type of team to also push till the very end. But they are going up against Rename, another team that we witnessed last Friday. They had an amazing match against IVS, and it almost went the distance as well with IVS. And they fought till the very end, and I'm excited because just like CZ, this is their last match that they will have in the group stage, and they're very hungry for more. I see Dream Witches. I see them everywhere. We have DWD, Death World, and King's Dream Witch. Grizzly, any number that stands out for you here in the Players Versus?
I mean, in general, just look at these average normal attack hits, 10 and almost 9, extremely strong, coming in with a quite high average terror shock rate as well. And in general, just look at the win rate, 81 to 77. Both have an extremely high win rate, and we have seen them perform previously. So definitely very, very dangerous to go against. And talking about going against them, here we have the Survivor State, CK, Jin, and R Orange. Wow, the Mercenary coming in with an average rescue of almost 1, and as well as with an average decoding progress of 120 almost, and 4 just the same.
Yeah, just want to highlight with Jin. He's known for a lot of stun rescues as well. So is Orange. So this might be actually a head-to-head when it comes to forward and rescues. But looking at the decoding progress as well as average rescues, they definitely have a lot to bolster in terms of their arsenal when it comes to roles that they play. Jin being a very key player when it came to the preliminary finals. ZK being the team that did not see the wild card stage. And you know what? Rename already had their feet wet when it came to Friday's matchup against IVS. And you know what, I just have to say it, like, it seems like the wildcard stage really, I think the more experience you have in these matches, the more seasoned you are, the more comfy you are in the big stage when the lights shine brightest. And now we're going to shift things over to EG versus Perfumer coming into that mix. We did not see the Perfumer today, but EG with that Perfumer, as well as he also plays the Merc as well. So that's something to look forward to. But you know, we're always excited to see a Perfumer coming to that mix. And with the Priestess, we did see a lot of respect bans on that Priestess, and we also saw Priestess in very small maps. So I'm excited to see if will be bringing out the Priestess. Also, does have a Prisoner. So even though that these player versus matchups do highlight their preferred characters, know and trust that these players will also have, you know, just different characters to use just in case their mains do get banned.
That is for sure, and I'm very curious to see what will be played in these matches. As you already said, Perfumer haven't been brought out today. We have seen the Perfumer recently. There we go. We haven't seen a Prospector either. Prospector can be extremely dangerous. We have seen it the other days. And CK773 right here coming in with an average decoding progress of 120 and average rescue of 0.45.
And to add context to 773 as well, with that average decoding progress, we did see him use an Explorer. So I'm really excited to see, like, especially when the late game matches come in, this prospector come in? Because we're talking about the top stunners, me and Nell, and we mentioned that the forward has to be in the conversation, the prospector and the batter. Probably the batter and prospector can be switched around, but then, you know, we have been seeing a surgence of that batter, and 773 with this prospector can definitely add to that number of stunners. Now, going over to Cat Carry having different moments to shine in the matchup that we witnessed, also in the preliminary finals. Cat Carry did also bring out the mech, so I'm excited to see the levels to the game between these two survivors. But moving on to Rose and Nung. Rose being a very known mercenary as well as a gravekeeper. Nung on the side of rename, also in that mercenary. So, and rescuer. And average rescues actually speak for itself. Nung having a lot of highlights, clutch saves, and it just shows in the different highlights of rename matches. Now, Grizzly, when it comes to mercenary picks, what are you looking forward to seeing in terms of variety? Because we've seen a lot of elbow pads. I mean, to name a few, Wolfie being a master at them. I'm excited. Are you looking forward to seeing Rose or Nung in this matchup?
Definitely looking forward for some mercenary, and I mean, we're definitely gonna see mercenary action in this tournament, because we saw it before over and over again. The bans are usually tending towards, you know, the mechanic in the early rounds, and as well as giving an opening basically for the survivors to pick these two survivors we have seen over and over again. Mercenary and forward are usually the first two picks in these rounds. And I just want to circle back real quick to the two Hunter players, because we have seen them both coming in with the Dream Witch. And if we take a step back into the matches that happened a few days ago, we or over the course of the past weeks, we saw that both teams were starting very, very strong by immediately putting the Dream Witch on the field. Round number 1, Dream Witch was on the field for rename, Dream Witch was on the field for CK. They were doing a fantastic job with these hunters, and I have my notes right here. I can actually tell you that in the preliminary rounds, both teams, CK as well as rename, were putting the Dream Witch into the first match, and we're getting these 5-point games, the 4 survivor elimination with that Dream Witch. Now, if we are looking at other hunters, for example, for rename, we already mentioned all these hunters. Rename, extremely strong with the meta hunters. We look at Dream Witch, we look at Breaking Wheel, we look at Sculptor. On the other hand, we have CK coming in with a Dream Witch as well as a Sculptor, but then being able to utilize a Bloody Queen as well, and being able to utilize the N. We have seen the N, which I think was on our favorite map, the Leo's Memory. So maybe that is something that we can expect today in, you know, the 4th round that I already predicted.
Yeah, again, it's still happening, ladies and gentlemen. The 4th round is inevitable. It will happen, and hopefully we'll see like that Ann gameplay that we witnessed. And yeah, ZK being a team that has seen that 4th round has a little bit of an edge, but now starting things off a little not in Ever Sleeping Town. We're starting things off at Arms Factory, and you know what, King, with that Seer ban, I sense, and I think you sense this as well, we are gonna see a Dream Witch pick here.
Yes, I'm pretty confident when I'm thinking of you know, the hunter picks right here. Again, we saw Dream Witch being utilized. It's a small map too, so that's definitely something very, very beneficial to the Dream Witch. And we're gonna see Ford coming in, and most likely, I mean, you have the option. You can now bring in Mercenary. You could also bring in a fast decoder, like for example the Mechanic. Because you have to consider, you know, late game is going to be extremely difficult, but you don't want to make the early game difficult already. So you want to definitely push for the late game as fast as possible on the survivor side, and then see how you maneuver around the Dream Witch of King.
And if we actually take into the consideration of what Rose is thinking now, we'll lock in with that mech. Again, yeah, it could have been mech or mercenary, right? We usually see either the lock-in of that forward mercenary, forward mech, or mech mercenary, but it seems like they want to go for this fast pace. And I think they also know, they did their homework, that Dream Witch will be coming in, so they have to be ready for this. They know that the mercenary will be banned because they left it on the table for King to ban. But now we see EG and 773 773 known as that Prospector, so let's see if he'll go for another stunner or try to go for a double decoder lineup here. Probably, maybe even locking in a prisoner or an explorer in this compact map. Lots of places to hide. We saw the explorer really able to hide, but EG locking in first with that Gravekeeper since the mercenary was banned.
Very curious to see what will be picked by 773. I think you made a very valid point when it came to the prisoner, for example. To bring that second decoder to the ground could be a very, very valid pick. Yep, there we go. I kind of expected it. I kind of did not expect to see the prisoner because Prospector, because prisoner would still be available. And if you look at, facing a Dream Witch, it's gonna be difficult with a Prospector either way because you have your 3 magnets and you will always have a lot of leeches. So
true.
Prisoner definitely, in my opinion, the right pick just to push that decoding speed. I mentioned it before. You want to get late game is dangerous, but you want to get into that late game as fast as possible. And if you have the chance to get that mechanic, and if you have the chance to bring that prisoner, then let's do it. And that is exactly what CK is thinking right here. We already predicted it. Rename Queen is going for that very, very scary Dream Witch of his. So this is definitely going to be an extremely interesting match. Again, I want to point out 5-point games were provided by both sides when it came to the Hunter side. So I'm curious to see if CK knows how to counter an extremely good Dream Witch player. And I'm also, for the next half of this first round, I'm also curious to see if CK is bringing out the Dream Witch as well, how R is responding to the Dream Witch.
And speaking of that, like ZK's teammates with DWD or Death World, so I'm pretty sure they ask him for Dream Witch tips. Same goes for Rename, since they do have a teammate that is a very proficient Dream Witch, they would know how to handle it. But then again, this is King's Dream Witch. This is DWD's Dream Witch that we're gonna be facing. So again, you might know the matchup on paper, but executing it, especially with the intricacies that you mentioned that these match revolves around. The devils are always in the details. Those split the second decision. What trait will King be bringing? What kind of persona build will he have in Arms Factory? I mean, we usually go for trump card detention, and again, he could surprise us. But it's either Patrol or Blink. Who is going to be the first chase? There's a lot of intangible questions that will be answered as we head into the Arms Factory, and I'm really excited to see how this match is going to be because, again, it's evenly matched on paper with the Hunters, but let's find out if the Survivors can change that record of first round 5 points. So now we see King already making sure he makes his rounds inside and outside of Arms Factory.
Exactly, already scouting for that first survivor that could be the first target, which is either Mechanic or Prisoner. Mechanic is the preferred target right here. Found the Gravekeeper early in the game, is now forced to transition away a little bit and found, I think, what is the Mechanic's doll right here.
Yes.
Straight up a good find because that doll will give away the location of the survivor, of the Mechanic, as well as if she's able to bring down that doll, it's going to prevent the Mechanic from having that one doll there to decode even more. Now going to transition out a little bit from the doll, trying to find Rose, and is actually on the right way. Found Rose right there, which will be the main target. Fantastic jump, the fantastic discipline from Queen right here to go for that main decoder. No distraction, immediately going for the Mechanic.
Took some time, but still, yeah, it's going to pay off. Rose, not hang around that pallet area, going to eat that hit. Luckily, it was the leech follower, but the main follower is already there. So Rose making sure that she's in a great spot here. But Patroller will be dropped, going to find the legs, and gets the bite. So the main body follower has an easier target to down. Let's see how Rose will handle this situation. Trying to hang around the pallet, try to cancel out that bite. But we see that King is cleaning up. Can she get the vault in time? No, Grizzly!
Wasn't able to vault that window, was just standing there with the Patroller. Fantastic job from the Dream Witch. First survivor is on the chair. Again, first survivor being the Mechanic. But the Mechanic's doll is still on the field.
That's very
bring
true.
Down the Mechanic.
Now
So
we see a
there
Patroller
we have
again,
it.
just looking around the area. stops the forward in his tracks. This is going to be quite tough for the rescue. Now we see they're switching around, hits him with the main follower, forces the rescue to happen, and now the mechanic will eat another hit. Last effort already popped, so the resources are dwindling. This is definitely going to be in favor of the Dream Witch, but 4 ciphers still remain for the survivors to pop.
Forward was dashing in with the forward's football and got stopped by the patroller. What a move, absolutely fantastic. And also the discipline, just going immediately for the mechanic again, but at the same time trying to get these other survivors, leeching the forward and now bringing the mechanic to the rocket chair for the second time. Good job from Quing. What a, multitasking adventure right here, I would almost say, when it comes to the Dream Witch, but you have to give it to CK as well. They are decoding cipher machines. They have 2 already done, or at least almost done, and another one being pretty much close to primed, and they already started to put more decoding to the ground on the other cipher machines. Fantastic job so far. Gravekeeper being ready to rescue.
Yep, eats that hit, but gets the rescue here, so the rebound kite's gonna be very important, but we see that King changing his targets to go for the Gravekeeper first because he knows that he can try to down this mechanic because the mechanic does have a leech, and now he's already thinking in advance. He's playing 4D chess. He knows that he needs to get leeched, and look at that, 3 survivors already leeched plus a main body. It just seems like an evenly matched matchup, and now look at that. We see that the patroller already found the mechanic's ankle, and now the Gravekeeper will be going down. King just making sure that his first target is going to be secured to go back to the manor. 3 ciphers remaining, courtesy of that prisoner still being able to pop those ciphers, and now the mechanic will see her final chair.
And fantastic job on getting to the Gravekeeper as well, getting the Gravekeeper first, because now that Gravekeeper can't decode anymore. That Gravekeeper needs to be healed, so therefore we can now see, I think, what is the forward healing the Gravekeeper right there, but also Quing already getting wind of it, already knowing where they are and coming with the leech and leeching them to not being able to rescue. The Cypher Machine has been, Cypher Machine has almost been primed by 7073. That is going to be very, very dangerous.
It would be, and now we see that, King being able to spot that out. He's going to move towards King and just try to leech and just try to make sure, but he also has the job to switch, but no, can't switch to abnormal. Now detention is in the air. We are going to see the end game. 773 running for his life because detention is in the air, and we talked about this. The zap will help him move to a better part of this map. Nice drop here, and now look at that. Tried to use the blink, but 773 dropping the pallet, denying that, and also now we see that 773 buying enough time for the forward to open up that exit gate.
You see, he's in the area of the doll, so maybe he's trying to bait a hit that actually lands on the doll, which would give him more time, but the leeches are coming from all sides and bringing down the prisoner. But again, this was buying so much time. We have at the gate, opening the gate, but you can also see Gravekeeper making his way towards what I think is the exit gate as well. And therefore we can see a phenomenal tie. Both sides not giving each other anything. And I mentioned this, right? Or you mentioned as well. Both sides provide this extremely powerful Dream Witch. But then on the other side, both sides know how to play against the Dream Witch. And here we can see it, a tie against the Dream Witch on Arms Factory from CK with 2 survivors escaping, which was the Gravekeeper as well as the forward. Fantastic job. Absolutely love to spectate this. And again, I hope we're going to see another Dream Witch.
Furious pace being set at the start for both survivors and hunters. And by the way this looks, Grizzly, that's off to a great start for your theory, reaching that 4th match, that extra round, because it's off to a 2-2. Again, we mentioned it before that both these teams do have formidable Dream Witches, so they know how to counter it. They know when to go for the tie or try to push for that exit gate. And it seems like ZK just knew. They just knew. All right, you know what? We can't push for this. We can't be. We have to be more conservative here. We got to cut our losses. We'll see them in round number 2 as survivors. But now we're gonna see Deathworld doing the hunting. DWD doing the hunting now. So can he break that streak, or can the survivors of Rename just break the pack here a little bit and try to maneuver away from completely tying round number 1? We'll find out. But we got to talk about that match. What an incredible start to this match between ZK and Rename.
We gotta talk about this match. So first of all, great job from Quing right here, really going for that mechanic early in the match, not losing track of the ultimate goal that you want to go for in the early game. You want to bring down that decoder, and I'm not talking Prisoner, I'm talking mechanic, because Prisoner, yes, is a danger, but at the same time, mechanic is the one that can just decode basically twice as fast with that doll, which is extremely dangerous. And fantastic job from Quing, really focusing on that survivor and really bringing her down without hesitation, without any distraction from the other survivors. We saw Ford was coming in, we saw Gravekeeper was coming in. Even when Quing was going for the Gravekeeper, that was just because Quing knew, okay, I can hit the Gravekeeper and then I can change targets, use Patroller, so the mechanic isn't getting too far away. Fantastic gameplay from the Dream Witch. There was nothing done wrong, but at the same time, you know, that's what I thought when I saw 2 decoders on the ground. Like, I was definitely thinking about what they were doing. They are pushing for the late game as fast as possible to prevent the Hunter from leeching too much of the survivors and from getting into that late game where they can open up the exit gates. And here we can see it. As I said, Prisoner, 227% of decoding, extremely dangerous. And even the mechanic, after being the first one getting out of the game, was able to bring down 126%. And we saw the 2 rescuers right there also decoding a little bit. But at the end of the game, it showed just the perfect teamwork and coordination of the survivors that was allowing 2 survivors of them to escape through the gate and making this a tie.
Yeah. And again, King being able to get 8 survivor hits. I wish they also had the leech count, because again, he was so proactive. At one point, it was 3 leeches running around, and it forced the forward and the Gravekeeper to, you know what, gather their resources, try to heal up. And constant communication is very important, especially when you're facing a Dream Witch. And we saw that in the side of ZK. And also something to highlight too was 773's kite. Even though it's 23 seconds, those 23 seconds were so precious, because that allowed the Gravekeeper and forward to open up that exit gate to push for that tie. So great stuff. He did not only decode, but he had a very clutch and very important tie that he needed to kite that he needed to secure that tie in. So great stuff all throughout for 773 and ZK. Again, praises on both teams since they both got the tie. This is just the start, Grizzly.
This is just the start indeed, and it's already so strong, so I can't wait to see where this is leading to. And you mentioned it with the Prisoner providing, first of all, a lot of decoding, and second of all, that last kite where he was still having that stun that was getting a little bit of distance between him and the leech. That was extremely valuable. We saw the forward already ready. Forward was already on the gate. Gravekeeper need a little bit more time, and again, you mentioned it, Prisoner was buying exactly that time to make this tie happening. We also saw that the Dream Witch was changing from Patroller to Blink, so it was possible for all the survivors, or not for all the survivors, but for the Gravekeeper and for the forward to actually get to the exit gate without fearing that the Hunter would teleport. And yeah, overall, great teamwork on CK's side. Fantastic job from Rename's Quing Dream Witch. And I'm curious to see if we will see another Dream Witch now.
I just have to mention also, you pointed it out, the Patroller, to cancel out the stun of that forward, just chef kisses, 5-star rating for him to do that, and for him to have the timing to be able to stop the forward in that rescue. Great stuff. And you said it best, like once he changed that blink trait, it was safe for them to be able to open that exit gate, since they already got the leeches off, and they were able to prime that exit gate to opening for them to push for that tie. So again, just trying to break this down is just incredible, because of how much forethought was put into every little thing. Like, they're not just thinking about healing, they're thinking about their positioning. They're not just thinking, the Dream Witch isn't just thinking about leeching the Gravekeeper first. Like, let me hit him first, so he'll be a stationary target, because he will be falling down soon, or they'll be going for a heal and my main bot body could go for that leech. So again, it's just layers and layers of gameplay and execution that is being put out in front of us, especially with Dream Witch on the table at the start. I mean, we could break this match down into just a long video essay.
I think so too. Like every single move that we have seen was just predicted, or not predicted, but calculated almost from both sides. You mentioned it. That was an extremely good hit on the Gravekeeper, making him a stationary target where he's just down, and the Dream Witch Queen knew exactly, all right, I'm going to go back, get that mechanic out of the game because she's already on the chair for the third time, and then I would just go into the direction because I'm expecting the Gravekeeper to be still there, and if he's up and running, that means that there's probably someone coming in for the rescue, because that is what is very crucial when we see Dream Witch gameplay. The survivor sides are usually splitting up, they're healing up because they know that they are going to take a lot of hits, and they are also trying to get rid of these leeches. So, hey, going back into that direction where Queen expected the Gravekeeper to be around, and immediately finding not only the Gravekeeper, but also the teammate that was helping up the Gravekeeper. Fantastic job. And yeah, just putting more pressure on the survivor side, but giving a little bit of an opening to the Prisoner, where Queen changed to, but a little bit too late, because Prisoner was priming that Cypher machine, was popping it, was not going to risk potential abnormal that we have seen in previous tournaments. Very, very often the late game Dream Witch abnormal, just preventing these Cypher machines from being popped. Just immediately, Prisoner was like, I'm gonna pop it, and probably the entire team was just on the same page, like, hey, go and pop it, we can make this. And fantastic job from both sides.
Yeah, and that last scenario that you described in full detail was actually one of the reasons why you gotta respect ban that Prisoner. Because that Prisoner was actually, you saw how much decoding progress he had, even with the mechanic in there, like that double decoder lineup. That you can make the case that you got two juicy targets for the Hunter to down, but you know what? You're still leaving one decoder there plus a mechanics doll. That really helped them push for that end game. And as you mentioned, double decoders, they want to be able to catch the Hunter off guard and pop that last Cypher to push for that end game. Even though there was detention, they were already spread out. They already knew how to mitigate the situation and try to have the most casualties saved. So excellent stuff, excellent positioning, and great match all throughout. But let's try to switch things up. We're going to see DWD doing the hunting now. We're going to see that Dream Witch probably come into action. I would actually go far to say that we'd probably see the same bands, Seer and maybe Mechanic this time.
Curious to see it. I mean, if Mechanic is getting picked by Orange or Cat Katie, I think maybe we're going to see a deja vu, just as you mentioned. We're going to see the same picks and same bands. We have the forward locked in so far. Will we see the Mercenary, or will we see, as we mentioned it, deja vu, another Mechanic? And I honestly, I expect this to be a very, very deja vu like match, where we basically not necessarily see all the same survivors, but you know, just see the same progress in this game, where you have the Dream Witch definitely performing extremely good, but then on the other side, Rename on the survivor side just doing their job to get two survivors out of there too, because they definitely want to tie, if not even take more points home. But again, against the Dream Witch, extremely difficult. Round number one, small map. Dream Witch is just not easy to outplay and to get 3 survivors out of the game, so they definitely are aiming for a tie to tie round number one. And of course, I mean, both sides, Dream Witch on CK's side, or DVD on the Hunter side. Oh, actually, yeah.
Changing things up just a little bit, yeah.
CK knew, hey, okay, the Prisoner was our trump card, so let's just, you know, ban the Prisoner so it's not Rename's trump card as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a respect ban of that Prisoner, because I believe that Prisoner turned that into a tie, because it could have gotten a whole lot worse. And again, it was so crucial to push for that end game, and it could have gone, actually, if it goes in the Dream Witch's way, either tie or a full 5k. And we know that the Hunter on Rename side King is known to get 5 points with the Dream Witch early on. So again, ZK brings something new, a little bit new to the table, respecting that Prisoner, and for right reason, because that Prisoner could definitely catch the Dream Witch off guard. So I now and NG, known as a merc and well, a prisoner as well, but the merc will be locked in. Are they going to go for double decoder and go for the explorer?
That is a very good question, and we're gonna see the Gravekeeper instead. So again, it seems like it's a little bit of a switch up, not too much. Yes, we have one decoder less and we have the Gravekeeper instead, but I'm still expecting to see a Dream Witch right here from DWD, just to you know, give us a little bit of this deja vu gameplay that we just saw. And yeah, I'm curious to see how Rename will handle CK's Dream Witch, because, you know, the other way around, CK was already handling Rename's Dream Witch pretty well.
And if you think about it also, like what the differences they're going to be making, like is DWD a blink type of Dream Witch? Is she more of a patroller type of Dream Witch? And spotting out the target, we did mention that, you know, in the last lineup she had 2 targets to go after, but was very patient to go after the mechanic and spot that mechanic out. Even though saw the doll, was like, all right, you know, I'm gonna use my hunter sense to find that she's over here, and lo and behold, didn't even knock down the doll, because the doll was trying to kite, and he was like, all right, I need to find this mechanic early on, and King was able to find that mechanic. But now it's going to be, I'm interested to see the spawn points, and also to see if he'll be able to find, if DWD would find the mechanic early on, because all these, well, I would say the only support would probably be forward in terms of stun and harassing. But we do have 2 very good rescuers, actually 3. The mercenary and the Gravekeeper can tank those hits and try to escort anyone away to safety. So only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. But again, as Grizzly mentioned, a deja vu match of sorts. Let's see how the switch up of the Gravekeeper will fare in Rename's situation in Survivors, and also the decoding time would definitely be slowed down significantly, because there's only one decoder, main decoder in this lineup.
That is for sure. And you already mentioned it, the traits. What traits will we see from DWD? Will we see Patroller Blink as well? Or maybe, you know, since we have the ban of the prisoner, maybe we're gonna actually see that abnormal. After, you know, concentrating on the mechanic, you can prevent the decoding progress by so much if you utilize abnormal. We haven't really seen abnormal being utilized that often. We have seen it in this tournament, but not that often as in, for example, the Call of the Abyss tournament. Now going for the Gravekeeper right away and hit the Gravekeeper while he was utilizing the shovel, which means shovel is gone and damage was taken. So that is extremely good. We can see that Blink is immediate in action, so we don't have a patroller. That is going to be very, very interesting. It's a little bit of a switch up, deja vu match with a little bit of a switch up, and actually concentrating on NG right now, not going for the mechanic.
Yeah, and I mean, he put so much effort already trying to vault that window, but now Gravekeeper already tanking that hit as he goes into the shovel. But you know what? This Gravekeeper has no more utilization. The blink is up. Wow! Excellent call
Fantastic
there.
job.
And now, this is actually a pretty good start. I know the mechanic is out and about, but he will have to rely on the robot now, because again, the Gravekeeper being on this chair would definitely give that debuff of that mechanic. But again, still more bodies on the field would be very beneficial on the Survivor side. And now look at that, DWD going after the mercenary.
Very, very interesting. We mentioned it over and over again. We are saying it over and over again. You want to go for that mechanic. You want to stop them from decoding. So maybe again, this could be an abnormal play, allowing them being able to hit the forward right here, being able to hit the Gravekeeper yet again. And I'm curious to see, like, you know, now allowing them to decode that fast with the mechanic might actually lead to abnormal later on the match. Very, very curious to see if that is going to happen. And now concentrating yet again on the Gravekeeper, just to get this one first target out of there, because Gravekeeper was already on the chair once and is down over there. You just have to find the Gravekeeper and where he went.
Yeah, and also, yeah, that leech would definitely find wind, and also as other commentators say, like in the happy corners, just so it'll be able be a hard time for him to be able to go to that rocket chair. Now NG will be seeing the rocket chair again. It seems like the mercenary would be the next one for the rescue. It's going to be quite tough, but the Mercenary does have 3 elbow pads to close out that distance. The Gravekeeper does need to have an excellent rebound kite if they go for the rescue, and it seems like this Dream Witch will be chasing away the main rescuers. Hits the forward once again, but luckily the forward was able to heal courtesy of that Mercenary eye now. Positioning himself right for the rescue, eats the hit, but now Gravekeeper is out and about with Tide Turner. Tried to go for the blink, but unfortunate situation there for the Dream Witch. Nung trying to move away and distance himself, but now we see the Gravekeeper will eat that hit.
Very, very nice try to juke. Is still in that corner right there and wants to get as far as possible into that corner just to lure away the hunter from the rest of the team, to lure them away from the Cypher machines so the team can decode. We can already see one Cypher machine is decoded. The rest of the decoding Cypher machines are a little bit slower this time. And this could actually be a little bit of a problem for the Survivor side, because again, we mentioned it over and over again, the Dream Witch is so intense late game, and now already bringing out the Gravekeeper before the second Cypher machine has been popped. Extremely well played, but on the other side, Survivor's really healing up because they know, hey, we're gonna take a lot of hits. If we get the chance, we need to heal up.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing you pointed out, because they have to manage their resources, because right now forward doesn't have that much of a football to utilize, probably for kiting, but for stuns it's going to be quite hard. Mercenary, you know what, 2 elbow pads will really get him out of a situation. Now Oren's using that right away just to transition towards the factory, but luckily he has a lot of health to utilize. Again, injuring the forward once again, but you know what, they're just so good at being able to heal up. Now, DWD, his condition is he needs to leech some of these survivors. He needs to add more pressure to them and probably put one of the survivors in that rocket chair to really put a nail in the coffin when it comes to Cypher rushing. I know the mechanic is out and about, but right now doesn't have that, wow, that was really close. Oh my god, because the action is too fast to keep track of.
That is for sure. The blink hit was just avoided, but still couldn't really get away from that leech. Took another hit, is going down into the basement now. That is going to be extremely difficult, because now again, look at the Cypher machine progress. Survivors have to push 3 more Cyphers. I mean, yes, they have 2 almost done, but still it's going to be difficult. Mechanic is taking a hit. It's going to be extremely difficult because they now have to send 1 survivor down into the basement, which is not the best area to be in. Mercenary is running down. He can definitely tank some hits to get these 2 out of there. But there comes the first hit. It's going to be difficult.
Wow.
Forward down immediately.
Oh my god, excellent. And the placement of the leech. Mercenary does have that delayed effect, can get out of basement, but look at that, the main body following him just to make sure I'm just gonna leech you. I know you're gonna be falling down, but now shifting priorities towards that forward. Did get rescued towards that half, so it's gonna be quite tough for this mechanic. Mechanic did open up a toolbox, found a syringe though, so she can self-heal, but it seems like 3 Cyphers they'll be stuck in 3 Cyphers for a while until they're able to recuperate from this Dream Witch offense.
You see, this is why I absolutely love to see these top tier gameplays, because, you know, we have the rulebook, right? We have the rulebook right next to us, and the rulebook says if you have a main decoder like the mechanic on the field, you want to go for the main decoder, the mechanic in the very first place, because it's gonna be dangerous late game. But right here we can see every single survivor was downed and brought out of the game before the mechanic even took the first hit, or before the mechanic was a target. And with that kind of map pressure that the Dream Witch is bringing in, yeah, the elbow pads, fantastic job. With that kind of map pressure that the leeches and the Dream Witches bring in, it's just extremely difficult for the survivors to get out of here. Fantastic job. Now concentrating on the Mercenary, who seems to try to get rid of that leech. Not quite able to do so in time. She actually changed from Blink to Patroller.
Exactly. And you said it best. This is how the Dream Witch starts. You know, it's like quicksand. You don't know that, all right, he's able to get the Gravekeeper, but we still got the mechanic going. It's like quicksand. You're not sure. You're struggling till you're neck deep in the pressure, and the Mercenary will fall once again. Mechanic, though, was able to heal up. Oh my god. Okay, gets the Patroller here. Excellent down. Oh, yeah, I had to cancel that out. Needed to break that pallet. So that's good on the mechanic side, but now DWD adding more pressure, adding another leech. How long can this mechanic hold out? Can he hold out till the Mercenary is able to heal? Not quite.
And I actually think Mercenary healed up previously. Therefore, this is the victory, a 5-point match. Again, we have seen both teams deciding these matches for themselves as Dream Witch. A 5-point game right here for, which was rename on the Survivor side, right? There we go. For CK, fantastic job. That was a match that we just wanted to see, like this dominant Dream Witch. And honestly, again, it surprised me a little bit. We saw Prisoner being, you know, cancelled out, so therefore the decoding speed was already slowed down. And then you just expect, hey, okay, we're gonna see the same strategies that we usually see. You're gonna go for the mechanic first, you're gonna try to bring down that mechanic stall, so the decoding speed is really going down, and then you concentrate on the other survivors that usually are a little bit more of a problem to bring down. Not this time. We saw the exact opposite. We saw Gravekeeper being the first target, then we saw Mercenary and Forward being in trouble, and exactly, and late game you still had the Mercenary up and running, but the mechanic was not necessarily the prime target, not even late game.
I think it really depended on that first kite and that first hit of that Gravekeeper, because we saw how he was able to time that hit so well that it canceled out the shovel. And not only did he lose the shovel, he also got injured. So that was a great start, and also a quick down means that the mechanic does have that debuff for her main body. She had to rely on that puppet, and I think DWD really relied on, like, okay, I'm gonna down the rescuers first, and like really just squeeze out the resources. And look, 3 ciphers remaining with a mechanic in the mix. That's actually kudos to DWD. 17 survivor hits, 6 pallets destroyed, and 9 knockdowns. Excellent stuff on DWD's side.
That is for sure, and here we can see, you mentioned it, you are very right. Maybe that is also one main reason why, you know, the Gravekeeper was one of the first targets. The hit when the shovel was activated was not only dealing damage and not only cancelling out that shovel, but there's also a cooldown now on the shovel of the Gravekeeper of 20 seconds. So therefore, for 20 seconds, if you can get him, he will be a really, really good target. And even if not, you know, he will utilize his second shovel, and then he is skillless, and then you can go for him. Fantastic job from CK DVD right here. Survivor hit 17. That is why they are always healing up. They have to heal up because these leeches will hit you. They will hit you over and over again. And again, Cat Carry coming in with the mechanic. You said it. We only saw 2 cipher machines getting popped. And yeah, mechanic was bringing a lot of decoding to the ground, but with the fast-paced gameplay, the fast-paced pressure that was put on the survivor side right here, CK was able to eliminate all of the survivors before more than 2 cipher machines have been popped, and that was just an absolutely incredible gameplay. Again, I think not going for the mechanics so early in the game was a surprising move, at least in my eyes, but it definitely paid off. It definitely paid off.
Like you always say, go big or go home. All or nothing, right? Leaving it all on the line there. Risked it all with that Gravekeeper. So let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on over to just a quick break. But let's see if Rename can bounce back for this. Don't go anywhere. More IVC when we return.
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
And we are back with the heat. We just saw round number 1 between CK and Rename, and they were doing an absolutely fantastic job on both sides. We were expecting to see a Dream Witch on both sides, and we got what we were hoping for. Dream Witch actually not being a hunter that we necessarily see that often during this tournament,
right?
But these both sides have shown it, us before that Dream Witch is still definitely a very extremely good hunter that is in the meta. And yeah, with this first round we have to give it to CK, who was definitely able to, you know, adapt to the Dream Witch of Rename and getting that tie, which also means round number 1 goes to them. Fantastic job. But everything is still on the table. We can expect some Dream Witch bans, but that's at least what I think. And
yeah,
this
I would agree.
Up.
And when it comes to the match that we just witnessed, it's like the minute details, right? The only thing that was really changed up, I mean, traits were also, well, Patroller Blink, but having the Prisoner in that matchup and that lineup really paid dividends in terms of how ZK was able to handle that. Rename, you know what, they did have a really strong team lineup, but also the change of detail of how DWD, you know what, decided, you know what, I'm gonna commit to this Gravekeeper. We're gonna down this Gravekeeper, and I'm gonna put all my effort into downing this just to force rescues coming out of everywhere. And I know that mechanic will only pop like 1 or 2 ciphers, which did just happen. So just a very confident Dream Witch in DWD. Shout outs to Death World. So I'm sure that we are going to see respect bans of that Dream Witch. I would say in any map, really.
Yeah, that's the first ban will automatically be Dream Witch after we just spectated these 2 matches. And again, we saw both teams utilizing the Sculptor in a really strong way. And, you know, not only going for all meta with Sculptor Breaking Wheel, but we also saw different hunters as well. And I'm really curious to see different hunters. We mentioned that Anne was coming into play. That could have been, that's definitely an interesting hunter to see, because we haven't really seen that in this tournament. But again, for round number 2, I just think, yes, we're gonna see that Dream Witch ban, and yes, we're gonna see a Sculptor from both sides, because they are both sides are very strong with these meta picks. And here we are again.
Disappeared for a second there because I was like, yeah, I think that was just the leaderboards. Again, this is Group B, and we did see Rename already square off against IVS. So ZK is their next adversary. They will have to go through them for them to gain more points. Again, ZK still has to face against IVS, but right now all pressure is on Rename. They need to be able to get more points on the board. They did lose round number 2, but you know what? They do have the bounce back potential. Let's see if they'll be able to do that coming into the second round. And let's talk about potential picks and bans. You're stroking your chin. I think you got an idea. What do you talk to me, Grizz?
Oh, you were just saying that, you know, that we might see a potential comeback right here, and that is definitely that's what is, you know, making me so excited for these matches, because you never know. Just because round 1 was maybe going to one team, round 2 can change everything up and go back to the other team, and then in the last round it's just, as we saw between NR and CC before, it's just always head to head. Even if one team is, you know, taking the first few points in round number 1 home, it doesn't mean that there's anything decided. There's still everything on the table for both sides. And again, when it comes to bans and picks, you already asked for that. Yes, I think Dream Witch, like we don't even have to talk about the hunter bans and picks.
Yeah, we don't.
Right?
Let's talk about potential picks then when it comes to survivors, because yeah, Sculptor, but depends also if like Ever Sleeping Town is going to be in the mix. I know Sculptor's there, but you know what, the Breaking Wheel is definitely a very viable option, as you mentioned, and Bloody Queen as well. We saw some 5-point Bloody Queens that graced our presences in the preliminaries phases, so that definitely brings more light to the conversation if we're gonna try to consider a bigger map. But then again, you know what, Sculptor also is pretty good.
That is a very valid point you just brought up. If we are going to see Ever Sleeping Town in round number 2, you're right. We might still see the Dream Witch ban, but this definitely opens up the gates for the Breaking Wheel that we have seen being utilized, especially on that map so many times before. And yeah, you're very right. So it's not necessarily only Sculptor that we are, looking forward to, but it could also be the Breaking Wheel. And when it comes to the Survivor side, I'm thinking about, do we see more, mechanic and prisoner bans now that we have seen how important these decoders can be? And I mean, they are extremely important. That's why we always see these mechanic bans in the very, very first ban phase, because every hunter knows the mechanic and the prisoner, for example, and also the explorer can bring down that type of decoding that will put me into trouble later in the game. So therefore, we might expect definitely more respect bans when it comes to the mechanic, and yeah, maybe even the secondary decoder, the prisoner.
Coming into this next match, I do believe that they might not priority ban Seer, because Dreamwitch is going to get banned right away. Having that Seer is definitely really important when it comes to a Dreamwitch match, because again, you can catch people off guard, can't give that support. But then if you have a Seer in, let's say, a Breaking Wheel match or a Sculptor match, the Owl does help, I would say, but it's manageable by the Hunter. So it's not as scary as having a mechanic, or as you mentioned, a prisoner, Cypher rushing. They need to build that presence, so they need to have no pressure in coming into an early chase. They need to spend that time to build that presence and build and gain that next skill, right?
I want to say yes, but then you just have to look back a few matches where we saw CK going against the Breaking Wheel, and not CK, sorry, CC going against the Breaking Wheel, and we saw the Seer utilizing the Owl twice to avoid just that little spike, right? When the Breaking Wheel was getting out of its form, utilizing a skill that everyone who is nearby would take an additional spike. Just utilizing that Seer's Owl to prevent that spike from happening meant that as soon as the Breaking Wheel was hitting the Seer, he was still up and running. And we have seen this, I think, 2 times in that match between Noir versus CC. And that was definitely something that was helping CC to be that strong during the entire match up until the end. Because the Seer was actually doing an extremely good job utilizing that Seer's Owl. So yes, I want to agree that the Seer's Owl is not necessarily as strong against the Sculptor as well as a Breaking Wheel, but
you gotta respect it still. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's
it's still
that's a
dangerous.
very valid point. And wow, look at that. We're just really on point with predictions tonight. Ever Sleeping Town is the next map we'll be witnessing, but changing things up now with a priority forward ban and mechanic as well. King will be doing the hunting for rename, so ZK Survivors, you know what, hot off the heels of an amazing performance by DWD. So let's see how they handle this one. Oh my god, the Dreamwitch is open to be picked, Grizzly.
The Dreamwitch is open to be picked, so there is a respect ban coming in for the Breaking Wheel, and this opens up the option for the Seer, because now we already said it, right? Seer is maybe not the best against the Sculptor and against the Breaking Wheel, but since Breaking Wheel is being banned, we might see another Dreamwitch, and therefore Sculptor can be the right pick. And this time you can't really go for the, decoding power that we saw before with the mechanic already being banned. So I think we can expect the Mercenary, as we have seen it before, that, Mercenary being picked, because he's usually the one that is still free in the very first round. Very first pick.
Now this makes me consider King probably thinking of a Priestess, or maybe taking out double decoders, taking out the Prisoner as well. Those are two valid survivors here in this map. Priestess, we've already seen how she's able to give those exit strategies, but also with the Prisoner, connecting ciphers from a distance, can definitely call out to his teammates who needs a connection, who needs that boost, who needs support when it comes to decoding. It definitely turned the tides into the Survivor's favor. So a very strong pick so far from Seer, and for 773 and EG, locking in the Seer as well as the Mercenary. And even though you do have the Dreamwitch coming into the mix, having the Seer would definitely help out the Survivors, but it would still be an uphill battle, because as you mentioned, King being a very known Dreamwitch, 5 points at the start, he's going to try it again. And the fact that they didn't ban the Dreamwitch, it could give King that momentum to, all right, you know what, you didn't ban it, I'm going to try it again, or I'm going to get more warmed up and this is a big map. So you guys are going to be heavily distanced now that the Priestess is banned.
That is for sure. Priestess ban. I was waiting for that ban. I was curious to see what it will be, because obviously Priestess on this map, Ever Sleeping Town, can be extremely dangerous, but at the same time you're now leaving it open for the Gravekeeper as well as the Prisoner, who can come in as decoder right here into this match. It's going to be very, very interesting. So again, I just want to mention, like, what we are seeing with this team as well. Usually we see the Ever Sleeping Town being utilized in the first round because everyone wants to get that Breaking Wheel in, right? Everyone wants to have Ever Sleeping Town get in there with Breaking Wheel before Breaking Wheel will be banned. But this time, with these two teams, they both started off completely different from what we have seen so far. And talking about completely different, I haven't seen a Painter in quite some time in this tournament. Here we have Rose coming in with the Painter. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now we're gonna wait for Queen with the Hunter pick. And again, it could definitely be the Dream Witch.
It could be. Leaving it open, actually, but having the Seer already there, they're going to make sure that they'll be able to have enough, survivors in terms of kiting prowess. Even though that there is a decoder that was banned, Prisoner and Explorer still being up for grabs, they decide to go for this Painter. This is the wild card pick, I would say. And now King locking in with that Dream Witch again. So this is going to be quite scary because, you know what, the round didn't go his way previously. He got a tie, which is good on both Survivor and Hunter side, but he's known for those 5 points, so he wants to get more than a tie. So let's see how he'll adjust to this lineup of characters, because I'm excited to see that Painter, actually. I mean, we've seen all these three, usually very standard, very meta, but that Painter can be a game changer for this lineup of ZK.
Yes, I couldn't agree any more. It's just the same with the Entomologist, right? Like when they are coming in with a fourth survivor that we haven't seen that often yet. Entomologist, hey, what can the Entomologist bring to the action right here? And the same thing will happen with the Painter. You know, the bees are always a surprising factor and always like giving this little bit of an edge when it comes to the survivor side. And the Painter can just provide the same kind of help, the same kind of edge that the survivors might need to get more survivors through the exit gate. We have seen the Painter, for example, utilizing the paintings right at the exit gate when teleportation is coming in and the time is very close to open up that gate. You know, put down that painting, it buys you more time to open up this exit gate and maybe escape right in front of the Hunter's eyes.
Yeah, that's definitely a scenario that could happen. And King, knowing the risks of utilizing this Dream Witch coming into this match. So let's head into it, ladies and gentlemen. King, with his Dream Witch, once again finds out Jhin early on, the Gravekeeper. Will he be locking in? No. Again, I think the Seer might be the most optimum target, but it's quite tough because all these guys definitely have the ability to kite for a really long time.
It definitely depends on how this plays out. Seer is definitely a good target, I can agree. You know, we saw the Gravekeeper being an extremely good target depending on how you would hit him, and there we go, the first hit. You already wrote, and I wasn't even prepared for anything to happen already. There we go, Seer taking that first hit, but going into the tram now. Quinn already making his way, trying to find the optimal strategy right here, and is definitely going to try and get that Seer.
Yeah, you see he's already going to be ready for when this tram will be dropping off. Already dropping a patroller at 773. Doesn't know what he's exiting. And right there, chomps on the ankle here. Already has a follower already on him. He will try to go to the corner, but look at that. The Seer's Owl was able to get that hit. But the patroller, oh my god, the tram hit again. Grizzly, did you predict this one?
What a play. I mean, I saw what the Seer was doing right there. Seer was trying to get that hit with the Owl and protected himself very, very well. And this is actually opening up the chance yet again to put more time on the ground for the survivors, for the rest of the team. Now will most likely go down, but wow, what a play. What a
and just
play.
To mention
the lead.
that Exactly. That was again the tram, the great equalizer here. Now not in the hunter's favor. You know what? That was a one cipher kite. So even though he was still able to buy enough time utilizing the owl with the help of the tram also. And now that still noticing that the skill is patroller, Gravekeeper is in the area utilizing the shovel to try and close out the distance. Will he go for the save early on? He will be leeched, so it's going to be very important to get this rescue. Now we see that the Gravekeeper gets hit once again. 2 ciphers remaining.
2 ciphers remaining indeed. They were able to pop these 3 ciphers extremely fast, and we saw the Blink is coming in, change from Patroller to Blink. Fantastic job. This will be a double down. Seer and Gravekeeper will go down, and I think it's definitely a fantastic job from Quinn right here, splitting up the attention between these 2 survivors, because you know, with all these leeches you can split up your attention. And now we're even bringing more attention to the decoding survivors, like the Painter right there. We have the Gravekeeper on the chair, this time for the first time, but also the Seer, who was trying to get away and who was trying to get as far away from the decoding survivors, is now ending up on the chair for the second time. So that is definitely a great play from Quinn. We just have to see how the response of CK will be. Oh, another leech!
And it's, the leech got hit, but now we see that, the mercenary going for the save early on, and I love this, the foresight here. Wants to chase out this mercenary to not give any support at all. 773 not corner house. Switching targets here, but no one is there. It seems like someone's going to go save that Gravekeeper, but what a blink hit. Seer will be falling down once again. We might be stuck here in the 2 ciphers for a while because they got to recuperate their resources here. Seer is down, Mercenary and Gravekeeper are injured, and you know what, we still haven't seen much of that Painter, but I believe the Painter already has a painting ready. 773 will be seeing that rocket chair again, but lower left side of the screen sees that they are removing those leeches, which is very important, Grizzly.
Very, very important indeed, and I have to say that that was a great change to the Gravekeeper, who was on the chair exactly when the survivor was about to hit halfway mark. He was just changing to the leech, swinging, even if there was nobody there, because just before the halfway mark, it's very, very likely that there might be a survivor rescuing, and therefore that switch that was hitting the chair was definitely a good choice. Even if there was nobody, it could have been, and the first survivor, Seer, is already out of the game. Now the rest of the team needs to coordinate. They need to bring down these last 2 cipher machines, which they almost are done with one. And right now, going for the Gravekeeper, definitely a great find, considering that Mercenary might be able to... Blink hit before the Mercenary was able to get rid of it.
And you gotta be impressed by King's placement of these leeches. Again, making sure that, all right, Gravekeeper is in the graveyard, Prisoner chasing him out of the second story, and now it is the Mercenary that is down while he was trying to remove that leech. The leech did hit him, so at least there's less bodies on the ground for this Dream Witch, but now we see that the ciphers are so close to being primed. One at 97%, another at 71%. Jin being chased back into the graveyard area, does have a shovel to utilize. He's gonna use it.
He used Blink and got the Gravekeeper out of the ground again. Mercenary is now on the chair. You have to say that it's going to be an extremely difficult situation, because the last cipher machine has been popped, but at the same time the cipher machine that is at 70% is just in the area where we have the Mercenary on the... Oh no, actually no, it's still over there, but we have a leech.
The painting. Yeah, excellent stuff by the Painter, just to try and grant safe passage to go for the Mercenary. Doesn't get hit. Will have to tank that hit and just try and go for that save. It's not quite ready yet. The Mercenary does have that delayed damage. And now we see that Rose is working on that painting. And Gravekeeper, I believe, wants to be able to push that cipher to be get ready for the exit gate war. And we see that Jin is opening up oh no, it's that cipher particularly, Grizz.
Yeah. I was seeing a different cipher. I definitely was wrong, but there we go. Look at these leeches. They're having blink and blink and blink and blink, and you can't escape them because they are utilizing the skill. They are utilizing the blink over and over again. And now we have Gravekeeper and Mercenary down at the same time, while the Painter is already injured. Will the Painter be able to to either rescue or to finish that Cypher machine off. He's definitely in a little bit of a tough situation right here. Gravekeeper now out of the game as well. Mercenary is down. Will he be able to get up, or will he be picked up by the leech that is right next to him?
It seems like King is going to play this close to the chest and just go for that painter because he knows that the mercenary will pop up eventually and try to just utilize buy time for that long self-heal. And now Rose does have a painting ready, going to drop this pallet and just try to survive as long as possible because, again, that's for them is to go for that dungeon.
That is for sure. That is the only option they have right now because it's just extremely difficult. There are leeches everywhere, basically a leech on each survivor, which means you have always someone behind you, someone you need to take, you need to pay attention to. Oh, the mercenary was taking that, was trying to buy more time, was trying to get distance between the leech and the mercenary by getting into the tram before it took off, but wasn't expecting the tram to take off that early, and there we go. We can see Mercenary is now down for the second time. That is the last target of the Dream Witch right here. CK Rose trying to get into the area of, you know, the dungeon, but it's going to be extremely difficult to actually wait for the Mercenary to bleed out. He's already at halfway, and the painting is still there, but at the same time...
Oh! The placement of that painting, excellent stuff, but now, you know what, just buying a little more time. But as you mentioned, the bleed out time of this mercenary is quite long. We saw that the blink was already utilized. Rose trying to buy as much time as possible, trying to keep that hit, but not quite. These jukes though, they're paying off. Oh my god, Rose looking like an NBA star with the jukes, as Rin would say, drops the pallet. The blink was already utilized, but he's gonna have to play it real close because, again, he has that leech and it's right in the open. The dungeon is there.
The dungeon is there, and the thing is, we have another leech sitting right on the dungeon. So what is the game plan right here? Trying to get away for now to get all of the leeches away from the dungeon, first of all, and then rotating back to the dungeon. But at the same time, you know, with these leeches being everywhere, it's going to be extremely difficult to find just one way to get away from the leeches.
And Blink is ready. Chris, this is going to be quite tough for Rose. Watch out. He's going to try to vault it. Not quite. Oh, again, tried to juke it, but you got to give it up to Rose. How many hits was he able to juke? That was amazing, but King again with that Dream Witch. You got to respect that. The 5 points in the bag for Rename.
5 points indeed, and this is just absolutely fantastic gameplay that we are spectating right here. The Dream Witch coming to the play, and again, I said this before, we have seen the Breaking Wheel quite often, we have seen the Sculptor quite often, but these teams immediately starting out with Dream Witch, then with another Dream Witch, and now, you know, getting the Breaking Wheel ban. Yeah, that's fine, that's okay, we're gonna just play another Dream Witch, why not? And that was my prediction, right? That we can definitely expect another Dream Witch ban, or at least a Dream Witch ban in round number 2. And leaving that Dream Witch open is definitely, you know, it's definitely a good point to make, right? To ban the Breaking Wheel. But then on the other side, Dream Witch is here. So what will we expect in the next round? Will we expect another Breaking Wheel ban, since it is, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, basically the map for the Breaking Wheel? Or will we see another Dream Witch ban? It might actually, I tend more towards the Dream Witch ban.
Yeah, it has to be, because you saw how effective King was, and I think especially DWD definitely gained the respect of Renamed survivors after facing them off in Arms Factory. But you know what, let's dissect that in just a bit, because we got to talk about that Dream Witch match. Again, it was back and forth constantly, but when it was last 2 ciphers, it remained that way for a while, because again, once Dream Witch gets that midpoint, you really feel her presence when she has like 2 to 3 leeches running around, injuring everyone, exhausting everyone's resources, and just splitting everyone's attention away from cipher rushing. And we're going to see the match data here. 14 survivor hits, 4 pallets destroyed, 9 knockdowns, King with 1 cipher remaining. Excellent stuff on the side of this Dream Witch, but you gotta get up to the survivor side. You know what, they were able to kite for as long as they can. The Seer did a lot of the work as well, bought in a lot, more than a minute. And also EG as well as Rose and Jin triple digits when it comes to decoding. It wasn't enough to push that last cipher, and that is the Dream Witch in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen.
Not even triple digits for sure, but like look at the decoding speed on Rose. We were talking about this, like, hey, are we going to see another decoder, for example, Prisoner, or maybe Explorer in the spot for Rose? I did not just drink. Yeah, so we were
hydrate, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching.
Exactly, hydrate. And so it shouldn't be, it's okay, you can drink something. I totally support this.
Take a sip.
And you know, I just think that it just showed that, hey, we didn't bring the Prisoner as main decoder right here, but we brought the Painter, who is definitely also scary when it comes to decoding. They were almost able to bring down all the cipher machines, not quite almost, but again, one thing I definitely want to highlight is that there was a little bit of I wouldn't say pressure on Rename, but Rename knew, okay, the first round went to CK, so we need to step up our game. We need to get this going, and this time, you know, banning that mechanic and bringing out the Dream Witch again. CK knew that, hey, we saw the Dream Witch before and we were able to go against the Dream Witch and get that tie. So let's just allow the Dream Witch again, and if we get another tie, that's gonna be beneficial for us. But Rename definitely not letting this happen again, really proving their point that they know how to play the Dream Witch properly and how to put pressure on the survivors. Fantastic job right here. And this is also securing us around number 3, because, you know, with Rename getting these 5 points, even if CK is getting 5 points, it will be a tie in round number 2. So we are definitely jumping into a round number 3. Very, very exciting stuff. And just to circle back to this match, fantastic job from, you know, the seer, who was utilizing the owl after coming out of the tram, having the patroller immediately on his feet, and then the leech coming in front of the tram, hitting, getting stunned, allowing the seer to get away. That was just an extremely good move. Really enjoyed watching that.
There was another casualty, right? It was the mercenary that also got hit. So this tram really has no favoritisms, ladies and gentlemen. I think there was also another hit of the leech, but luckily he wasn't piloting that leech. And just, I think the casualties here, the real winner here is the tram. But we have to give it up for the Dream Witch of King. Just again, yeah, I'd like to say there was some pressure coming into this because of how well DWD was able to perform. So coming into this, and also just to add, Rename being like CZ, this is their last match in the group stage, so they really need to put more points on the board. So this is an excellent momentum shift and a momentum breaker, because if we look at points alone, they already tied things up. So they were able to mitigate the 5 points gained by DWD. Now, thing is though, DWD off to a hot start. I don't think he's planning on stopping anytime soon. And Grizzly, we may see a ban of the Dream Witch, but he's also got a scary sculptor. He's also got that Bloody Queen, which shines so bright here in Ever Sleeping Town.
That is for sure, and I think we haven't necessarily seen the breaking wheel, right? So that is going to be
on DWD yet.
Exactly. So that is another question that is thrown into the room. Like, hey, we're gonna ban the Dream Witch, but what are we going to see, right? Are we going to see that sculptor? Are we going to see the Bloody Queen, or maybe even the breaking wheel? Usually, the breaking wheel is, you know, Ever Sleeping Town breaking wheel. That's to be expected. If you're banning the Dream Witch, for example, you want to, I mean, they want to ban the Dream Witch. They faced the Dream Witch earlier. They want to ban the Dream Witch. So now are they preparing to see, what? Are they preparing to see a breaking wheel? Bloody Queen? Or Sculptor? You don't really know. So that's definitely something that the Survivor side this time, which is Rename, has to consider as well. So it's going to be a still intense second round for both of these teams.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you know, just adding that question into the mix really got me excited to, are we going to see something new from ZK? Because the performance that we saw from ZK's Hunter, which is DWD, yeah, Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, and Anne. No breaking wheel as of yet. And you know what, it could go down to preference, but you know what, I'm sure DWD being one of the top hunters, Death World, he might have, you know, dabbled with the breaking wheel. It could be, it could come in there. So again, it's just this mind game. Do you think that on Renamed side, does he have a breaking wheel? Should we respect that? Or should we respect the Dream Witch? Just a lot of questions, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm excited to see how this next match will pan out for us.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Like, you know, is there really a question? Do we respect the Dream Witch? I think, yeah. I think you respect that Dream Witch, right? Like, that is definitely what I think will be in Rename's favor, right? Like, hey, we saw the Dream Witch. That Dream Witch is not funny. This Dream Witch is not easy.
Serious.
It's not easy to deal with. So, like that. I mean, that was my prediction before this round even started, that we will see a Dream Witch ban. And yeah, as we mentioned, we didn't see a breaking wheel, but you know, both of these teams, top teams, I assume, just as you just assumed, that they know how to play a breaking wheel. So maybe they are just keeping that breaking wheel up their sleeve. They haven't shown the breaking wheel yet, just to whip that breaking wheel out right now and to show how strong the breaking wheel can be. But still, you know, other options are Sculptor. We saw Bloody Queen coming in with the 5-point game, right? So that is definitely something scary too. It's a big map. Bloody Queen can definitely deal that map, as well as, you know, Sculptor, who has the map pressure with the sigil that she can just throw basically everywhere and prevent not only the late game when it comes to the exit gates, but can also prevent survivors from decoding cipher machines. And it's just, in general, there are a lot of good options for both sides right now. For example, for CK, for the Hunter. Again, my predictions, I just throw it out here. Dream Witch will be banned. Breaking Wheel is definitely one Hunter that we might expect, but it could switch up when it comes to the Hunter pick.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting. We're gonna ban a Seer and a Mechanic, so they really want to ban that Dream Witch, because again, having the Seer not in play, and if a Dream Witch does get picked, they could definitely get caught off guard. So having the Seer and Mechanic is actually pretty good. They want to secure, I would say, yeah, I'm about to say this, the Priestess. This is definitely something they should secure in either Mercenary or that Forward while it's still available. But this opens up a lot of things, because again, usually we see the ban of the Mechanic and something else, and they go for that Seer. So DWD, Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and probably Breaking Wheel up his sleeve. So I'm actually really interested to witness what he'll be locking in with, because again, DWD putting in a lot of effort and a lot of work at the early part of the first round, so he definitely does not want to let go of that momentum for his team.
That is for sure. I mean, he was already putting so many points to the ground, and yeah, I mean, he needs to get that 5-point game as well, as if he wants to tie up round number 2 to give his team a little bit better of a standing when it comes to round number 3. So he wants to get these 4 survivors through not through the gate, but like, you know, out of the game. And at the same time, we are just waiting for the survivors to pick the survivors, and we might expect the Mercenary to come in here, because Mercenary is just one of the survivors we have seen being utilized so frequently. Mercenary, or maybe the Forward. Yeah, Forward is actually coming in. This is allowing CK to... Oh wait, maybe they are going to slow down the game even more by bringing out another survivor that can decode, like the Prisoner, but is also opening up the ban for the Mercenary, which is the Gravekeeper as third ban. Okay, I did not expect that, but there will be definitely a lot of action going on right here, because now Mercenary is a pick that the survivors can pick.
Yeah, let's try to dissect that. A Gravekeeper ban, that's over Mercenary. That's actually quite new. I mean, we've been watching this game since the preliminary stages, and DWD, a top a top Hunter here, might be setting something up for them. Oh, but look at that, locks in an Entomologist. Okay, and
so
I think they're not.
As you just
go for it.
As you just said, there might be something, there might be a little setup on CK's side for a little bit of a different Hunter, but as you can clearly see, we have the Mercenary and the Entomologist, definitely some really good picks. Again, there's also a Priestess on this map. This can be extremely powerful, And it seems like that team knows exactly what to do, how to play on this map, and they have their composition. They were definitely locking in that priestess, so they are putting a lot of value into that priestess. And we have the breaking wheel that we haven't seen from DWD yet, but we will see him right now, and I am excited because, again, it's always exciting to see a breaking wheel match, and what we have seen so far from today's breaking wheel matches, absolutely fantastic. So let's just enjoy DWD's breaking wheel against, you know, a priestess as well as an entomologist in combination with the fort and the mercenary.
So DWD seems to be more comfy facing the mercenary. Again, if he's able to get 3 spikes on that mercenary and 1 hit, we won't even feel his delayed damage. So again, countering here, maybe he wanted them to pick this mercenary, and they did, because that Gravekeeper can go into that burrow state to try and like avoid these spikes and just be generally a hard target to even go through when you're in wheel form. So DWD's breaking wheel, again, we only have match data on his Dream Witch, Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and Anne. This is a first for us, and I'm sure Rename has done their homework to try and figure out, all right, you know what, we respect the Dream Witch, but man, this breaking wheel, we gotta be in tip-top shape to try and gain the lead in terms of not just rounds, but in points too. So coming into the 3rd match, they won't have that much pressure, because again, this is the last match that Rename will be playing here in the group stage.
Exactly, and as we already have seen, like the breaking wheel can be extremely dangerous and can deal a lot of damage and can bring down a lot of survivors, but at the same time, in today's matches where we saw CZ going against the breaking wheel on this very map, on Ever Sleeping Town, there is definitely a chance for these survivors to get away from the breaking wheel, to get away from the wheel form, from getting away from the spikes, and we are straight up jumping into this match. You can see Forward was found early in the game, is already having the first spike, and now DWD is concentrating on Sad. Forward might try to hit him again, but look at that, avoiding it.
Priestess already there, trying to give him an escape route. Yeah, this is actually quite interesting now. Again, you know what, this is what breaking wheels want to do. They want to be able to spike as much as possible, and DWD does have the luxury of doing that, because there's no decoders here. Now Priestess, again, doing a great job, eats 1 spike. 1 more would do for him to turn back into normal form. And also, you gotta watch that presence, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, Priestess in a very strong part here, because there are windows, and he doesn't have the full presence to extend his spike just yet.
And it's just so nice, just so good to watch, and we can see that Priestess was trying to predict. Was trying. Went back. What a fantastic job buying more time. But breaking wheel is just. The bees are coming in.
The bees. Gotta watch out. And now we see that, yeah, he want to go back into the regular form, but Cat Carry doing a really good job here. 1 hit away from falling down, and we see that the objectives are being pushed. Now, DWD still looking for that most optimal target, which is the Priestess with 2 spikes, and you saw that the bees might be looming around the area, so gotta be careful with that. Trying to throw these spikes, but Cat Carry did not see that blink happening, gets Terror Shock. Excellent stuff on the side of DWD.
I want to add to this that Cat Carry was predicting that blink, was going back over the pallet just to get away from that blink, but the blink happened so fast that the Terror Shock was taking place. Therefore, Cat Carry being down right here. Entomologist trying to make her way out of this area a little bit with the bees, but was getting the attention of DWD, and DWD is just circling around this area, is having tinnitus and wants to get that survivor, and the rescue might happen. Priestess is having 1 spike, the bees are there, but the bees are not really affecting.
But now here we go, normal form, trying to activate it, activates it, and now the Priestess will be falling down. And yeah, apologies for that. Yeah, she did try going back, but then again, getting that Terror Shock did build more presence, and now we see DWD being very proactive, going back into that wheel form, finds Cat Carry, but the tinnitus will be propping up, and he does see Oran's again, wants to just invest early and put a lot of spikes in a lot of these survivors, just so that they do not have the luxury of decoding. Now we see that the forward utilizing the football just to get away a little bit. Now the forward, one chip shot away to falling down. The priestess is up again though.
But this is extremely good for the forward because he could have went down, but he didn't. And that is definitely one point right here for the survivors, that they are alive. And as long as you're alive and you're up and running, you're helpful for the team. And there we go, the priest is taking again that spike, and it's really the main target of DWD right here, is getting on the chair for, I think, what is the second time. So what we can also see is forward getting healed, Mercenary coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, once again, right? And this is actually great job on the side of DWD because they're not focusing on decoding right now. They're focusing on healing up and gaining the resources back. DWD changing back into normal form. Oh, hits her before she's able to get the holy key out. And now we see that the forward still has wanted order and tries to get ready for a stun here. He's got a lot of football to utilize, but now DWD just trying to clean things up now. Wants to chase away the forward before he chairs the priestess.
Ooh, nice dash! DWD was expecting that the forward would go in circles, but DWD was able to get out of there. Now is going back to Cat Carry, who will be on the chair again for the third time. So that means the first survivor is out of the game. But if we are looking at the progress of the Cypher machines, we can see that they are doing a fantastic job. 3 survivors up and running. 1 Cypher machine almost primed. The other one already started. So this could definitely go into both directions. We can see the forward buying more time, trying to dash away, throwing down that pallet, but the pallet will be broken.
Now we see 2 ciphers, and now we see that the spikes, 3 ciphers, 3 spikes, and now the activation of those spikes. Forward will be the second survivor on that rocket chair. But Grizzly, as you pointed out, you know, those ciphers, those 2 ciphers have already been invested in, and actually just 1 cipher remained, more than 50%. And I love the placement of DWD here. He's got foresight of that gate, and also NG is pretty far, so he's gonna have to try and go to wheel form and try to pressure this cipher. He knows that a save will happen, so he will invest his time in trying to just swat away the survivors here in the cipher. Oh my god.
Look at the Mercenary having 3 spikes, which means he will immediately go down if he is taking a hit, but he is really getting away and not taking. Was trying to avoid that trap, but was getting into the trap. Now we can see that the rescue happened. Survivors are trying to get away, but DWD immediately going back on the hunt of the forward, who was already healed up by the entomologist, but is taking these spikes and might take another spike by. No, was able to avoid that.
A little too far. That's true. Oh wow, activated the spike half. Yeah, just 1/4 of damage. Oh my god, puts more pressure here. And now DWD knows that that cipher is almost primed, so he will go back to wheel form. That was the point of hitting that forward, just making sure that the forward doesn't have full health to try and go for a rescue. Now he's back. Tinnitus is propped up, and also the mercenary is hiding. I is the next target here, and you know what? Resources are still looking okay in terms of the entomologist, in terms of life, and the bees as well. NG trying to sneak things around here, but now gets spotted out.
Fantastic job from the mercenary, really getting away and now trying to avoid. Was getting that hit was getting another hit and will go down if the skill is activated. Yes, will go down over time. That one cipher machine that is almost done is like an unreachable target, and therefore they had to go for another cipher machine. They started with another one that is at 23% right now. Okay,
and
it's
it
going
seems
to be
like
very intense.
entomologist will be the next target here. DWD knows that he's got to apply pressure here because, again, any which way they're able to split up, it would be actually real bad for him. And now just going to the second house here, watch out of the, just avoiding the hole there. And nice drop down there. The forward does have one spike on him, one activation, and he will be falling down. Oren realizing that, that was a close trap, activates it, and DWD back on the hunt once again in wheel form.
Mercenary being down for the second time, and I think Mercenary actually healed himself up already, so he can do it again. Bees are trying to help right here, but is it going to work? You can see the entomologist being able to get away. No, mercenary actually got up. Okay, that I've been mistaken. But there might be the entomologist. Oh, entomologist is getting that little bit of a speed boost and is avoiding the blink hit with the bees. That
Just activates it. Yeah, it's again, it's just a constant back and forth with DWD. He knows he's constantly checking if anyone's at the cipher. And now we see that they're opening up a new one, 27%. The forward is over at the graveyard area, while we see that the mercenary is trying to push that cipher. And he knows that someone is touching this one. And now NG dropping down. This is actually pretty good on the side of the survivors. 41%, but now that's going to be a stalemate. DWD now focusing on the mercenary, activating it. Will be dropping the mercenary again and probably going back into wheel form to try and defend that cipher. That's more than 70%.
Will I be able to out of sight? And no, not at all. We have the scratch marks on the floor right here. Now the next target is I, and we can see this is really just all of the perfume. Not being able to actually get on that, but being able to get rid of that one spike. There comes another spike. Will probably go down with the skill that is ready in 1 second. And there it comes. We have the entomologist on the chair right now, putting pressure on the survivors. We can see they're healing up over there, but with them healing up, they are not really getting the time that they need to decode that last cipher machine. It's such a back and forth. And DWD is not giving them any chance to get to a cipher.
No time of day, right? Just making sure constant pressure, and you just see how far these survivors are from each other. That he's really capitalizing on. And how many times have we seen this mercenary fall down and activated those spikes? We are going to see that the forward will try to close out the distance, but again, on foot is going to be an arduous task because the wheel form will be coming out, and just like that, snap of a finger, he's almost closing out that distance. It's going to be quite tough for Orange to try to make it towards the entomologist, and the entomologist is already past half. DWD just staying in this area. He knows that it's going to happen, and now we see that the Tide Turner is popped though. Oh, activate.
That will bring down the fort immediately as soon as Tide Turner ran out. Fantastic job from DWD. Again, the pressure that is on these 3 cipher machines. They are very, very close to each other, and therefore it is extremely good for DWD to actually, you know, go back and forth and figure out where the last cipher machine is trying to be primed. And entomologist is already having these 2 spikes and will go down with the skill. Now all survivors are down. I actually couldn't count which survivor was getting up and which survivor didn't, but it seems like all of the survivors already went through the breakthrough of the healing. And that means 5 points, which is a tie right here in round number 2 for CK. What a match!
Yeah, and I don't know how many times that he's injured these survivors. I want to see the match data because I know that 60 is the number to beat with how Oxygen was with the breaking wheel, but there was 1 cipher remaining. The proactivity of DWD. Wow, I thought I was scared of his Dream Witch. My gosh, look at his breaking wheel in Ever Sleeping Town. I think he's definitely a hunter to be very scared of.
That was definitely a show that we were able to watch right here. And as you already pointed it out, the way he was going for that mercenary and the way they were healing up that mercenary over and over again, and that mercenary taking these spikes and the mercenary going down over and over again, you can't say that Rename was doing anything wrong. They were really trying their best, but the cipher machines were just protected extremely well, and it was extremely difficult for them to heal up and to have the time to heal up, get the attention of the hunter, and decode another cipher machine. It was impossible against DWD right here to do any of this, to heal, decode, I would say, even, you know.
I would say it was definitely a comfy match for DWD, especially with the picks and bans. The Seer not giving them the foresight of where he was going to go to, denying the mechanic, as well as the Grave Key, and Priestess was there, right? So even though he was still comfy utilizing, having that Priestess there, just the maneuvering of this hunter is just insane. So 52, that is close to 60, Grizz. And 1 cipher remaining, 5 pallets destroyed, and 13 knockdowns. I think majority of that was that mercenary again getting back up and getting knocked down again. Excellent stuff on the side of DWD, but we got to look at the survivor side that named for rename. Again, they were doing everything right. They were defending, they were trying to push for that cipher, but again, the map really played into the favor of this breaking wheel because of how far spread out the survivors were. They did try opening up another cipher, but the constant proactivity of this Dream Witch gave enough time. Look at the containment time on everyone. It was past 60 because that's how much time DWD invested in each of these survivors to just secure himself a tie coming into the third match. Again, a lot of pressure still on Rename side, but you know, the task is not over yet. ZK not out of the woods. They can definitely Rename can give them a run for their money. So I'm excited to see match number 3.
I am also very excited to get into this round number 3 that we are spectating between CK and Rename. And this was extremely interesting to see. You already said it. We had 52 hits, which is extremely close to 60. So another match that was extremely long, extremely well coordinated. Survivors were across the entire map. And I am very curious to see what they will provide us in round number 3. But for now, we are jumping in a short break.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。喜态。
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I mean.
masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
We are back right here in round number 3, which will maybe already decide who will win this fight between CK and Rename. It's also, it's also a possibility that we're gonna see a 4th round, depending on how these teams play right now. And I think
did you see the script? It's written here. It's
the script says.
Yeah, they emailed round 4. Grizz predicts it.
4. Wow. Oh, and they will win round 4. Interesting. Yes.
With Feaster. Did you turn the page? It says Feaster.
It says Feaster.
It does.
Didn't even see that.
Yeah, kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, here are the stakes for Rename. They did bring things. They tied things in the second round, but again, DWD just up in the ante, still continuing with that 5-point lead. It was a 2-5, so it was 7-2, and then it just stays in that 5-point deficit. So now everything's still on the table, but then again, if we look at Rename's side, they need to at least alleviate that 5 points.
Yes. So if Rename is able to get a 5-point match, they can in the second half they can comfortably play into like a tie. Everything less than a tie would be deciding for CK, but that is already a statement, because getting a 5-point game, yes, we have seen it happening between these two previously, right? Like in CK's side, for example, they were able to get 5 points twice, and in Rename's side, you can see that there were a 5-point game too. But in this third round, we can see that sadly, Leo's Memory, we were all hoping for it, is being banned. But man, I hate to say it, Leo's Memory being banned. But on the other side, this is opening up the opportunity for CK to pick Moonlit River Park, which we are seeing right here. And as we already talked about this, CK very well known for their Bloody Queen gameplay or N gameplay that could both be a very, very good pick for the Moonlit River Park. And I see you're touching your nose. You want to say something?
That is the signal for me to say something. Add to that breaking wheel, my guy. If right, there's 2 bans on the table for the team Rename for DWD, and you mentioned it that really good with Dream Witch, really good with Sculptor, but after that performance with that breaking wheel in Moonlit River and in Moonlit River Park in itself, that's a lot of calculations that Rename has to be making and a lot of risks they have to manage in terms of who they're going to allow through for DWD, because I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to face that that breaking wheel again.
Not the breaking wheel nor the dream witch, so I genuinely assume that those will be the bans, right? Like we might see a breaking wheel ban and a dream witch ban. We might, you know, we could also see Sculptor ban, but Sculptor on the other side, I just have this feeling of Bloody Queen. I have this feeling that we're gonna see a Bloody Queen, and I would absolutely love to see that, because we haven't really seen the Queen being utilized that many times before. So that would be something I'm curious to see if that will happen. Again, we have a bigger map, so Bloody Queen would be a very, very valid pick. So that might be something we have to look forward to. But you already said it, like, you know, you have to manage your risks. Are you potentially allowing the Sculptor on this map? Are you potentially, you know, banning Sculptor and allowing the breaking wheel yet again? I feel like the Dream Witch is a ban that we can definitely expect from both sides.
Oh yeah, for sure. They need to respect that. The Dream Witch has done so much in terms of like getting a lot of points. But you know what? We're going to find out as we head on over to the picks and bans. Survivors being banned. DWD will be doing the hunting first, so our questions will be answered after this process. Banning the Seer, the Mech, seems like a little bit of a deja vu of what we've seen in the previous match, and the Priestess as well, really cutting the corners here. Doesn't want to deal with that again. But now we're going to shift things over to the Hunter bans. So what is going to be the Hunter bans for the side of Rename?
That is a very, very good question. Again, we said it before, Dream Witch will be the respect ban, and then we might see the breaking wheel, or yeah, it is going to be the breaking wheel, leaving an opening for the Sculptor, which we have seen from CK before, leaving also open the possibility of, you know, the Bloody Queen. Again, yes. I have a feeling that we will see that Bloody Queen, but with the Survivor bans, what we can expect is, yes, Mercenary, and as well as the Forward, who might come in as second main survivor from Oren. So that is still leaving us at the question, what can we expect as another ban on the survivor side? Will we see an entomologist who is being banned quite frequently because she can just be very, very helpful for the survivor team with their bees? Or will we see a prisoner ban to just slow down decoding speed even more?
Yeah, we'll find out. Okay, so now, as you mentioned, the Mercenary and Forward will be locked in. But thinking on DWD's side, probably maybe the Prisoner in my book, especially if you're able to take out that Prisoner. You definitely can hunt as long as you want, and you don't have to worry about the ciphers being connected, and you have to be able to clean that up. But again, you know, you can also make the case for the entomologist and just her being a constant harasser. But as you mentioned, it is the Prisoner that will be banned. Now, Cat Carry and I, big task ahead of them because they want to be able to get as much points as possible for them. And again, it's actually been really the battle of the Hunters. A lot of these matches have been very Hunter-sided. That just shows how DWD as well as King are so strong. And Cat Carry with our first Perfumer. Oh wait, have we seen a Perfumer today?
No, I don't think so. We saw the Perfumer when it came to the stat cards that Cat Carry is extremely knowledgeable when it comes to the Perfumer, and we are just seeing that Perfumer right now for the first time in today's matches. Very exciting to see the Perfumer. I think we saw a Perfume being utilized earlier,
yes,
but that was the
that's true.
That was coming out of an item box, and here we have the, as we already said, you know, like either you ban the Prisoner or you ban the Entomologist, and since Prisoner was banned, we are seeing the Entomologist that we were talking about now. We are coming to DWD's Hunter pick though again. Will it be a Sculptor? Will it be a, you know, Bloody Queen? And Anne could also be a good pick for this map because you can just utilize these cats to transition from one point to another a little bit faster. But I almost feel like that Anne might be a surprise pick. Well, not necessarily a surprise pick, but, you know, a Hunter up case sleeves that will come out in a potential round 4. I am just talking in circles because here we are with Anne That is
Okay.
definitely very interesting to see. I'm very excited. We're gonna see Anne in this round number 3 on DWD's side.
Yeah, and it just shows that, yeah, maybe this was the hunter up his sleeve, but this is also him revealing his cards already. And we've seen his Anne in the 4th round. I think, was that the the extra match against NR? So he's really pulling out all the stops for him to be able to pull out this Anne early on. And Anne being very viable, especially in 3rd to extra rounds, for her to be able to use those cats and just be a constant threat. So far, DWD has a trend of gaining 5 points. Can Rename break that streak with this lineup? Because it looks like a very powerful lineup. It's just that this map is huge. They don't even have the ability to have a priestess, or Anne doesn't really have the ability to teleport. She has to bring that trait with her. So it's going to be a question of how spread out are these survivors, and how the containment time of these survivors can last for them to be able to push for those decoding for the Cypher Rush, I mean.
That is absolutely true, and you just have to think about what you just said. CKDWD is coming in with these 5-point games over and over again, and this is now pushing Rename to a situation where they have to get at least a tie, to win or to proceed into the next round, in round number 4. So if anything happens that is better than a tie for CKDWD, it is going to be decided that CK will win this match between these two, but at the same time, you know, everything is still open. You have the perfumer right here.
Cat carry? Yeah, but look at that. Silence. Wasn't able to utilize the perfume because the cat silenced her with that bite. So now this is actually a great start for DWD, because doesn't have to worry about a perfume being used. Gets the bite again, and the silence will happen. But no, gets the perfume. But wow, what an early down by DWD. You see that the bees are in place already. They have to go for this rescue. Rename needs all the points they can, but the basement Grizzly.
The basement indeed, and usually Perfumer being such a phenomenal kiter and buying so much time for the team, this time DWD being able to bring down that Perfumer extremely early, and now concentrating on protecting the Perfumer in the basement, is not having any Tinnitus active yet, so therefore is roaming around a little bit right here and can just check out the area, can just see if there's anyone around on the Cypher machines. And we can see that NG is slowly transitioning into the area of the haunted house, into the area of the basement where he wants to go for the rescue for Cat Carry. Probably after halfway mark, because we can already see that one is hit. And attach that cat, fantastic job, pops right there. And this might be difficult for the mercenary to actually get that rescue just in time.
Oh my god.
And is teleporting down.
Wow, the defense on DWD already hit the mercenary, stuffing the rescue. And now Perfumer will be expiring soon, but that was an excellent defense there. Again, didn't go too crazy with just downing that mercenary, even though that was an excellent cap placement. And 4 ciphers remain. The Perfumer is out of here.
The Perfumer is out of the game. The first Cypher machine has been popped. Cypher machines are being worked on, but at the same time, you mentioned it, first survivor already out. We can see that NG is just utilizing that roller coaster. What's the stop?
Wow!
Was utilizing...
Activated the cat? Oh my god, and now he fell down the coaster. That's new to me. I'm being honest.
I was just very confused how he popped up there in this corner. Yes, you're right. He was getting pushed out of the roller coaster. That was extremely good from Anne right here, bringing down the mercenary NG, and on the chair. Can now see Ford is coming in, is preparing for a very long stun. This will definitely buy enough time to get that rescue. And again, 3 Cypher machines remaining. It will be popped soon, so 2 Cypher machines will be... Oh no, they are working on different ones already. Okay, good job, but still 3 Cypher machines remaining.
Oh, nice avoidance of the cat there. But now NG does have a elbow pad to utilize, and the bees are still there, so it will try to harass. But then again, DWD getting away from those bees, and the mercenary as well. This is actually pretty tough. He doesn't have any elbow pads to utilize. Oh god, the jumps, the hops will be in place. The stun will happen. Oh, mercenary will eat that hit, but the delayed effect will allow him to go a little further away and try to buy a little more time. 2 ciphers still remain for the side of Rename.
Again, Rename wants to push for the tie as this match will be decided for CK, and this is going to be very, very difficult, to be honest, because we can see how DWD is performing so far, doing a fantastic job. We can see the forward already being there, being ready to go in for the rescue. We can see that the entomologist is trying to push the cipher machines, but the one is at 70%, and they still need one more after that, so it's definitely a difficult situation for the survivors. And yeah, Ford is just giving tinnitus, just forcing the hunter to stay in this area.
Yeah, and now being chased away by the cats, and the forward seems to be going for the rescue, and he's already here. The cats will be coming back. He has to time this one well. Excellent save. No tide turner. 1 cipher still remains, but it's far from being popped, Grizzly. So now this rebound kite has to be very important. The forward in the area can definitely provide some support in terms of stunning. And now we see that the mercenary utilizing the pallets here. The cats are on cooldown, but now gets the bite on, eats that hit. Forward is already here, and DWD just making sure he's going to be ready for that. But now NG going to the corner here. This is going to be quite tough because the forward has an open area for him to work with to get that stun, while we see the entomologist still pushing for that cipher.
This is going to be a very, very interesting situation right here. As you already said, like, mercenaries in that corner. Look at the time that is getting bought for, for the entomologist. That is a cat.
Silenced him.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to use the football. And look at that. Oren's trying to wait it out, but still that's not going to be enough. We're going to see the mercenaries' last chair. The cipher isn't close to being primed, but then again, the forward can eat that hit, but the teleport will be utilized.
Look at the decoding progress. It's almost done. It's almost done. Entomologist can eat a hit, can take that hit, but is trying to get away because of the cats. Cats are dangerous, so you want to get away. Nice job. Still 2 survivors are up and running. That 1 cipher machine is primed. You can see the forward already working on another one. But will this be necessary, or will the entomologist be able to pop it? No, won't be able to pop it because the cats were waiting on the cipher machine.
That was great cat placement there by DWD. Just the forethought of, like, she's gonna pop this cipher, but then again, DWD can't relax just yet because he knows that the forward is trying to prime another cipher. He's gonna get another cat bite on him, but then look, great B placement here. Gets the stun. Oh my god, Grizzly. The entomologist is down, and the forward isn't close to priming that cipher just yet.
Still a phenomenal job from the entomologist, just buying so much time that this cipher machine is already at 60%. Phenomenal job, but at the end of the day, forward now is injured and needs to go in for the rescue. Again, they need to get that tie, so they have to take the risk. And fantastic job from Anne. That placement on this rocket chair away from all other cipher machines is really putting pressure on the survivors, because if the forward is going in for the rescue, they still have a long, long way to go to actually get back to their cipher machines, and that might actually be already very, very difficult since Anne is right behind Oren. The football is coming in.
Teleport is going to be ready. Okay, but now we see that he's chasing him on foot. Teleports already to deny the save from that forward, and the cat is already there to just make sure the stun will happen. But excellent jukes there from Oren, but no, gets denied. And DWD still living up to the 5-point trend. Incredible stuff.
5-point trend indeed. Phenomenal match with the Anne right here on Moon Literal Park. We talked about this. We talked about possible hunters, and we were saying, hey, Anne could definitely be a valid pick when it comes to the Moon Literal Park map, because, you know, long distance have to be overcome, and with the cats you just have this speed, this momentum that you get by dashing towards them, and you can also, you know, slow down other survivors. And we have seen CK DWD utilizing that N previously, and just, you know, another time we see how this N can be destroying. I'm very curious to jump into the second half, but just to make this a little recap right here, already early in the match, DWD was able to get that priestess, despite of the perfumes, despite of her being able to actually kite for a very, very long time. She was going for that priestess, canceling out the skill, immediately landing a hit. Second hit was happening when a perfume was active, but still getting that hit, pushing that survivor into the basement, and basically denying the rescue of the mercenary by utilizing teleport so early in the match. Phenomenal job from Anne right here, from DWD, and the survivors at that point were already in a little bit of a, you know, pickle, in a little bit of a troublesome situation, because the first survivor was getting sent back so early in the game. And just in general, phenomenal teamwork right there. But we saw some moves that were just, you know, not only surprising, but also very, very helpful for Anne. Example number one, we have the mercenary being on the roller coaster, but having the cats and therefore falling down. I couldn't even process what was happening so fast. You caught up way earlier than I did. I was just like, what is the mercenary doing right there?
How did he end up there? The second stop was was there, and I think you called it out. Just an excellent early chase for the Anne, really solidified that lead, even though that you know, Anne doesn't really have great mobility in terms of like teleporting anywhere, has to bring that trait with her. Utilized the trait early on, was very sparingly used, and also the cats, just the timing of them, just knew when it was ready, knew how to utilize it. And one cipher remaining. Excellent stuff on the side of DWD. Still, this whole streak of his has to be highlighted. He has not, no survivors have gone out on his watch. And look at the survivors here of Rename. Really tried to push for those ciphers, really trying to buy some time here. But yeah, the early chase was cat carry. And that silence skill that was utilized early on denied the perfumer of utilizing her skill. So it really cut down the kiting time of cat carry, and just I just turned into an avalanche right away in DWD's favor. And yeah, DWD Death World. I always say this when I casted his match in the community stream. You know, it's a death world and we just live in it, and he's just dominating so far. So again, this is so scary to go up against, and I'm sure that a lot of people in the group stages are taking notice of DWD.
That is for sure. He is just like a shark in the water who is, you know, feeling that little bit of blood in front of his nose and is just straight up going for the targets, immediately getting these survivors. Phenomenal job, you said it. We have to highlight 5-point game in each of the rounds that he has played on the Hunter side so far. So fantastic job. And in general, the team on the Survivor side was just living up to that as well, getting points as well, and making this an extremely successful tournament for CK so far. And I have to say, again, you mentioned it, the teleportation early in the game as well as later in the game when he was denying that rescue, basically utilizing teleport twice to deny a rescue, which was definitely a game changer early in the match, as well as later in the match. Later in the match was a little bit more of a safe play, because it was already the last two survivors that he was going for. But still, overall, not only with this N, but also with the Dream Witch previously, as well as, which I was the Breaking Wheel, right? Just showing us what he is made of. Fantastic job on CK's side. Now we are jumping into the second half of round number 3. We will see Rename on the Hunter side. Rename also performing extremely well with the Dream Witch in the first match, getting a tie, and then another Dream Witch match, which was a 5-point game. So now I'm curious to see, you know, we're gonna expect, at least I will expect to see a Dream Witch ban. But what will we see when it comes to the ban side as well, you know, right next to the Dream Witch?
Well, looking at the King's Hunter usage, again, he does have a Sculptor in his arsenal. We did see that. Is there anyone else that I'm missing here?
Breaking Wheel as well.
So, again, coming, for sure, Dream Witch, that's an auto ban, that's an auto respect. We saw that, all right, we got a tie, but then again, we said we could do that again, but not quite. He got a 5-point, and he lived up to his trend also of first 5-point games. It was just a little delayed. Here, I think they're going to respect that Dream Witch and probably maybe take out Breaking Wheel, go with that Sculptor. Again, I just computing the points. I think that ZK has this one already in the bag, but we're still gonna play this on, and they still want to show it their all and really end on a high note. And especially King, I'm sure that he's gonna play put 100% into this last game to just really solidify why Rename is here. And they have definitely proven to a lot of people that they are a team to really respect and really behold in terms of the Southeast Asia community. So when it comes to picks, maybe we're gonna see the Sculptor. That's my shot in the dark.
Your pick will be Sculptor. I'm actually thinking they're banning the Sculptor. I'm thinking they're keeping the Breaking Wheel on the map in case he wants to utilize that Breaking Wheel, and they are rather banning the Sculptor. Because I think even if Breaking Wheel would be available, he might go for a different hunter on this map. I hope I'm right, because I would love to see a different hunter. But, those are just my guesses. We will see. Maybe he will ban Sculptor. Maybe he will ban Breaking Wheel. We will have to wait and see.
Yeah. Now that you say that, you know what? I don't even think a Sculptor's going to be available for him to choose. Because there's a lot of footage of him using Sculptor in the preliminaries as well as in the wild cards. So banning that Sculptor would be a safe bet. And also that Dream Witch. So you don't think Breaking Wheel, he's going to pick Breaking Wheel?
I don't think he will pick Breaking Wheel. I think he will have the option to pick Breaking Wheel because, again, my ban predictions are just Dream Witch and Sculptor, so he will have the ability to pick Breaking Wheel. I'm just not sure if he will utilize Breaking Wheel on this map. It might happen. Okay. I mean, Breaking Wheel is definitely a choice that you can go for, extremely fast, can transition from one area to another. Doesn't really depend on, a smaller map, can easily control a big map just as he could with a smaller map. So that is definitely a valid pick, but I just have a feeling that we are not seeing a Breaking Wheel. I can't even explain to you why. I can't even say that I'm basing this off of some stats or some, previously seen events. I'm just saying we are probably not going to see a Breaking Wheel.
Because I'm just recalling, I'm looking at my notes again. King did bring a Breaking Wheel in Red Church when he banned the forward mech and the Ento. So I don't, again, it really depends, but let's say because my choice, again, I'm gonna pick two. I think either Sculptor or Breaking Wheel is gonna make it. If your choice says that Breaking Wheel not gonna pick him, who do you think would be the hunter that would be picked by King, or what do you think would be a good option for him to pick?
See, there are a lot of good options besides that. We already talked about it. We already talked about Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen being very, very viable for this map. Having the mirror, getting, putting pressure on survivors that are decoding in the distance, and also changing positions very, very fast. Then we also have Anne. We just saw Anne on this map performing extremely well. We also have Wu Cheng, which we have seen previously in this tournament. Not necessarily from these teams that we are seeing right now, but you never know what they are having up their sleeves. So it could be Wu Cheng, who is extremely fast when it comes to transition from one area to another one with the umbrella. We could also see, a Feaster who is slow, but if you utilize him the right way, it doesn't matter because he is the best hunter in the game. So therefore, there are a lot of options. There are a lot of options that are still on the table. Maybe even, Nayat. Maybe even Nayat. Extremely fast. New hunter might come in as a little bit of a surprise. This match, as you already said, is in the bag for CK. They already are taking this home, so therefore Rename could, experiment a little bit more. Definitely want to get more points, but yes, they could bring out Nayat, which is a new hunter we haven't seen before. But again, Breaking Wheel is just as, not a little bit older, but if you look at the entire timeline of Identity 5, Breaking Wheel is almost just as new. And we also have the Sculptor, who is a quite comparably new hunter. So why not introduce Nayad to the tournament stages right here? And, you know, again, I think she might be a good hunter on a bigger map too.
Hey, actually, that would be a big statement by King if he's able to bring out Nayad in a big map and show us his prowess. Because again, as we calculated the point, ZK has this in the bag, so why not show, like, you know what? All right, this is gonna be a showing to the community and a showing of my skill with Nayad or another hunter. So that's definitely a possibility in terms of King's choices. Now, let's try to shift things up a little bit and talk about the survivors on the other side. We are going to have a full team of survivors being banned. You think that we're going to see the similar ban pattern, or depending on the hunter, we're going to see like specific bans? Like, all right, if we're going to see a Nayad, we're definitely not going to see like the mechanic. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the same. I was going to say cowboy, but I'm like, why would you ban the cowboy? Just choose the cowboy.
Exactly. Very good question. I think we will mainly see what we have seen before. So mechanic will definitely be a ban, in my opinion. We might see, you know, seer, mercenary. These are always the familiar victims when it comes to the bans. So therefore these might be options. But since we have a total of 4 survivors being banned, we might also see variations of survivors. Again, we saw entomologist being banned, we saw prisoner being banned, we saw priestess being banned. Priestess not necessarily the best survivor on this map, but you know, with the bridge definitely can put a lot of pressure on this on the hunter side as well. So there are definitely options to ban some different survivors, but in general I would say we're gonna see a similar ban as we saw in the previous matches.
Yeah, there you go, have it, ladies and gentlemen. Grizzly calling as he sees it. We're gonna see a first mechanic ban. I would say, yeah, forward, okay. I was gonna say mercenary, but that's definitely still on the table. Are they gonna, a seer. All right. So this is actually quite interesting because they can secure that mercenary and priestess early on, but really depending on the hunter bans. Let's see. They are thinking of that Dream Witch, very respectable. They know that King isn't messing around when he's in that Dream Witch, and also the breaking wheel, leaving the sculptor and any other hunter open.
Okay, so this one you got right. I was thinking they would ban the sculptor. But yes, they are going indeed for the breaking wheel, leaving the sculptor open, but also leaving other hunters open. And as you mentioned it, mercenary is still still available for the survivors, and they are picking it right away. You also mentioned the priestess. Will we see the priestess? We might see the priestess. We might see a different survivor. Again, we have another survivor being banned after the second pick. So question is, what are they going for now? Are they going to, for example, pick the prisoner just to have the prisoner not being banned? That could definitely be an interesting choice, but I actually don't necessarily think so.
Yeah, again, having the prisoner is a really nice to have, but 773 being, I mean, he might bring a prospector in, but he's got they got to be able to secure like a support, like either like a priestess, an entomologist, something to really add more pressure. And it seems like they're going to go with that priestess. They want those backdoor strategies, and they're locking in with 773's priestess. Now, last survivor ban on the side of rename. Lots to pick from. We got the prisoner, entomologist. You still got a gravekeeper, if ever, and now going with the perfumer.
Going with the perfumer ban. All right, very, very interesting. We're gonna see the priestess right here. We might see the prisoner. You mentioned the prospector. I would have loved to see the prospector. That would have been amazing, because we already mentioned the prospector earlier, how he was able in previous matches to really take the attention of the target and really take the attention of the hunter. So that's going to be definitely something that we might expect, but you know, Gravekeeper being able to utilize, and then we also have the prisoner. I would assume we're gonna see a prisoner right here from Jin.
Jin, I think he's known as the stunner, so you might get that prospector that you're wanting, Grizzly, or the batter. So I'm excited to see they might prioritize just going for support and rescue instead of going for Cypher Rush. But I do understand like the strength of that prisoner. But no, we're gonna see a batter come into the mix.
Ooh, yes. All right, very, very interesting team setup right here. And then we're having Queen coming in with the Hunter again. You said it. Not the breaking wheel being banned is now opening up an option for the Sculptor. Will we see the Sculptor though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
With this ban lineup, it's very viable. I'm just assuming because mechanic is definitely something that you don't want as a sculptor because you want to be able to take your time when it comes to getting that full presence. Seer as well. I mean, even early chase, but no, you're going with the Bloody Queen. Okay, King.
We were
King
expecting
and Queen.
the
Let's
Queen
go.
coming in from DWD, but Queen is utilizing that Bloody Queen. Again, we talked about this. We talked about why the Bloody Queen can be extremely powerful on this map. She can utilize her mirrors. She can transition from one point to another on a big map very, very fast. And she can, you know, protect Cypher machines while she is sitting on another survivor on the rocket chair, protecting that survivor and putting pressure on not only the rocket chair but also Cypher machines at the same time with the mirror. So there are a lot of options on how to utilize this mirror, and this mirror will also help you to bring down survivors extremely fast, which we have seen previously in matches with the Bloody Queen. So I am curious to see how CK will respond to Queen's Bloody Queen.
Actually, looking at the bans of King now, yeah, having that perfumer out of there would definitely help because of that perfume, right? We did see the Anne kind of counter that with silencing the perfume usage, but since the Bloody Queen is a single hit character, that perfumer can definitely counter. So King really looking for all the survivors he can down and out in this game because it's going to be a huge statement for team rename. So again, ladies and gentlemen, V for victory, support your favorite teams. We do know that ZK has this one in the bag, but you know what? Rename would still love your support as well as ZK. So do flood the comment section with all your loving, supporting messages towards both these teams because they are taking each other to that limit. ZK versus Rename, and Rename's King, the Bloody Queen of King and Queen. I mean, it's tough to say, but let's see how he's gonna fare here in Moonlit River Park.
Starting up with the first chase right here of the Gravekeeper, immediately transitioning out. Gravekeeper being in the ground with the shovel skill is just buying too much time, and Queen already knows that, so therefore transitioning out to a different survivor. Might try to find someone else, not necessarily the mercenary, who can also buy just a lot of time, but at the end of the day you need to concentrate and find your first target and go for the target at one point. You can see the mirror is coming through, is seeing the priestess portal right there, and is getting the chance to, you know, figure out where the priestess is, sees the scratch marks on the floor, and is now going for that priestess.
Yeah, Priestess, excellent target because again, she only can stun if you go through those holy keys. Jin, as the batter, would be quite tough because again, he's got those 3 bat hits and you can definitely recover them. Now, 773 rotating around, batter is already ready for that support, and this is going to be quite tough for King if he's able to get through this. And now, again, 773 utilizing those holy keys just to make sure he creates that distance, that space he needs as 2 of the survivors are pushing for the ciphers. Whoa!
Oh, was just able to get through that portal just a millisecond before that swing came through, and is now out of the holy keys. Has no portals left. We can see he's going back to the batter, who can provide a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of a distance by stunning the hunter, and is actually pushing her across the entire bridge. Might continue to do so, might continue to harass, but is buying enough time for 773 to get to the haunted house, avoiding that hit, avoiding
the jukes. Oh my god, 773 eventually gonna eat that hit. The holy key is still being refreshed here. But man, again, the coordination of the priestess and that batter. It's as a hunter and you see that batter ready to swing, you're just so scared. And now we see that 773 going inside the haunted house, trying to utilize the real estate to his advantage. Gonna use the window here to buy enough time.
Oh, Blink is ready, Blink is ready.
Remain. No!
Was trying to hit with the Blink through the window, but the priestess was just a little bit too far off, which is absolutely fantastic for CK, but is now in between the mirror and the real body, so therefore is taking that hit. Fantastic job from Quing bringing down the priestess, but priestess was really buying a lot of time after Quing was having troubles to find the main target, found the Gravekeeper first, found the mercenary next, had the better to deal with, and now finally being able to find the priestess, who was buying just a lot of time, and everything that I mentioned was buying so much time that they are already down to 2 Cypher machines.
Rose going to go for that save, waiting for the hit. Excellent timing there. Just the patience of Rose, not forcing that save to happen. 773 now. We'll have to rely on the last effort to just be propped up away, but we see that Jin already hiding, making sure. But look at that. The mirror image is going to snipe out the batter just to make sure he will not harass when he tries to chair this priestess, who will be falling down in the corner. Oh, the batter gets hit.
True. She needs the queen right here. Queen needs to definitely bring down more survivors and put more pressure on the survivors, because if you look at the Cypher machine progress, it's already up so much, and we can see Jin coming in with the batter. Will he be able to rescue the priestess from the balloons? Yes or no? It's gonna be a tough call, and hit, and is bringing down the priestess right here. Will go down again, but this is just buying more and more time for the survivors. Look at the Cypher machine progress.
Yeah, it is. And now Jin getting away from that mirror image, but look at that repositioning. Is ready to strike once again. He's gonna swing. Oh my god, they trade, but in favor. Okay, and they pop the Cypher Grizzly.
They pop the Cypher. 4 survivors up and running. We can see the batter trying to get away with the slide and just trying to buy as much time as possible, but is going down right here. Quing is now concentrating on the priestess, because he knows the priestess must be somewhere here, must be somewhere in this area. Didn't really get away from there because the Cypher pop just happened, and wow, what a placement, now bringing down the priestess too. But you can see Rose already opening up the gate. Rose, I think, finished opening up the gate. We can also see on the other side of the map, we have the mercenary EG trying to get that open, and is also going in for the rescue right now. Survivors are trying to get as many survivors through the gate as possible, and they have both gates opened. So now the chance is that they are helping a survivor off the chair, and they are getting out of there.
Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, Gravekeeper and Mercenary can tank a lot of these hits for them to be able to safely get that rescue. But now we see that the Gravekeeper already saving up the batter here. Peepers will make it a hard rescue for this Mercenary. And now we see that the mirror image just closing out that gap. We see that the Gravekeeper had to utilize the shovel. And look at that backdoor rescue from the Mercenary.
He changed targets, so that will definitely happen. Everything is, wow, looking extremely good for the survivors. They hit 2 survivors on the rocket chair just a few seconds ago, but this seems to change completely. None of the survivors is on the rocket chair, and Quing is really trying to get at least 1 survivor. There we go, baited the pallet vault, is getting Rose yet again. But the rest of the survivors are at the gates, and I think that might be it. They will go for the 3 survivor escape. Most likely.
Jin has to be, he has to be very careful. It's at the mirror reposition here. He's ready for the swing, and now Rose seems to be the one that will be put in the rocket chair as we look at the other survivors already on the other side of that exit gate. Priestess and Mercenary walking on foot to exit the other side of Moonlit River Park, and it seems like it's going to be a 3-1 in favor of ZK, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. They will be gaining points in this group stage.
Fantastic job right here from CK. Really doing, wouldn't say the impossible, but just getting 3 survivors through the gate is extremely difficult, especially against these top tier hunters. And these are well-deserved 3 points for this match. And we are now evaluating the entire points, and we can see that CK was able to win 2 of the rounds, and Rename was not quite getting the edge, was having a little bit of problems in the first round, was able to tie in the second round. Round number 3 went again to CK, so congratulations. Here we can see it. Point-wise, they have 20-8, but in general, again, CK won 2 rounds, therefore won this fight against R, which is Renamed. So fantastic job. Congratulations to both of the teams for making us this far, and congratulations for CK for taking these points home today.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, people watching at home, big ups to Rename for giving us an amazing weekend of Identity 5 action. I hope you guys can extend that love and support for the community to them, because again, this is what it's all about, right? We want to be able to help the Southeast Asia community get better, and you know what, Rename being one of the names out there to really respect in the competitive scene here in Southeast Asia. I'm sure that they'll be back in the competitive scene better than ever. Amazing stuff on their side, and also big shout outs also to CZ who played out their hearts. So you got to show them your love and support, because without them none of this would have been possible. Again, you got to admire the pro teams for leaving it all on the line, showing us their hard work. Again, we want to find the best of the best, and it's slowly like we're slowly getting to that playoff season.
That is for sure. We are slowly getting there, and from what we have seen so far in the previous days, I just have to say, phenomenal job from all teams so far. We are really getting to see that top tier gameplay. We are really getting to see the best of the best from the Southeast Asia region, and it's really showing. It's really showing, especially when we look at these, you know, situations that we haven't seen before, or situations that are being utilized very rarely because they are so extremely difficult to pull off. For example, an N bringing down a mercenary while he is on the roller coaster. Phenomenal job. And in general, the matches we have spectated today, all of them were definitely highlight matches. You couldn't say that a single match was just, you know, there was no highlight in it. I could go through every single match and I could tell you there was a highlight, there was a highlight, there were more than one highlight. And this is what makes these matches so extremely interesting, intense, and spectacular to watch.
And what a weekend of Identity 5 matches. We start off Friday, really frantic, at a frantic pace, and we're ending it on that same note, Grizzly. And honestly, I tell everyone that's watching, me and Grizzly are here in a very blessed and privileged spot to witness the action, also learn with you guys as well, because we are pushing Southeast Asia Identity 5 and really making these teams are making a name for themselves, and we're just here admiring the action and also calling the action. So it's a real pleasure and privilege to be in this position right now, sharing it with Grizzly. And I hope you guys at home also have been enjoying the matches and incredible stuff. We still have to talk about that performance, because we're about to see that match data, and again, the ZK's communication and constant chemistry of just being able to know, all right, Priestess is taking first kite, Batter is going to be ready just to be able to harass, buy enough time, and all these survivors not known for being fast decoders. The Priestess, I think, was the fastest decoder there and wasn't even able to touch a cipher.
That is true, that is true. Just the team coordination right here, and you have it. We have decoding speed from all survivors except of the Priestess, who was just containing the Hunter for such a long time. Fantastic job. Survivor hits 17, knockdown 7. Most of them are on the Priestess, but again, teamwork on the Survivor side was just absolutely phenomenal. We're really early game being able to get away from the Hunter and spread out, and then Priestess 123 seconds of the kiting time, which just gave the rest of the team enough time to decode cipher machines. Fantastic teamwork. These stats just speak for themselves. They literally represent how this match went.
Exactly. And kudos to ZK for showing us their excellent survivability. And also, you got to give up to Rename. They really fought their hardest. And here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. ZK starting things off with a fast and furious pace. But then again, Rename tying things up in round number 2. So everything was up in the air. But then round number 3 hit. And DWD, all these 5 points, a consistent Hunter, and very scary. And nonetheless, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, best deduction definitely goes to DWD. The carnage this man, the violence, 79 survivor hits, 2 terror shocks, 5 ciphers remaining in total, 28 knockdowns, 12 elimination. Yep, best deduction for Team ZK, especially in DWD side.
That is for sure. And as you said, almost 80 hits. We have seen these stats before today, but this definitely comes from the absolutely amazing breaking wheel matches on the Ever Sleeping Town with almost 60 hits right here as well. We had, I think, what was 52, and again, earlier we saw 60 being the highest number I've ever seen when it comes to survivor hits. And yeah, CK just proving how strong they are on the survivor side, as well as, DWD just proving how extremely dangerous and scary of a hunter he is, and proving that by bringing constant 5 points to the matches on the hunter side. So congratulations yet again on the best deduction to DWD, as well as for the entire team to take this fight home.
Great stuff and amazing Identity 5 action through and through. And I'm excited actually to rewatch some of these matches and call the action again, because we're slowly building the storyline towards the playoffs, and a lot of these teams are evolving. I keep saying this format, Grizzly, I don't know if I told you this, but it's an anime tournament arc. It's just people like facing each other off and just getting stronger. And I'm excited for us to reach the finish line. But let's check this out. Today's result, the night goes to Noir and ZK. Congratulations for you guys getting points on the board, but still got to give it to CZ and Rename. Big ups to them for giving us amazing matches this entire weekend.
And honestly, that is the exact thing that I would say too, because these teams were all putting so much action into this tournament, and I'm very, very happy to be able to cast them together with you. Here we see the brackets of the different groups yet again, and we can see Group A and Group B. Those were the groups that we were spectating today. Fantastic job from all these teams.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking the top 2 from each group for us to have the playoffs. And as you can see here, Group A and Group B already have their, 2 of them already did. We already saw 2 days of Group A and Group B action. Group C and D, still, we saw action from them yesterday. GS getting that victory, as well as GH. And in the weeks to come, it's really important for you guys to pay attention to this group stage board for your favorite teams to be able to qualify in the playoffs. So do give them your support and use that hashtag V4Victory, ladies and gentlemen.
We for victory it is, and also make sure to spam some hearts, share some love in the chat for all these teams that are competing against each other. And here we will see the next match schedule, which will happen next weekend on Friday, and we're gonna start this weekend off with ET versus GS and continuing on the same day with ECT versus GH.
Yeah, so mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. Group C and Group D matches will be moving forward next Friday, as Grizzly mentioned. ETGS, ECT versus GH. So a lot is going to be happening in these next few weeks. So it's very important for you guys to stay tuned and give your support to each and every one of your favorite players and teams. And what a weekend this has been, Grizzly.
What a weekend this has been. That is very true. Wow, all these matches we have seen, and there will be more, and there will be more heat coming to us next weekend, and everything will just go up the mountain. We will see who will win this. But for today, I want to say thank you for everyone for being with here to us, and bye!
Yeah!